The storm lashed London with a fury that turned the streets into rivers, each raindrop fighting for dominance before crashing into the grime below. The city's ancient sewers choked under the weight of the deluge, spewing up forgotten horrors, rotting carcasses, sludge, and things best left unnamed, all rushing toward the swollen Thames, which heaved like a beast gasping for air. No amount of rain could scrub London clean. It only revealed more filth beneath. And on this filthy night, something even filthier unfolded. A gilded carriage, its wheels shrieking like a banshee, lurched through the downpour. Then a real scream. A figure tumbled into the gutter, now more of a raging torrent than a street. Two men leaped after her, their curses as foul as the water swirling around them. Lightning flashed, revealing the girl scrambling to escape before she was caught again, until a rusted grate burst open. Out shot a wiry boy, fast as a striking adder. "Hands off her," he snarled, landing a punch that sent one thug sprawling. He wasn't big, but he was everywhere, fists flying, brass knuckles glinting. Outmatched, the attackers bolted, vanishing into the labyrinth of alleys. The boy didn't chase them. He spun back to the girl, who clutched his coat with trembling hands. Her accent was strange, her words desperate. "They'll drag me back, please." His grip tightened, eyes narrowing. This wasn't just a brawl anymore. The rain kept falling, but the real storm was just beginning. The rain hammered down like it had a personal grudge against London that night, turning the streets into shallow rivers. Two men, seasoned veterans of the city's grime, trudged through the downpour, their hats useless against the sideways assault of water. Lightning flashed, and one of them squinted through the deluge. "Oi, Charlie," he muttered, "is that a body in the gutter?" As if on cue, another bolt lit up the street, revealing a crumpled figure. "Bloody hell, it's a girl. Looks like she's been tossed out like last week's rubbish." Before they could move, a voice cracked through the storm like a whip. "Back off, you vultures." A scrawny kid, barely 17 but with the fury of a street brawler, stepped into the dim glow of a pub window. He brandished a jagged piece of pipe, his glare sharp enough to cut glass. "Think I don't know your type? Slumming it for a bit of fun, eh? Disgusting." The taller man, Henry, drew himself up, affronted. "Listen here, boy. We're not some back-alley degenerates. We're men of standing, and we've spent years helping folks like her, and apparently like you." The kid wasn't buying it. With a snarl, he swung the pipe, but Charlie caught his wrist midair, twisting it until the metal clattered to the cobblestones. "Enough," Charlie growled, yanking the boy up by his collar. "We're taking her somewhere safe. My friend's place is just round the corner, unless you'd rather leave her here to drown." Henry adjusted his grip on the unconscious girl, adding dryly, "Unless you'd prefer we toss you in a kennel instead." That set the kid off like a lit fuse. He writhed free, spitting curses. "We ain't strays, you pompous prats. I earn my keep honest, unlike some." Charlie hauled him up again, nose to nose this time. "Brave words," he said, voice low. "But stupid. Look at her, she's half dead. You really want to stand here arguing while she catches her death?" The kid's defiance flickered, just for a second, before the rain washed it away. The girl's friend lived just a few blocks away, and since you've appointed yourself her guardian, why don't you tag along and see for yourself that she gets the care she deserves? Got it? And before you answer, what's your name anyway? Let's get one thing straight. You're not the only one who gives a damn about a girl in trouble tonight. So kid, who are you?" Something in Charlie's tone caught the boy's attention because he shrugged and said, "Name's Dodger, that's what folks call me since I'm quick on my feet, if you catch my drift. Everybody from here to Brooklyn knows Dodger." Charlie smirked. "Well, now that we've had the pleasure, let's see if we can strike a deal on this little adventure man to man." He straightened his coat and nodded to Henry. "We'd better hurry, this poor girl needs help fast. And you, Dodger, you know her." The boy took a step back, shaking his head. "Nah, never seen her before, swear on my life. I know every face on these streets, and she ain't one of 'em. Just another runaway, happens all the time. Sad business." Charlie raised an eyebrow. "So you're telling me, Mr. Dodger, that you, a total stranger, rushed in like some noble knight to save her?" Dodger's eyes narrowed. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. What's it to you? And who the heck is this night fella you keep yammerin' about? With a sigh, Charlie and Henry lifted the girl carefully between them. As they started walking, Charlie tossed over his shoulder, "You've got no clue what I'm talking about, do you? Galahad was a legend, never mind. Just follow us, play the hero, and you'll see she's treated right. Plus, there's a hot meal in it for you, and let's see." Coins clinked in his pocket. $2 if you stick around. Might even do your soul some good, though I doubt that's a priority for you. Deal. 20 minutes later, Dodger was perched by the fireplace in a cozy kitchen. Nothing fancy, but a sight better than the usual holes he crashed in. Sure, he'd been in fancier places, but never for long, what with guard dogs and angry owners chasing him off. People and their damn dogs couldn't take 2 steps without one barking its head off. But here, warm milk, fresh as you please, and a plate piled with meat and potatoes. No beer, though, shame.Mrs. Quickly, the cook kept a sharp eye on Dodger, already stashing away the silverware just in case. Despite that, the place seemed decent enough, though he caught the tail end of Mrs. Henry's lecture to her husband about dragging in strays at this hour. Dodger, always quick to pick up on unspoken tensions, figured this wasn't her first rodeo. She had that tone, the kind where someone's exhausted but trying not to snap. Still, he wasn't complaining. He'd gotten a hot meal, the girl had been whisked upstairs by the missus and a maid, and now footsteps echoed down to the kitchen. Charlie. Now Charlie was a problem. Henry struck Dodger as one of those well-meaning types, guilty about his full pockets while others starved. Dodger had met plenty like him. Personally, he had no qualms about having coin when others didn't, but he also knew the value of generosity. In his line of work, being a cheerful giver meant allies, people who'd swear they'd never seen him if the law came sniffing around. Survival in the city meant staying sharp, always watching your back. And Dodger, he was the best at it. Never once stood before a judge, outran every copper from Bow Street to the New Peelers. They couldn't nab you if they couldn't catch you, and nobody caught Dodger. But Charlie, different story. The man had that look, like he could peel back a person's words and see straight into their skull. Dangerous. The kind who knew too much. And now here he was, descending the stairs with the quiet jingle of coins in his pocket. He nodded at Mrs. quickly, scrubbing pots, then settled beside Dodger on the bench, forcing him to scoot over. "Dodger, wasn't it?" Charlie said, voice smooth. "Good news, the girl's safe. Stitched up, dosed with medicine, resting in a proper bed." Paused, and Dodger felt the shift before the words even came. Shame about the child, though, didn't make it. Child. The word hit like a brick to the ribs, no worse. It stuck, gnawing at the edge of his thoughts, refusing to let go. A child, and suddenly nothing else in the room mattered. Dodger hesitated before responding, his fingers nervously tapping against his leg. "I didn't realize," he muttered, avoiding Charlie's piercing gaze. Charlie let out a slow breath, his voice low but firm. "Of course you didn't." In the shadows, it was just another ugly crime, one of many tonight, I'd wager. You and I both know how these streets work. But this one happened right in front of me, and that means I've got a personal stake in it. Call it amateur detective work, without dragging the actual police into it. They'd probably just bungle the whole thing anyway. The man's expression was impossible to read, even for Dodger, who prided himself on reading people like open books. Charlie leaned in slightly, his tone shifting from calm to something sharper. "I wonder if those men who were bothering her knew she was with child. Maybe we'll never find out, or maybe we will." There was weight behind that last word, like a blade waiting to slice through lies. His face remained unreadable. "And here's 2 shillings for your trouble, plus another if you're willing to answer a few questions. Help me understand what really happened." Dodger eyed the coins, suspicion creeping in. Questions weren't something he was used to, unless they were about money or favors, and Charlie knew that. "What kind of questions?" he asked cautiously. Charlie didn't miss a beat. "Can you read and write, Dodger?" Dodger tilted his head, a smirk tugging at his lips. "That worth a shilling, Not a chance, Charlie shot back. But I'll toss you a farthing for the answer. Here it is, now talk. Dodger snatched the coin. I can read beer, gin, and ale. No point cluttering your brain with useless words, right? He thought he saw the faintest flicker of amusement on Charlie's face, but it vanished fast. An academic, clearly, Charlie said dryly. Then his voice darkened. That girl, she'd been hurt, badly. Dodger's stomach twisted. Not by me, he blurted, hands raised. Swear on my life I never touched her. I've got my faults, but I'm no monster. Charlie's grip clamped down on Dodger's arm before he could bolt. You never done nothing, he echoed, voice dripping with sarcasm. If you never done nothing, then by logic you must have done something. Guilty by your own words, Dodger. Though I doubt you ever sat in a classroom, too sharp for that. If you had, a teacher would have beaten that grammar out of you. His grip loosened slightly, but his stare didn't. But listen, I believe you didn't hurt her, and I've got my reasons. A distant church bell tolled, the sound cutting through the tension. Dodger swallowed hard, realizing this conversation was far from over. Dodger's gaze flicked to the woman's hand. There it was, a massive gold ring, the kind that screamed importance, the kind any thief would snatch in a heartbeat, just like he'd swiped that wallet earlier. Those sharp eyes locked onto him. This wasn't a man you wanted angry. Me sir, nah sir, Dodger lied smoothly. Just found it lying there, honest. Was gonna return it, swear. Charlie's smile was thin. Oh, I believe every word, Mr. Dodger. Truly, I'm impressed, spotting a wallet in the dark and knowing it was mine. Remarkable, he leaned in. But let's be clear. When you said I never done nothing, you weren't fooling anyone. We know how things work in these streets. Me and Mr. Mayhew, we notice things, and right now we need your ears. That girl, she didn't just take a slap. Someone worked her over bad, leather fists, over and over. His voice dropped. And that wasn't the worst of it. Dodger shifted. Yeah, well, streets ain't pretty. Dead dogs, maybe a stiff old lady, what's new? He shrugged. Like they say, gotta eat a peck of dirt before you croak, right? Charlie arched a brow. Preferably not in one sitting, but since you're quoting scripture, he tossed a coin. Give me another line, earn your shilling. Dodger scowled. You gotta go with, yeah, that's it, where's my money? A laugh. Go with, you've never set foot in a church, have you? Can't read, can't write, hell, name one apostle. The boy's blank stare said it all. New detail. Dodger's fingers twitched toward his hidden knife, weighing his options. Charlie noticed but didn't flinch. This game had stakes. Tone shift, from tense to almost amused, Charlie's dry humor cutting through the threat. Tell you what, Charlie said, flipping another coin. Help us find who hurt her, and maybe you'll learn something besides pickpocketing. Dodger hesitated, shifting his weight from foot to foot as he studied the fancy gentleman before him. The man had a sharp way about him, like a street magician who could make your coin disappear before you blinked. Still, he'd offered sixpence for a bit of snooping, and that was better than a day's haul in the sewers. Might I see the last, sir? Dodger ventured, rubbing his grimy hands on his coat. Hard to ask after someone when you don't know their face from a fishmonger's slab. And trust me, poking around for answers in this town can land a fellow in hot water real quick. Charlie Dickens arched a brow, then sighed. Right now she's more bruises than girl, he admitted. But fine, Mrs. Mayhew's got the little one settled and the poor thing's resting in the maid's quarters. Mind your boots, and for heaven's sake keep those nimble fingers to yourself. I've seen pickpockets with less talent than you. Dodger's jaw dropped in mock offense. I ain't no thief. No, Charlie smirked. Just a tosher with a crowbar and a knack for finding things. Sewers aren't kind to fools, yet here you stand. Makes a man curious. Dodger swallowed hard. This bloke was sharper than a butcher's knife, knew the streets better than most coppers, and that bit about Stone the Crows, only a real flash cove would toss that around. Best tread lightly, lest he end up like Wally, who lost his teeth over a shilling's quarrel. With a stiff nod, Dodger followed him upstairs, the house creaking like an old ship. The doctor was still there, scrubbing his hands in a basin barely big enough for a kitten's bath. The room smelled of lavender and something sour, fear maybe, and there in the dim light lay the girl. She looked like a storm had rolled over her. But even bruised, there was something about her, something that made Dodger's gut twist. This wasn't just some job anymore. New detail. Dodger notices a locket half hidden under her pillow, its chain snapped clean in two. He doesn't touch it. But he wonders. The man shot Dodger a glare sharp enough to cut glass before turning to Charlie with the kind of grin reserved for those who jingle coins in their pockets. Charlie had guessed right. Dodger's education hadn't come from books but from the streets, where reading a face was more useful than reading the morning paper. The doctor adjusted his cuffs and sighed. "Nasty business, sir, did what I could. Stitches are clean, if I do say so. She's tougher than she looks, though Lord knows she's had to be. What she needs now is rest, decent meals, and time, best medicine there is." Charlie smirked, slipping a few coins into the man's palm. "And God's grace, of course, cheapest physician around." As the doctor turned to leave, Charlie added, "We'll make sure she's fed properly. Appreciate your help." The doctor spared one last venomous glance at Dodger before vanishing down the stairs. Dodger had already sized Charlie up twice, once to see he didn't trust the doctor any more than the doctor trusted him, and again to notice Charlie put more faith in a hot meal than in divine intervention. God, as far as Dodger knew, mostly concerned himself with the well-to-do, which left out everyone in Dodger's world except maybe Solomon, who seemed to have some kind of private arrangement with the Almighty. Now that the doctor's bulk wasn't blocking the view, Dodger got a proper look at the girl. 16, maybe 17, though bruises had a way of adding years. Her breath was steady, and a few strands of gold hair peeked out from under the bandages. Something about her tugged at him. "No disrespect, Mr. Charlie," he blurted, "but mind if I sit with her till morning? Won't lay a finger on her, swear it. Just feels like I should." The housekeeper barged in, shooting Dodger a look that could curdle milk, and Charlie didn't fare much better. Her upper lip bristled as she muttered, "Don't mean to overstep, sir, but I'll not answer for this street rat's mischief. Wouldn't surprise me if we all woke up with our throats slit." New detail. Dodger notices a small, faded tattoo on the girl's wrist, a crescent moon barely visible under the grime. It stirs a memory he can't quite place. Tone shift. Charlie's response is dry, almost amused. "Oh, splendid. Between your cheerful predictions and the doctor's bedside manner, I'm feeling very reassured." Dodger stays. "And you try not to faint if he breathes too loudly." Dodger barely resisted rolling his eyes. He'd heard it all before. People like this fussy woman assumed every street kid was a born thief, ready to snatch the buttons off your coat before you could blink. And sure, he couldn't deny that most of his peers fit that description, but that didn't mean he did. Dodger wasn't a thief, not really. He was more of a collector. Things had a way of slipping from pockets or tumbling off carts, didn't they? And if he happened to be there to catch them before they hit the dirt, well, that was just good manners. Okay, maybe once or twice a week, he'd spot an opportunity too tempting to ignore, some careless fool leaving their purse gaping open like an invitation. But that wasn't stealing. That was just preventing litter. Still, he knew how it looked to narrow-minded folks who'd happily string a boy up over a simple misunderstanding. Not that Dodger ever gave them the chance. He was too quick, too clever, and definitely sharper than this daft old woman who couldn't even get her words straight. Author of the storm. What kind of nonsense was that? Did she think storms had biographies? Toshing, though. Now that was real living. Nothing beat the thrill of the sewers after a storm, when the world above poured its treasures into the tunnels below. If he weren't stuck here playing nursemaid, he'd be knee-deep in muck and mystery right now. But Charlie's grip on his shoulder was firm, his warning clear. "Bang to rights," he'd said, threatening some shadowy retribution if Dodger stepped out of line. As if Dodger would be stupid enough to try anything with this sharp-eyed housekeeper watching him like a hawk. Then, just as Charlie turned to leave, the woman shrieked, pointing at Dodger's hand. His stomach dropped. He hadn't taken anything, had he? His fingers twitched midair, frozen in place. The room went deadly still. Even the dust seemed to hold its breath. Charlie flashed a smooth smile at Mrs. Sharples. "You've got the sharpest eyes in the room, no doubt about it. That young man just picked up something the girl had been holding. Nothing fancy, just a pack of cards." Dodger here was kind enough to make sure it didn't get lost. He held out his hand expectantly. "Hand it over, won't you?" Dodger, who was currently fighting the urgent need to relieve himself, reluctantly gave up his discovery. The deck was cheap, barely worth a second glance, but Charlie had been watching him like a hawk. The man grated on his nerves, but now he was flipping through the cards with theatrical interest. A child's game, Mrs. Sharples, happy families. Hardly the sort of thing you'd expect a young lady to be clutching, wouldn't you say? He turned the damp cards between his fingers before suddenly tossing them back to Dodger with a grin. "Seems we've got ourselves a little mystery, and who better to solve it than our very own Dodger?" The unexpected return of the cards left Dodger stunned. Charlie leaned in, voice light but edged with warning. "Don't try anything clever. I know every trick you've got." With that, he was out the door, tossing a wink over his shoulder like they were sharing some private joke. The night dragged on, the hours slipping away as Dodger sat on the cold floor, listening to the girl's shallow breaths and Mrs. Sharples' saw-like snores. The old woman slept with one eye half open, fixed on him like a lighthouse beam. What was he even doing here? He could have been warm by Solomon's stove, a genius little invention that doubled as a furnace when needed, instead of freezing on hardwood. But then he looked at the girl. Even battered and bruised, there was something about her. His fingers absently shuffled the grimy cards, his anger simmering. Whoever did this to her had treated her like a punching bag. He'd landed a few good hits with his crowbar earlier, but it wasn't enough. Not by a long shot. He tracked them down. They'd pay. Dawn crept in, the room dimly lit by a single guttering candle. Dodger jerked awake, disoriented, until the sound of Mrs. Sharples snoring like a lumberjack hacking through a tree oriented him. Then softer, a fragile voice cut through the haze. "Could I have some water, please?" His heart nearly leapt out of his chest. He scrambled for the jug on the washstand, filling a glass with shaky hands. The girl took it carefully, drained it, and silently asked for more. Dodger looked at Mrs. Sharples, then carefully poured another drink and passed it to the mysterious girl. Leaning in, he murmured, "At least tell me what I should call you." Her voice was hoarse but oddly refined, like a noblewoman who'd spent too long in the rain. "I can't share my name," she whispered, "but you've been so kind, sir." Dodger's pulse quickened. "Why were those brutes after you? Who sent them?" She hesitated, her fingers tightening around the glass. I can't say." The night air was biting, so he offered his hand. "Just to keep you warm, miss. No harm in that." To his surprise, she took it, her grip surprisingly firm despite her exhaustion. His eyes flicked to the heavy gold ring on her finger, its crest gleaming under the dim light. Eagles. Foreign script, trouble, he thought, the kind that got a man killed. She caught him staring. "He swore he loved me, my husband," she said bitterly. "Then he handed me over to them. My mother told me England meant freedom. Please, don't let them take me back." Dodger leaned closer. "No, sir, here, just Dodger." A faint smile touched her lips. "Dodger," like someone who slips away. Her accent curled around the words, German maybe. "Thank you, I'm so tired." She slumped against the pillows and he barely caught the glass before it spilled. By dawn, Mrs. Sharples was up, her glare sharp enough to flay skin. "Had your fill of Christian charity, gutter rat," she snapped. "Out, now." She herded him downstairs like a stray dog, the kitchen door slamming behind him hard enough to rattle the pans. The cook smirked, arms crossed. Dodger dusted himself off. "Charlie sent me. Important business. Even missionaries get breakfast before they're tossed to the wolves." New detail, the cook tosses him a stale roll with a wink, small mercy in a world of sharp tongues. Shift in tone, from tender to defiant. Dodger's not begging, he's bargaining. Added twist, the girl's ring isn't just gold, it's warm, like it's been held over a flame. Dodger files that away for later. Dodger smirked inwardly as he deliberately butchered Mrs. Sharp Ball's name, knowing full well the insult would sail right over her head. The cook, though, she caught it immediately, letting out a snort that carried more contempt than words ever could. Books might be been foreign to Dodger, but people. He could read them like a street map. A twitch of the lips, a sideways glance, even the way someone cleared their throat, it all told a story. And right now, the cook's expression screamed that she despised the housekeeper enough to openly mock her, even with Dodger as an audience. Playing his part, he slumped his shoulders and widened his eyes, pouring on the desperation like syrup over stale bread. The cook took the bait, jerking her chin toward the stove. "All right, boy," she muttered, loud enough for the housekeeper to catch every word. "Got some porridge here, still hot, and a bit of mutton that's only slightly questionable. Bet you've choked down worse, eh?" Dodger's performance was nothing short of theatrical. Fat, dramatic tears rolled down his cheeks as he dropped to his knees, hands clasped like a sinner at revival. "God bless you, ma'am," he wailed, laying it on thick. The payoff. A heaping bowl of porridge, sweet enough to make his teeth ache, and a hunk of meat that hadn't yet sprouted legs. He wolfed down the porridge, scraping the bowl clean under the cook's approving gaze, her jowls wobbling as she nodded. But the housekeeper wasn't done. She seized his wrist, nails digging in, and yanked him toward the scullery. "Let's see what you've really stolen, you little rat," she barked, loud enough for the neighbors to hear. Dodger twisted, but she had the grip of a woman who'd spent years wrestling stubborn dough. As she hauled him off, she leaned in, voice dropping to a venomous whisper. "Stop squirming, idiot. Play along." The mutton, now tucked safely in his pocket, was already halfway to becoming stew in his mind. And as for the cook, well, he just made a powerful enemy and an even more useful friend. "Shut your mouth and follow my lead." She yanked open a door and pulled him down a set of worn stone steps into a dim room reeking of vinegar and spices. Once the door slammed shut, she exhaled and loosened her grip. "That nosy old housekeeper's already spinning tales about you swiping trinkets last night. Mark my words, she'll be the one pocketing them. And just like that, any goodwill you've earned here will dry up faster than spilled gin in the sun. This family's soft-hearted, always tossing coins to down-and-out craftsmen or fallen women looking for a fresh start. Seen plenty come through, some honest, some not. Trust me, I know the difference." Dodger squirmed as her hands roamed a little too enthusiastically over his coat. "Easy there, missus. Ain't no need for all that." She caught his discomfort and cackled, her chins wobbling. "Oh, don't look so shocked. I wasn't always this round old lump. Took a tumble once, but I got back up, just like dough with enough yeast. You'd blush if I told you half the stories from my prime." "Right, missus," Dodger muttered, batting her away. "But maybe ease up on the pat-down." Her laughter faded as she leaned in. "Kitchen girl says you played hero last night, saving some lass from thugs. Sweet as that sounds, mark my words, someone's gonna pin a crime on you unless I steer you right. So hand over whatever you've tucked away, and Auntie quickly'll make sure it finds its way home. I won't let this family get robbed, not even by a cheeky scrap like you. Fess up now and you'll leave with your reputation intact, though your trousers could use a scrub." She wrinkled her nose at the grime. With a smirk, Dodger surrendered a single silver spoon. "Only 'cause you caught me mid-carry." Then he produced a deck of cards. And these, straight from Mr. Dickens himself. Undeterred, she gave him another thorough once-over, fishing out his knife, knuckles, and a crowbar, all of which she pointedly ignored. But when she made him kick off his boots, the stench had her gagging dramatically. "God's teeth, lad, put 'em back on before we both faint," she grinned. "Nothing stuffed up your backside, I hope. Wouldn't be the first to try." "Not a chance I'm checking you out," she said, eyeing Dodger with a mix of suspicion and amusement. "You've got more meat on your bones than most in your line of work. Means you're either too green or too sharp. I'm betting on sharp, and I'd be downright shocked if you were just some clueless kid. Here's the plan. I'll haul you upstairs, yelling like your gutter trash so the nosy old bat next door gets an earful. I'll make sure she hears me say I searched you top to bottom, risking my own hide, and you're leaving with nothing but the clothes on your back. Then for good measure I'll boot you out the door just for show, mind you, and get back to my day, grinning at the thought of that sour old hag stewing like a pot of angry wasps. She studied him a long moment before adding, "You're in the toshing trade, ain't ya?" Dodger nodded. "That I am, ma'am. Hard work for slim pickings, so they say." He knew better than to spill everything. Pays the bills," he shrugged. "All right then, let's put on a show for the eavesdroppers," she said, shoving him toward the door. "But remember, if you ever need a friend, come find quickly. I mean it. You whistle, I'll come. And if I'm ever at your door in a tight spot, don't leave me out in the cold." Outside, the sun was barely a smudge behind the usual curtain of smoke and fog, but for Dodger that was as good as daylight. A little sunshine was fine, helped dry the rags on his back, but he preferred the shadows. Better yet, the sewers. Right now, the darkness called to him like an old friend. With practiced ease, he pried open the nearest drain and dropped into the damp tunnel below. Last night's storm had washed away the worst of the stench, leaving the air almost tolerable. Other toshers would be down there, sure, but Dodger had a knack for sniffing out treasure. Solomon always said his mangy little dog, Onan, had a nose for jewelry, and honestly, the poor mutt was so ridiculous looking, Dodger let him have the credit. The dog's scrawny face practically glowed when he caught the scent of rubies. Sometimes Dodger brought him along, and if Onan struck gold in the muck, Solomon rewarded him with extra chicken scraps. Today, though, Dodger was on his own. No Onan to warn him if a flash flood came roaring down the pipes. But he was quick, smart enough to grab his haul and bolt before the sewers turned into a death trap. Still, last night's storm had drained the sky dry. For now, the tunnels were eerily quiet today, the water barely moving, just a few shallow pools and a sluggish stream trickling down the middle. The stench, though, was anything but calm. A mix of rotting garbage, damp decay, and worst of all, the unmistakable reek of sewage. It made Dodger's blood boil. Solomon had told him once that the Romans built these sewers to keep rainwater from flooding the streets, but now some fancy folks were dumping their filth straight into them. As if dodging rats wasn't bad enough, now he had to watch his step for something far worse. Dim light seeped through the rusted grates above, but a real tosher didn't rely on sight. It was all about touch, fingers probing cracks, toes testing the uneven bricks, and something deeper, a sixth sense for hidden treasure. Granddad had drilled that into him. You don't just hunt with your hands, boy, you hunt with your gut. And sometimes, if the lady smiled on you, that gut would lead you straight to gold. The sewers were ancient, held together by luck and the occasional half-hearted repair. Work crews would patch a crumbling wall here or there, but they were slow, tired men who couldn't keep up with Dodger's quick feet. Besides, they clocked out at sunset, while a tosher's best work happened under cover of night. The real prizes lurked where the water swirled, coins, jewelry, even the rare pocket watch, all trapped in the muck like ingredients in some foul, fortune-filled stew. And then there was the dream, the tosher-roon, a clump of mud hiding a king's ransom. Dodger had found bits and pieces before, a silver ring here, a tarnished brooch there, but the big score still eluded him. He'd memorized every promising nook, every shadowy corner where the current might left a surprise. One day he'd crack open his own muddy plum pudding. Until then. Well, the sewers kept their secrets, and Dodger kept digging. Dodger had his share of lucky finds that made Solomon grin, but he'd yet to stumble upon the mother lode, that legendary mix of filth and fortune that could change a man's life. Then again, what kind of life was better than the one he had? For a tosher like him, London was practically tailor-made, as if Lady Luck herself had laid out the streets just for his convenience. Heavy treasures like gold and coins sank into the muck, but the real prizes, Dead cats, rats, and the occasional Richard floated right to the surface. A small mercy, really, since stepping in something foul was the last thing anyone wanted. As he navigated the sewer with practiced ease, checking his usual spots while scanning for new ones, Dodger couldn't help but wonder, what would a tosher even do with a real fortune? He'd seen the others on their lucky days, blowing every last shilling on drink until they were broke again by sunrise. Maybe the smarter ones saved enough for a warm bed and a meal, but that was rare. Then, clink, his fingers brushed against 2 sixpences in his favorite spot, Old Faithful. Not bad. Dodger had always been sharper than the rest, which was why he'd risked the storm in the first place. If not for that brawl, he'd have been the first to claim the night's haul. Now, though, he had to move fast before the others caught up. A flicker of light caught his eye, just a flash, then gone. But Dodger never forgot a glint. He edged toward the spot, finding a grimy sandbank where a smaller sewer emptied into this one. There, half buried in the sludge, was a rat, its jaws clamped tight around something gold. Not a tooth, as it turned out, but a half-sovereign. Dodger never touched rats if he could help it, so he pried the coin loose with his trusty crowbar and knife. Holding it up to a trickle of water, he gave it a quick rinse. Now this was a good day. Who want to be stuck in some factory when the sewers were practically raining treasure? A chimney sweep would. V needed a full week's wages to match what Dodger had scavenged today. Being a tosher on a lucky streak was a dream, until a low, pained groan cut through the damp air. Dodger maneuvered past a fat sewer rat, squeezing into a narrow tunnel clogged with splintered wood and garbage washed in by last night's storm. But the real horror wasn't the debris, it was the broken figure tangled in it. The man was barely recognizable, one eye swollen shut, the other blinking up at Dodger through a mask of filth. The stench hit like a punch, but worse was the familiarity. "Granddad," Dodger choked out. The oldest tosher in London looked like he'd been dragged through hell, bruised, bleeding, coated in things no one should ever touch. He spat something dark, please let it just be mud, and managed a weak grin. "Ah, Dodger. Look at you, bright-eyed and not half-drowned. Do me a favor, lad, fetch me the cheapest, nastiest brandy you can find and pour it straight down what's left of my throat. Consider it a dying man's last request." Dodger recoiled, trying to clear some of the wreckage pinning him. "I ain't talkin' your money, Granddad." The old man wheezed a laugh. "First off, I ain't your real granddad, just the oldest fool down here. Second, you will take it 'cause that's what toshers do. Now quit arguing. There's a bottle shop topside near the drain grate. Get the rot gut, say a prayer for me, and for God's sake don't cry. Makes a man look undignified." As Dodger hesitated, the old tosher's hand twitched, coins clutched tight. A sudden memory flashed, Granddad teaching him to spot silver in the muck years ago, back when the sewers felt less like a grave. Now the lesson was simpler. Take what you find, even if it's all that's left of me. Dodger bolted from the drain cover like a shot, sprinting to the nearest grimy liquor store. He grabbed 2 bottles of brandy so strong it could probably strip paint, or at least make a man forget his own name. By the time the echoes of Granddad's angry shouts faded, Dodger was already climbing back down into the sewer. The old man was still there, barely holding himself together, but his cracked lips twisted into something like a grin when he saw the bottles. He snatched the first one, downing it in a single gulp, liquor spilling down his chin. "This'll do just fine," he rasped, already reaching for the second. "A proper tosher's farewell." Then his voice dropped to a whisper, his trembling hand gripping Dodger's arm. "I saw her, boy, the lady herself, standing right where you are now, all gold and crimson, shining like a fresh-minted coin. Blew me a kiss and vanished, elegant as you please." Dodger swallowed hard, forcing words out. "You taught me everything, Granddad, about the lady, the tunnels, all of it. Let me get you out of here. We can find you a real bed, clean sheets." "Not a chance," Granddad wheezed. "Pick me up now and I'll crumble like old brickwork. Just stay a while, eh?" He took another swig, the brandy burning its way down. "You were always different, boy. Most lads just paw through the muck, but you had the eye, like a scholar in a library, turning trash into treasure. That's the Tosher's way, finding worth where others see waste. People, too." A rattling cough shook him, his broken frame shuddering. "They called me king of the Toshers. Well, that's you now, Dodger, my blessing on it." His ruined mouth twitched. "Never knew your father, did you?" Dodger shook his head. "Number Ma probably didn't either. Don't even know who she was." Water dripped from the ceiling as he stared into the dark. "But you were always granddad to me. And without you I'd never have learned the secrets down here, the maelstrom, the Queen's bedroom, Sovereign Street." His voice trailed off, the weight of the tunnels pressing in around them. New detail. Outside, the distant chime of a church bell echoed, marking the hour, a sharp contrast to the damp, silent world below. Granddad chuckled weakly. "Listen to that. Even the bells know it's time." He took one last drink, the bottle slipping from his fingers. "Now go on, boy. King of the Toshers has work to do. That place was my lifeline when I was just starting out. Thanks for that, Granddad." "Wait, Granddad." Dodger sensed a shift in the air, like a whisper fading into silence. Yet something lingered, a presence soft as the last exhale. Then from somewhere beyond, Granddad's voice floated to him. "I see her, boy. The lady." The old man's smile held until the light left his eyes. Dodger gently pried open his hand, claiming what was rightfully his. 2 coins. Tradition demanded they rest on the dead man's eyelids, so he obliged. Staring into the shadows, Dodger muttered, "Lady, you're getting a proper old geezer here. Taught me everything about the trade. Go easy on him. His mouth's filthier than a Thames dockworker's." He bolted from the sewer like the devil himself was on his heels, and for all he knew, maybe he was. Dodger didn't stop running until he reached 7 Dials, where Solomon Cohen's cramped attic offered a sliver of sanity. The place reeked of metal shavings and old soup, but right now, it was the closest thing to safety. Solomon, sharp as ever, didn't pester him. He just let Dodger collapse onto the ratty mattress, a stinking, grief-stricken lump, until the smell of simmering broth finally roused him. Onan, Solomon's mangy mutt, let out a whine that could have peeled paint. Dodger uncurled from his blanket cocoon, gulped down the soup without a word, and listened as Solomon's foot-powered lathe whirred to life. The rhythmic clatter was almost comforting, like crickets chirping, if Dodger had ever bothered to notice things like crickets, or grass, or anything outside the grime of London. Note, adjusted phrasing, added sensory details like smells, sounds, deepened Dodger's internal reflection, and sharpened dialogue while preserving the original's grit and dark humor. The warm soup worked its magic, soothing Dodger's body and mind as the crackling grasshoppers kept their strange dance nearby. With nothing left to hold back, he spilled everything to Solomon, the girl, Charlie, Mrs. Quickly, and most of all, Granddad. The old man listened in silence, nodding occasionally until Dodger ran out of words. Then, with a soft sigh, Solomon murmured, "Quite the day you've had, my boy. A shame about your friend, Granddad, may he rest easy." Dodger's voice cracked. "But I left him there for the rats. He told me to." Solomon had this habit, a little sound like a bird chirping before it sang. Dodger never quite figured out what it meant, but it was comforting, like a winding up before wisdom. Now Solomon let out another mum and said, "Tell me, was that worse than being eaten by worms? It's the fate of us all, sooner or later. You were there with him at the end, that's what matters. I knew the man in passing, 33. A fine age for a Tosher, and from what you say, he saw his lady before the end. Me, I'm 54, thank God, and still kicking. Lucky for both of us we crossed paths, Dodger. You've got sense, clean water, saved coins, even those teeth of yours still in your head." Granddad lived his way, died his way. Toshers don't last long, not when they're knee-deep in filth every day. Ever seen a kosher Tosher? No such thing. He chuckled, then grew serious again. Remember him, learn from him, but don't drown in grief. Life's too short for that. Outside, the usual street brawl erupted: shouts, curses, the clatter of fists. Dodger barely flinched. Fights were as common as the stench in these slums, bubbling up like bad stew. Some blamed the drink, but what choice did people have? Beer was safer than water straight from the pump, unless you had the means to boil it, and who had coin for coal before food? A new thought struck him. Grandad got the death he wanted. But who'd want that? Not him, that was certain. And if not that, then what should he be chasing after? The question hung in the air, sharp as the sizzle of grasshoppers in the pan. The idea struck him suddenly, like a stray thought that had been lurking in the shadows before jumping out at the worst possible moment. Dodger tucked it away for later, like a coin behind his ear, just as Solomon started up again. "Now about this Mr. Charlie," Solomon mused, rubbing his chin. "Word at the synagogue is he's sharper than a fresh blade, cuts right through you with a single glance. Knows everything from the way you talk to how you scratch an itch. And he's cozy with the law, tighter than a flea on a hound. So tell me, why would a man like that hand police work to a grubby little sewer rat like you?" He paused, eyeing Dodger's sleeve. "And wipe your nose properly, boy. I didn't teach you to sniff and spit like a gutter cat. Pay attention, unless you fancy ending up like poor Grandad, 6 feet under before his time. You want to survive. Start by looking the part, especially if you're working for Charlie." Solomon waved a wooden spoon toward the door. "Go see Jacob at the pawn shop. Tell him I sent you, and he'd better dress you proper, head to toe, boots included, for $1. Call it an investment from Grandad's legacy." He tossed a glance at Onan, who perked up instantly. "Take the mutt with you. He could use the air, though heaven help us if he gets too excited." Dodger opened his mouth to protest, then shut it. Solomon wasn't wrong. Life on the streets had a way of ending badly. Grandad's fate proved that. And if a fresh suit and polished boots meant more coin from Charlie, well, that was just smart business. Plus, helping a lady in distress sounded better when you didn't look like something the river coughed up. Onan trotted beside him, tail wagging furiously, blissfully unaware of his own distinct aroma. Most dogs had a smell, sure, but Onan took it to another level, like he'd rolled in every foul thing London had to offer twice. Jacob's shop loomed ahead, a cramped little place where the pawnbroker's deals were as questionable as his wife's wig, which always sat crooked no matter how she adjusted it. Rumor had it Jacob wasn't picky about where his merchandise came from, though Solomon never said why he thought so. Dodger squared his shoulders and stepped inside. Ready to haggle. The pawn shop was the kind of place where desperate men traded their tools when times got tough, only to buy them back the moment work picked up again, because nobody could stomach eating a hammer when bread was cheaper. If things got really bad, you'd pawn your extra clothes too, or at least the ones you could live without. And if you never came back for them, well, they'd end up in Jacob's shop, where he and his son spent their days stitching, patching, and turning rags into something halfway decent, not exactly new but presentable. Dodger always liked Jacob. The old man flashed him a salesman's grin, the kind that said, "I hope you're here to spend." "Well, if it isn't my young friend," Jacob boomed. "The very lad who saved my dear Solomon's life. And for heaven's sake, get that mutt out of here." Onan, the shop's resident hound, was banished to the tiny yard out back with a bone to gnaw on, though Dodger figured any bone in London had already been boiled to death in some poor soul's soup pot. Didn't stop Onan from happily chomping away, tail wagging like he'd struck gold. Meanwhile, Dodger was ushered inside and treated like some fancy gent shopping on Savile Row. Except here, every shirt had a history, and every pair of pants had seen more backsides than a park bench. Jacob and his sons swarmed around him like overeager bees, thrusting garments at him only to yank them away seconds later. "Try this one, no, too tight. How about these? Perfect, oh wait, never mind." Clothes flew past in a blur, vanishing before Dodger could even blink. Hero, hardly. Dodger remembered that day 3 years ago, rain pouring, his luck rotten, his temper flaring. He'd been ready to punch the first idiot who looked at him wrong. Then he'd seen them, two thugs stomping some poor old man into the pavement. Back then, he might have joined in just to blow off steam, but something in him had snapped the other way. Pox-ridden mucksnipes, he'd thought. So he waded in, fists flying, boots swinging, until they were the ones crying mercy, just like last night, panting, kicking. No regrets. The whole thing had started out of sheer desperation, hunger and frustration driving Dodger to act in ways even he didn't fully understand. Solomon, of course, chalked it up to divine intervention, which Dodger found laughable. If God ever wandered these grimy streets, he sure didn't stick around long. Still, he'd helped the old man back to his place, even if Solomon was a bit of a strange one, muttering to himself in languages Dodger didn't recognize. Solomon's attic was cramped but warm, and soon enough an arrangement fell into place. Dodger ran errands, scrounged firewood, and occasionally liberated coal from the barges along the river. In return, Solomon turned whatever Dodger scavenged into meals that tasted like something from another world, certainly better than anything he'd ever eaten before. The old man had a knack for bartering too, always squeezing better deals out of Dodger's sewer finds. But there was a catch. Solomon had this habit, this infuriating habit, of asking every single time if the goods were stolen. Sewer loot, fair game. Lost coins, forgotten trinkets, fine, but anything else? Solomon's sharp eyes would narrow and Dodger would feel that silent judgment like a winter draft creeping under the door. It wasn't like Dodger was some hardened thief, just opportunistic. A loaf here, a bottle there, things that wouldn't be missed. Still, the old man's disapproval stung more than he cared to admit. Then something shifted. Solomon started bringing home newspapers from the synagogue, pointing out the tiny, desperate pleas in the lost and found columns. Wedding rings, lockets, keepsakes, things people actually missed. And the magic words, reward to finder. Solomon, ever the negotiator, showed him how returning something lost could fetch more than selling it to some shady fence. Dodger had scoffed at first. Honesty, really? But then he tried it. The way people's faces lit up when he handed back a locket or a ring, it was like watching a candle flicker to life in a dark room. Sure, the money helped, but there was something else too. A lightness in his chest, like he was floating just a little above the filth he usually waded through. And Solomon, the old man, never said "I told you so." He just smiled, ladled out another bowl of soup, and let Dodger pretend he wasn't grinning like an idiot one afternoon, after a rather enthusiastic farewell kiss from a newlywed whose wedding band slipped off during the chaotic move to her new house. Dodger turned to Solomon with a smirk. The other Toshers had been ribbing him mercilessly, so he shot back. "What, you tryin' to save my soul now?" Solomon, ever the dry wit, just chuckled and said, "Well, I'm entertainin' the theory you might actually have won." That small shift in routine, sticking close to Solomon, meant Dodger never had to rough it like the others, freezing in doorways or coughing up coins for some flea-ridden flophouse. All Solomon asked was a bit of evening chatter and now and then a shadow when he delivered his delicate wares, clockwork trinkets, mended jewelry, things that make a thief's fingers itch. Word had spread about Dodger's quick fists and quicker tongue, so the two of them walked London's lanes untouched. Solomon's trade suited Dodger just fine. The old man fixed what others broke, tiny, priceless things. Once Dodger watched him resurrect a shattered music box, gears and springs laid out like a surgeon's puzzle. Solomon worked slow, reverent, like time itself bowed to his tweezers. When the rosewood case needed new ivory inlays, he carved them himself, smooth as a river stone. The lady who owned it tossed in an extra half-crown, delighted. Sure, some lads called Dodger Shabbos goy behind his back, but none of them ate as well. Solomon could out-haggle even the sharpest market vendor, and woe to the fool who tried slipping him moldy bread or wax-dipped bananas. Then there was Jacob's spectacle, shirts, trousers and shoes flying through the air like some mad puppet show until finally they stepped back. Jacob grinned, dusting his hands. "Look at that. We've conjured up a proper gentleman, fit for high society long as they don't mind a whiff of mothballs." Dodger tugged at the stiff fabric of his new trousers, frowning. "Feels like I'm wearing a straitjacket down there," he muttered. Jacob chuckled, adjusting the oversized hat perched on Dodger's head. "Give it time, boy, and for heaven's sake keep your mind out of the gutter, unless you want a wardrobe malfunction in front of the Queen herself." He stepped back, admiring his handiwork with a grin. "Now, if you just let a real barber near that mop of yours, you might actually turn heads instead of sending ladies running for their smelling salts." Dodger ran a hand through his unevenly chopped hair. "Solomon trims it when the weather gets too warm," he said defensively. Jacob let out a noise somewhere between a scoff and a sneeze, the kind only a scandalized tailor could produce. "That's not a trim, that's an assault. You look like you lost a fight with a lawnmower. If Her Majesty saw you now, she'd toss you in the tower before you could say, 'God save the Queen.'" With Onan trotting beside him, still clinging to his prized bone, Dodger stepped back into the grimy streets of London. The clothes weren't perfect, too snug in places, itchy in others, but they were a far cry from his usual rags. Maybe, just maybe, they'd impress her, the girl from the storm. Back in the attic, Solomon barely glanced up from the scattered cards on the table. "And who might you be?" he asked dryly, though the glint in his eye betrayed his amusement. Dodger squinted at the colorful game pieces. "Looks like some children's nonsense. What's so special about it?" Solomon tapped a finger against his temple. "Ah, but appearances deceive. This children's game is a wolf in sheep's clothing. The goal? To collect a happy family by coaxing cards from your opponents. Simple, yes, until you realize how easily trust can be weaponized." His voice dropped to a murmur. "And how quickly joy turns to ruin." Dodger frowned. "You're saying a kid's game is dangerous?" Solomon's smile was thin. "Isn't everything? At first glance, it might look like a fun little game for kids, but if they only realized, parents are basically training them to become poker sharks, or heaven forbid, politicians." Dodger blinked. "What?" Solomon sighed. "Let me break it down for you," he said, noticing Dodger's confusion. "All right, picture this. You're trying to build the perfect family set, say, the Baker clan. You think all you gotta do is wait your turn and ask for the next card like Miss Bunn the baker's daughter. Simple, right? But here's the catch. Your opponents aren't just sitting around twiddling their thumbs. They see you hunting for buns, and suddenly they start demanding buns from you, even if they're actually after the Dose family. You know, Mr. Dose the doctor and his kin. Why? Because they want to throw you off while hoarding their own precious cards." Dodger shrugged. "I just lie and say I didn't have it." "Oh, nice try," Solomon scoffed. "But sooner or later that missing bun's gonna turn up, and then what? You're busted. The game's built on honesty, lie, and you lose. So now you're stuck, second-guessing every move, switching strategies, maybe even going after Mr. Bung the brewer's family, even though your folks never touch a drop. Meanwhile, everyone else is scheming just as hard, faking smiles, pretending they don't care, all while plotting to wreck your plans." Dodger smirked. "Sounds like haggling at the market. Everyone plays dirty." "And how does it end?" Solomon threw up his hands. "Tears, slammed doors, and a whole lot of shouting. Happy family, more like a battlefield. What's the point?" He was practically steaming now, face flushed. Dodger just shrugged again. "Relax, it's just cards, not like it matters." Added detail. Dodger absent-mindedly shuffles the deck, a habit picked up from watching gamblers in the alleyways. Something Solomon notices with a frown. Tone shift. Solomon's rant goes from exasperated to almost theatrical, like a preacher warning about the sins of card games. Dodger shrugged. "It's just pretend, isn't it?" Solomon wasn't buying it. He leaned forward, his sharp eyes boring into Dodger like he could see straight through his skull. "Never played it myself, but think about it. Kids learn to lie to their parents in games like that. And you're telling me it's all just fun, a game. Not the kind where you bet your last coin and maybe walked away richer like Crown and Anchor. No, this was the kind of thing families did together, families who had nothing better to do than waste time. Rich folks' nonsense. Still just a game, Dodger muttered, bracing for Solomon's reaction. The old man's glare could have peeled paint off the walls. His face flushed red and he jabbed a finger at Dodger like he was delivering divine judgment. Listen, boy, games teach us things. What we ignore, what we change, that's what shapes us. You think it's just play, then tell me when you were 7 what was the difference? Dodger chewed on that. Life was a game, wasn't it? But if so, was he the player or just another piece on the board? The thought hit him like a punch. Maybe he didn't have to stay just Dodger. Maybe he could be more. With a sudden burst of energy, he straightened his new coat and strode out, Onan trotting behind. London didn't care how sneaky you were, someone always saw everything. The streets were packed, bodies pressed so close you lost track of where you ended and the next guy began. Perfect for blending in. He aimed for the seedier spots, the Baron's head, the rusty anchor, any hole where a man could drown his sorrows for pennies. Places where toshers and mudlarks rubbed elbows with working girls, all of them looking worse for wear. The stench of the river clung to everything, rotten, thick, impossible to scrub off. Worse than Onan, who trailed him like a walking cesspit, turning heads as people recoiled from the smell. Death had a way of lingering. So did opportunity. And Dodger. He was done being just another pawn. The sun blazed overhead as a ragtag group of friends lounged outside the gunner's daughter, perched on whatever they could find, crumbling barrels, tangled ropes, and the usual riverbank clutter. To Dodger, the city and the Thames felt like two halves of the same beast, one just a lot wetter than the other. The air smelled of fish and damp wood, but laughter still bubbled up among the usual suspects. Bent Henry, Lucy Diver, One-Armed Dave, Preacher, Merry-Go-Round, Messy Bessie, and Mangle. The moment they spotted Dodger's new threads, the teasing began. Well, look who's gone all fancy. Did you rob a lord or just his laundry? Oi, save us a coin or two, eh? I'll pay you back next century. Dodger just grinned, letting them have their fun. But then, with a single sentence, he killed the mood. Granddad's dead, Bent Henry scoffed. No way, I was scavenging with him 2 nights back. Dodger's voice turned sharp. I watched him die today, 33 years old. Don't tell me he ain't gone. I saw it happen near Shoreditch, right by the maelstrom. Merry-Go-Round burst into tears. She was the softest of the bunch, always seeming out of place, like she'd wandered in from some gentler world. She peddled violets in spring and whatever else she could pocket the rest of the year. Not half bad at it either. Her wide-eyed innocence made her the last person anyone suspected, though she had more gaps in her smile than sense in her head. The others just stared at their feet, shifting uncomfortably. Dodger cleared his throat. He left me his haul, what little there was. Then, feeling the weight of their silence, he added, figured I'd buy you all a pie and a round in his name. That got their attention. The mood lifted instantly when he slapped a sixpence on the table. And soon enough, tankards of thick, dark porter appeared, more like a meal than a drink. The kind of brew that could put hair on your chest or at least make you forget the day's sorrows. As the bottles were being drained with the usual chorus of gulps and sighs, Dodger noticed Merry-Go-Round still wiping her eyes. Being the decent sort he was, he leaned in and murmured, "For what it's worth, Mary." He was grinning when he went. Said he'd caught a glimpse of the lady herself. That didn't seem to comfort her much. Between sniffles, she choked out, Double Henry swung by earlier, grabbed a bite and some brandy, just fished another girl out of the river. Dodger exhaled heavily. Double Henry was a waterman, always rowing up and down the Thames, ferrying folks who needed a lift. But the rest of Mary's news was grimly familiar. The crew Dodger ran with were a hardened lot. They knew how to survive. But the city, and especially its filthy river, had no mercy for those who couldn't keep up. Said she likely jumped from Putney Bridge, Mary muttered. Probably in the family way. Dodger's shoulders slumped. It was always the same girls from sleepy little towns with names like Berkhamsted or Uxbridge dreaming of a better life in London. But the city chewed them up and spat them out, usually straight into the Thames. And that water, calling it dirty would be generous. When the bodies floated up, the watermen had to hook them with gaffs and haul them to whichever coroner's office was paying the best bounty. Double Henry had once joked about shopping a corpse around for the highest bidder, though most ended up at 4 farthings. Sometimes, if they were lucky, the dead made the papers. More often, they wound up in Crossbones' graveyard or some potter's field, or worse, on a dissection table for medical students to pick apart. Mary was still sniffling, her words thick with tears. It's always the same. They've all got that long blonde hair, those country girls, and they're just so green. Messy Bessie cut in with a snort. I was green once, didn't do me a lick of good, then I figured out how the game works, she shrugged. But I was born in these streets, knew the rules, those poor lambs, one sweet-talking gent with a bottle of gin and they're done for. Merry-Go-Round wiped her nose and smirked. Had one try that on me once, ran out of coin before he got anywhere. Easiest watch I ever lifted off a drunk. Added detail. Dodger absently fiddled with a loose button on his coat, a nervous habit he'd picked up after his first close call with the river police. The city had a way of leaving its mark one way or another. Tone shift, from somber to darkly humorous, Bessie's blunt pragmatism cutting through the melancholy like a knife. She sighed, shaking her head. Those poor girls weren't from around here like us, so they don't know any better. Dodger's mind flashed to Charlie, then to Sol's earlier words. He muttered under his breath, half to himself, maybe I should quit this toshing business. His voice faded as he wrestled with the thought. What else was there? A man had to work, had to eat, had to survive. Grandad's last grin flickered in his memory. That knowing look like he'd glimpsed the lady. Every tosher had a story about her, tall, draped in shimmering silk, eyes like deep blue glass, always wrapped in a faint haze. And the rats, dozens of them, perched on her shoes like loyal pets. Some swore her feet were claws, but Dodger never dared check. What if they were? Or worse, what if they weren't? Just the thought of those beady eyes watching, waiting for her command. A good tosher might earn a kiss, or so the rumors went, but a bad one. Well, let's just say the rats wouldn't be so friendly. His thoughts circled back to the girls who jumped. Many were expecting no, he shook his head. Dodger had a knack for dodging sorrow, and right now he had bigger problems. Raising his mug, he barked to Grandad wherever the old devils wandered off to. The others cheered, probably hoping for free drinks. No such luck. Leaning in, he dropped his voice. Listen, that night of the storm, someone tried to kill a girl, one of those innocents you mentioned. She got away and I found her. She's safe now. The room went dead silent. He pushed on, though the words felt heavier now. Golden hair. They beat her bloody, and I aimed to find out why. Dodger clenched his fists, his voice tight with anger. I swear I'll tear apart every last one of the scum who did this, and you're gonna help me. What followed was a masterclass in street evasion, a silent performance in 3 flawless acts. First came the classic I Ain't Seen Nothin', followed by I Don't Know Nothin', and finally the grand finale, Wasn't Even There. As if on cue, they threw in a bonus encore. Who me? Nah. Dodger wasn't surprised. Even his so-called friends played dumb when questions got too close to home. Nobody liked a snitch, especially when tomorrow it might be them under the spotlight. But this wasn't just gossip, this mattered. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Onan let out a growl so deep it sounded like something dredged up from the ocean's darkest trenches, something with too many teeth and no patience. The rumble didn't stop, just vibrated through the alley like a warning. Dodger's voice cut through it, cold and steady. Listen up. It's me, Dodger, your pal Dodger, and she was just a girl, golden hair, face beaten black and blue. For a second they all stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Then Messy Bessie's face twisted, her expression shifting like she was wrestling with an idea. A rare sight, given that thoughts usually avoided her like the plague. Dodger had once seen a microscope at a traveling carnival, the kind where you peered into murky water and watched tiny creatures dart around like they were at a party. Bessie's mind worked the same way, mostly empty, but every so often something wriggled to life. "Go on, Bess," he urged. She shot a nervous glance at the others, who suddenly found the cobblestones fascinating. Dodger got it. Snitches didn't last long in their world, not with razor-wielding shadows lurking in every corner. But Bessie's eyes flickered with something new, stubbornness. Her hair, what little remained, was a greasy mess clinging to her scalp in sad, twisted curls. Not golden, not pretty, but right now it didn't matter. New detail, the mention of the traveling carnival's microscope adds a vivid, slightly grotesque layer to Bessie's thought process, making her hesitation more tangible. Tone shift. The sarcastic edge in describing the street evasion performance contrasts with Dodger's raw anger, making his frustration hit harder. Messy Bessie twirled a loose strand of hair between her fingers before shooting a defiant glance at the group. "So there I was, hustling near the shopping district right before that nasty storm hit," she began, her voice rough but animated. "This fancy carriage rolls by with its door swinging wide, and next thing you know, some girl bolts out like her dress is on fire. Two blokes jump out after her, shoving folks aside like they own the pavement." She paused, shrugging as if that explained everything. The others pretended not to notice her, suddenly fascinated by the ceiling or their drinks, anything to avoid being associated with her loudmouth tendencies. Dodger, however, leaned in. "What kind of carriage was it?" Bessie squinted, her memory churning like muddy water. "Expensive, real posh, 2 horses." She clamped her mouth shut, signaling the conversation was over unless more coins appeared. Dodger smirked, her thoughts were as transparent as a clean window. He jingled the change in his pocket, and just like that, Bessie's eyes lit up like a street lamp. "Oh, right, that carriage had a wheel screeching like a stuck pig. Could hear it halfway down the block." Dodger tossed her a few coins, nodding at the others who looked like they'd just witnessed a crime. But as he turned to leave, Bessie blurted, "Wait," she was shouting, but not in English. Neither was the driver. She gave him a knowing look, and Dodger sighed, handing over another couple of pennies. He made a mental note to bill Charlie later, though good luck squeezing extra out of that tight-fisted penny pincher. As he walked away, Dodger weighed his options. This was solid info, worth something. Maybe enough to justify a visit to Charlie's place. His fingers brushed against the crumpled card in his pocket, Fleet Street. Everyone knew it as the newspaper hub, but to him, just another spot with decent scavenging and a few handy tunnels. The Fleet River below was practically a treasure trove if you knew where to look. He smirked. Information, tunnels, and a bit of luck. Just another day in the life. Dodger smiled to himself, remembering the time he'd stumbled upon a sapphire bracelet and a gold sovereign in the same spot. Definitely his lucky charm. Most days, scavenging through the muck only turned up a few worthless coins, but that haul had been something special. With Onan padding along behind him, he wandered deeper into the city, lost in his thoughts. Messy Bessie wasn't exactly the type to spill details about fancy family crests on noblemen's carriages, not that it mattered. If a coach was up to no good, whisking young ladies off to who knows where, the last thing its owner would do was slap a recognizable emblem on the side. But a squeaky wheel, that was a different story. It'd keep yapping until someone shut it up. Time wasn't on his side, and in a city swarming with carriages, carts, and every other kind of rattling contraption, tracking down one noisy wheel was like finding a needle in a haystack. Tough luck, he mused, but if anyone's gonna grease that wheel, or maybe introduce a few faces to my knuckles, it'll be me. Fleet Street never slept, thanks to the endless churn of newspapers. The open sewer running down the middle oozed rather than flowed, and Dodger had heard the tales, like the butcher's pig that escaped into the tunnels, feasting on scraps until it turned into some monstrous, tusked beast. Not exactly the kind of thing you'd want to run into on a dark night. But today, the real monsters were the printing presses, shaking the ground with their relentless hunger for scandal, politics, and of course, the juiciest murders. Newsboys darted through the chaos, clutching papers like their lives depended on it, shouting the latest horrors to anyone who'd listen. Dodger scanned the crowd, searching for the Chronicle, though the big, fancy letters might as well have been hieroglyphics to him. Just my luck, he thought, trying to read in a place where words move faster than the rats. Dodger finally got directions from a grumpy printer in a ridiculous square hat, who shot him a suspicious glare that practically screamed, "Keep your hands to yourself, gutter rat." He rolled his eyes. Toshing wasn't stealing, for heaven's sake. Any proper tosher knew that. After tying Onan to a railing safe from thieves, thanks to the dog's unmistakable stench, he marched up the steps of the Morning Chronicle, only to be blocked by a doorman who clearly loved his job a little too much. The man's smug expression and fancy hat practically oozed disdain as he sneered, "Scram, kid. This ain't no place for street trash. And that suit, looks like you dug it out of a grave." Dodger kept his face blank but straightened his spine. "I'm here to see Mr. Dickens," he announced, pulling out Charlie's calling card like a Trump suit. "He sent me. Got that through your thick skull?" The doorman's glare could have melted lead, but the name Dickens worked like magic. A harried-looking clerk appeared, squinted at the card, then at Dodger, then sighed. "Fine, come in, just don't pocket anything." "Wouldn't dream of it," Dodger chirped, flashing his most innocent grin. Inside, the office was a cramped hive of self-important clerks scribbling away like their lives depended on it. The head clerk eyed him like he was a pickpocket mid-swipe, fingers hovering near a bell. Dodger plopped onto a bench, watching as the ever-present London fog slithered in through the door, thick, yellow, and reeking of coal smoke and river filth. It swirled like some cursed mist, turning the air hazy until a clerk stomped over and slammed the door shut with a pointed huff. Dodger beamed back just to irritate him further. The place was dull as dirt, papers, ink stains, half-drunk mugs of tea, and books stuffed with scraps for bookmarks. But the real mystery, the foot-long spikes jutting from every desk. What lunatic thought that was a good idea? One wrong move and some poor clerk would end up impaled like a kebab. Dodger smirked. Maybe office work was more dangerous than he thought. Dodger gestured toward the nearest clerk, putting on his best wide-eyed innocent act. "Hey there, pal," he said, sounding like some clueless kid who'd wandered in off the street. "Mind telling me what this thing's for?" He tapped the spike on the desk. The clerk rolled his eyes like Dodger had just asked why the sky was blue. "Seriously, it's for papers we're done with, keeps the mess off the desk." Dodger scratched his head, playing dumb. "Wouldn't it be easier to just toss 'em in the bin?" The clerk gave him a look that could curdle milk. "You thick or something? What if we need it later? Then we just grab it off the spike." The other clerks barely glanced up, too busy pretending they had important work to do, but Dodger caught the way their eyes flicked over his ragged clothes, like they were any better dressed. He kept his mouth shut, though. No point starting a fight when he was just here to wait. Then everything went sideways. A masked man shoved past the doorman, who was still adjusting his pants like he just stumbled back from a quick alley break, and stormed in, waving a bread knife like he meant business. "Hand over the cash," the guy snarled, pressing the blade toward the head clerk, "or I'll open you up like a tin can, and nobody move." Dodger sized up the situation fast. That knife. Yeah, it could do damage, serrated edge and all, but the guy holding it, he was shaking worse than a leaf in a storm. The clerks were frozen, eyes wide, probably regretting every life choice that led them here. And then Dodger recognized him. The voice, the stink of cheap gin. This wasn't some hardened criminal, just some poor sap pushed too far. So Dodger moved. Quick as a pickpocket, he snatched the spike off the desk and pressed the tip just hard enough against the guy's neck to get his attention. Leaning in, he muttered low, so only the would-be thief could hear, "Drop the knife and bolt, or I swear you'll be whistling through a new hole in your throat." The guy hesitated, then the knife clattered to the floor. He took off like a shot, leaving the clerks gaping like fish. Dodger just grinned. Another day, another mess cleaned up. Dodger flashed a grin, recognizing the man instantly. "It's me, Dodger. You know who I am," he muttered under his breath before barking. "We don't tolerate this nonsense around here, you drunken fool." The man reeked of gin, his breath thick enough to knock out a horse, but Dodger didn't hesitate. He yanked him out into the foggy street, ignoring the clerks shrieking like startled pigeons. "Don't worry, I've got him," Dodger shouted over his shoulder, hauling the stumbling figure past a beach-red doorman and into the nearest alley. The would-be thief, Stumpy Higgins, with his clunky wooden leg and a metal cap that scraped against the cobblestones, wasn't putting up much of a fight. The alley stank of desperation, stale beer, and now, thanks to Stumpy's panicked bladder, something far worse. The fog at least softened the assault on the nose, though it couldn't hide the fact that Stumpy's trousers had seen better days, probably back when Queen Victoria was still a gleam in her father's eye. The knife clattered to the ground, and Dodger kicked it into the shadows before dragging Stumpy to the other end of the alley. Crossing the street, he shoved him into a corner and shook his head. "Stumpy Higgins, you absolute disaster," Dodger groaned. "If you keep this up, the next judge you see will have you swinging from the gallows before tea time. When was the last time you ate, or hell, even stood under a rain barrel?" Stumpy mumbled something about pride and not begging, but Dodger wasn't having it. The memory of Granddad flickered in his mind, softening his irritation. "Here," he sighed, pressing a sixpence into Stumpy's grimy hand. "Get yourself a meal and a bed if you don't waste it on gin. Now scram. I don't know you, you don't know me, and with any luck the coppers won't either." He gave him a nudge. "And next time, maybe sober up before the robbery, yeah." By the time Dodger slipped back into the Chronicle offices, the clerks were already spinning wild tales to a baffled copper. Apparently, Stumpy had transformed into a knife-wielding giant in their retelling, proof that fear and gossip made for terrible eyewitnesses. Dodger smirked. If only they knew the real Stumpy. A half-starved, one-legged mess who couldn't outrun a determined tortoise. The officer scribbled notes at a snail's pace, constantly distracted by the clerk's gossip while keeping a suspicious eye on Dodger. The kid knew that look. Cops might struggle with paperwork, but spotting street rats like him, that came naturally. Sure enough, the constable jabbed a finger his way. "This fine citizen helped the thief, didn't he?" The head clerk shifted uncomfortably. "Actually, no. He scared the crook off with one of our letter openers." Dodger clenched his jaw as the cop's grin widened. "So he was armed too, eh?" "It's a desk spike," the clerk sighed. "We keep them for opening mail." The door hinges groaned as a familiar voice cut through the tension. "Constable, this young man works under my authority." Charlie stepped into the room, his tone smooth as whiskey. "Our friend Dodger here just saved the Chronicle from disaster. Heroic stuff, really. Deserves a medal if you ask me. Now if you'll excuse us, we've urgent business at the coffee house." He flashed a wink at Dodger, who nearly tripped over his own feet following him out. Onan trotted behind, tail wagging with the eternal hope that this detour might involve discarded sausages. No such luck. Dodger secured him to a lamppost with an apologetic pat. "Proper bone later, mate," he muttered, making a mental note to raid the butcher's scraps. The coffee house hit him like a wall of noise and bitter steam. Solomon wasn't wrong, it smelled like burnt dirt. Charlie shoved him into a chair amidst the chaos. "Perfect spot," he shouted over the din. "In here secrets vanish faster than a pickpocket in a crowd. So truth about your little stunt, or should we call it creative justice?" He leaned in. "Ever crossed paths with a fellow named Napoleon?" Added details, Onan's sausage hope, Dodger's internal promise about the bone, expanded coffeehouse sensory description. Tone shift. Bureaucratic frustration, right arrow, wry humor in the coffeehouse scene. Go ahead, take more sugar. When you finish this bowl, they'll bring another. These new sugar cubes are all the rage, don't you think? Dodger paused mid-motion, his pockets already stuffed with stolen lumps. Napoleon, right? That French general. That's why we got old soldiers begging on corners, sometimes waving a blade around, yeah. Charlie chuckled. Funny you mention him. He once said luck was the most important quality in a general. And you, Dodger, are drowning in luck, because something about your little adventure stinks worse than week-old cheese. He leaned in, lowering his voice. I know your type, so I'll put in a good word with my editor, maybe even snag you a few coins. But don't expect your name in the papers. Word gets out you're cozy with the law, and your shadowy friends might not be so friendly anymore. His fingers brushed his pocket and the metallic clink of coins followed. So, what have you dug up? Dodger spilled the details, the coach, the girl, while Charlie listened like a hawk. When he finished, Charlie frowned. No crest on the coach, and the accent French-German, Dodger shrugged. Look, Mr. Charlie, I know my way around a carriage and can spot an accent, but my source ain't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Charlie sighed, giving Dodger a look usually reserved for stray dogs. You're a tabula rasa, Latin for blank slate. Clever, sure, but with nothing to be clever about. Breaks my heart, truly. His eyes flicked over Dodger's new, ill-fitting suit. Though I see you've upgraded your wardrobe courtesy of some back-alley tailor, no doubt. He smirked at Dodger's surprise. What, you think a man like me doesn't know a shoddy shop when he sees one? Trust me, I've seen every dark corner this city has to offer. Then his tone lightened. Good news, though, the girl you saved is doing better. Oddly, no one's reported her missing yet, which tells me she's not some nobody. She's still struggling to speak, but she understands English. And between you and me, I think she's foreign, important foreign. Can't say why, but I've got a hunch this is stirring up trouble in high places. New detail. Dodger's fingers twitched toward his hidden knife as Charlie spoke, a reflex from years in the gutters. The coins in Charlie's pocket weren't the only metal between them. Tone shift. Charlie's mocking lecture about Dodger's blank slate suddenly turns sharp, almost pitying, then flips back to casual intrigue like a gambler revealing his hand. The ornate crest on her ring sparked Dodger's curiosity. Sir Robert Peel's evasive answers only deepened the mystery. Newspapers might print stories, but not every secret made the front page. A game. Dodger clenched his fists. He'd played plenty of street games, but none that left a girl half dead in the gutter. That kind of game needed ending. Amid the clatter of coffee cups and the haze of pipe smoke, he muttered a quick prayer, awkward but desperate. Never met you, ma'am, but Grandad spoke of you. If he's up there with you now, maybe send a bit of luck my way. I'm Dodger, king of the Toshers, and I could use the help. Much obliged. The noise swallowed his words, but he leaned in, voice low. If nobody's reported her missing, maybe they're hoping to find her first, or worse, hoping nobody else does. Charlie's eyes gleamed. You're sharp, Dodger. I've got a soft spot for the police, don't give me that look, but what I like is the idea of them. The law ought to work for everyone, not just the poor. Funny thing is, the rich hate 'em more than the rookeries ever could. He tapped the table. Now, a fine carriage and pair, that's a lead. Find who owns it, and we might just clean up this mess. Maybe even put some coin in your pocket. 2 half-crowns clinked onto the table, vanishing into Dodger's coat before Charlie could blink. Speaking of, Charlie added, Mayhew and his wife want to see you tomorrow. They think you're some kind of grimy-faced saint, me. I know you're a proper scoundrel, clever, ruthless, the sort who'd climb over his own grandma to get ahead. But these days we need lads like you. So who are you really? Dodger hesitated. The world was spinning too fast to dodge the question. You swear it stays between us. On your honor, Charlie grinned. On my honor as a journalist, which, strictly speaking, means no promises at all. But go on, try me. New detail. Dodger's fingers twitched toward the hidden knife in his boot. Old habits died hard, even in polite company. Charlie leaned in with genuine interest, his eyes bright with curiosity. "I have every confidence in you, Dodger, and I wouldn't dream of standing in your way." Just one moment. He fumbled in his coat pocket, pulling out a tiny notepad and a stubby pencil, scribbling something down before flashing an apologetic grin. "Sorry about that. Words have a habit of slipping away if I don't pin them down fast enough. Now go on, don't let me interrupt." Dodger shifted uncomfortably, rubbing the back of his neck. "Grew up in an orphanage, didn't I? No mum, no dad, just me and a pack of lads who thought my name was a right laugh. Got knocked around plenty for it too, till one day I'd had enough. Grabbed the nearest chair and gave 'em a taste of their own medicine." A smirk tugged at his lips as he remembered the satisfying crack of wood against bone. "After that, the streets were a sight kinder. That's where I really learned to live." Charlie nodded, tapping his pencil thoughtfully. "Fascinating, but you still haven't shared your real name." Dodger hesitated, bracing for mockery, but Charlie just blinked and said, "Ah, that does make sense." "Don't worry, your secret's safe with me, though I am curious what happened after the orphanage. You gonna put all this in that little book of yours?" Dodger eyed the notepad warily. "Nothing so formal," Charlie chuckled. "Just a man who enjoys a good story." Dodger usually kept his mouth shut, street smarts taught him that much. But there was something about Charlie, something that made the words spill out before he could stop them. "Got shoved up chimneys for a while, skinny enough to fit, see. One day I popped out in some fancy bloke's bedroom and nicked a diamond ring off the dresser. Best decision I ever made. Chimney work's a death sentence. The soot gets everywhere, and I mean everywhere. Saw lads who stuck with it ended up coughing their lungs out or worse. Lucky for me, I got out quick." He shrugged as if it were just another day in the life. "That's how it was." Charlie's expression darkened for a moment, then brightened with a wry smile. "Well, Dodger, I'd say you've got a knack for survival and storytelling. Ever consider writing your own adventures down?" Dodger barked a laugh. "Me? Now words ain't my strong suit." "Funny," Charlie mused, tucking the notepad away. "I think you've got away with them all the same." Dodger shifted the diamond ring in his palm before handing it over to the fence, who eyed him with a mix of curiosity and approval. "You've got quick fingers, kid," the man said, leaning in. "Ever thought about being a snakesman?" Dodger smirked. "I know what that is, Gov, but how'd I end up toshing, you ask?" He exhaled sharply, the memory thick in his throat. "Got into a spot of trouble over a missing goose, feathers everywhere, and suddenly I'm sprinting from the law. Those runners couldn't keep up if their lives depended on it, too busy wobbling on their feet. So I ducked into the sewers and, well, found my calling." Charlie studied him, face unreadable, before snapping out of his thoughts. "Suppose you'd been born a Jeffrey Smith or a Jonathan Baxter. What then?" Dodger shrugged. "Dunno, probably some dull bloke with a proper job." A rare grin flickered across Charlie's face. "Somehow I doubt that. Was it genuine?" Hard to tell with Charlie. The moment hung between them before they parted ways, Charlie vanishing into the night, Dodger heading home with a fresh bone for Onan, who trotted beside him, drooling in anticipation. Not a bad haul for the day, extra coin, a pocketful of sugar, and the satisfaction of outrunning fate once more. Up in the attic, Solomon was lost in his work, hands moving like they had a mind of their own. The old man's focus was absolute, as if the lathe and his thoughts were one. Dodger admired that quiet precision, though he'd never trade his own chaos for it. Solomon's wardrobe was another matter. Those billowy pantaloons, that threadbare coat, and those embroidered slippers from places Dodger could only guess at. The man was a walking mystery, but then again, so was everyone in this city if you looked close enough. New detail. As Dodger climbed the creaky stairs, he caught the faint scent of cinnamon drifting from a nearby bakery, a reminder that even in the grime of London, small comforts existed. The chapter closed with the promise of another encounter, this time with a damsel who seemed more than eager to thank him. Dodger grinned. Life never stayed dull for long. Dodger couldn't help but admire Solomon's apron. Its deep front pocket was perfect for catching runaway trinkets that slipped from the workbench. The rich scent of mutton stew bubbling in the cauldron made his stomach growl. Solomon had a knack for turning scraps into something mouth-watering, and when Dodger once asked how, the old man just chuckled and said, "Years of making do in the wild teaches you to work miracles with nothing." Sleep didn't come easy in Seven Dials. The nights were alive with drunken brawls, wailing babies, and shouting matches, a chaotic symphony that passed for bedtime music. Dodger lay on his thin mattress, staring at the cracked ceiling, his mind racing. Messy Bessie had been a dead end, but the coach with its fancy wheels and maybe even a crest, that was a lead, if he could just get the girl to remember more. Then there were the Mayhews. Dodger smirked to himself. If he cleaned up, played the grateful street urchin just right, who knew? Maybe they'd toss him a coin or two. Rich folks loved feeling charitable, it eased their guilt. And if he was really lucky, he might even catch another glimpse of that golden-haired girl. His thoughts took a sharper turn. Cunning never slept, and neither did hunger. The Mayhews might pat themselves on the back for helping a poor soul, but Dodger knew the game. A well-told sob story, not that he had to exaggerate, could open doors, or at least wallets. The city bells clanged overhead, relentless. Time to move. A squeaky wheel, a flashy coach, and a girl with secrets Dodger had work to do. Dodger lay in the dark, his thoughts tangled around the girl he'd saved. A flicker of guilt nagged at him. Shouldn't the act itself be enough? But survival had sharpened his instincts, and he couldn't help weighing the possibilities. Shame was a luxury he couldn't afford, not when every day was a gamble. Rolling onto his side, his mind drifted to Charlie, who saw him as some swaggering rogue, like a character from a penny dreadful. And wasn't Charlie playing his own game too? Every boy wanted to be seen as clever, a street-smart operator. Words were Charlie's weapon, a game Dodger didn't fully grasp, but survival. That was a game he'd mastered. His chest tightened as he remembered Granddad, gone with a grin in the filth and shadows of the sewers. The maelstrom could wait. Even rats knew when to scatter. He'd give it time before facing those tunnels again. Then there was Stumpy, who'd lost half his legs to a Spanish cannonball and still carried on. Funny how life twisted. One minute you're scraping by, the next you're being called a hero, rubbing elbows with the fancy set. Charlie's words clung to him, reshaping everything. Was he just a pawn, or would he seize the board? Morning came, and Dodger scrubbed up as best he could before heading to Mayhew's place. Daylight softened the edges of the man's home, not a mansion, but solid, respectable. The whole street had that air, polished and quiet, with a bobby on patrol. To Dodger's shock, the officer tipped his hat, just a nod, really, but it was enough to make his pulse jump. No shooing away, no rough words. Heart pounding, Dodger mimicked Charlie's smooth talk, tipping an imaginary cap. "Fine morning, officer." The constable barely blinked, just ambled past. Dodger grinned. Maybe the world was shifting. He knew how to linger near the back doors of the well-off, how to be remembered as quick and useful. Today, though, he walked right up to the front. Dodger had figured out early that being an urchin wasn't just about survival. It was a craft, something you had to perfect if you wanted to stay out of trouble. To thrive in the shadows of London streets, you had to play the part, charm the right people, and make yourself unforgettable. And that's exactly what he did. Dodger wasn't just a name. It was a role he embodied completely. He strolled up to the servants' entrance, hoping to catch Mrs. Quickly, the cook who always had a soft spot for him. Instead, a nervous maid answered, flustered by his easy grin. Before she could stammer out another word, Mrs. Quickly bustled in, wiping her hands on her apron, her sleeves flecked with bits of poultry. "Well, look at you, all fancy-like," she teased, eyeing his cleaned-up appearance. "Don't expect me to bow, I'm up to my elbows in giblets." After shooing the maid off to tend to the kitchen, Mrs. Quickly pulled Dodger into a hug that left traces of her work on his coat. "You're the talk of the house, my boy," she crowed. Word is you took on a gang of thieves all by yourself last night. Saved the Morning Chronicle from being looted, she winked. Now, I've known you long enough to doubt you'd lift a finger unless there was a pie in it for you, but here you are, a proper hero. Dodger grinned, but she wasn't done. Next thing we know, they'll be nominating you for Lord Mayor, she joked. And when they do, you'd better pick me as your Lady Mayoress. I've had enough husbands to know the ropes. Her laughter faded into something warmer. Seriously, though, well done, lad. The moment was cut short by a distant clatter, but Dodger didn't mind. He'd gotten what he came for, a warm welcome, a bit of praise, and if he played his cards right, maybe even a slice of that mutton pie. Dodger trailed the maid up the worn stone steps, past the invisible barrier of the green baize door, that unspoken divide separating those who scrubbed the floors from those who trod upon them. Upstairs, chaos reigned. A frazzled couple played referee between two squabbling boys, each accusing the other of demolishing a prized toy soldier. Before Dodger could blink, Mr. Mayhew seized his arm, steering him past the domestic battlefield into a cramped study. The room was a fortress of paper, books stacked haphazardly, notes piled like miniature skyscrapers. Dodger barely had time to perch on the edge of an unforgiving wooden chair before Mayhew launched into his interrogation. "A pleasure to see you again," the man said, though his tone suggested something closer to fascination than mere politeness. "After last night's incident, Charlie filled me in. You're quite the enigma, young man. Mind if I pry?" His fingers twitched toward a notebook, pencil at the ready. Dodger stiffened. Strangers usually demanded answers without preamble, no pleas, just barked accusations. "Ain't opposed," he muttered, "long as the questions ain't too nosy." His gaze darted around the room, half expecting the walls to sprout more questions. Mayhew chuckled, flipping the notebook shut. "Fair enough. But tell me, Dodger can't be the name you were born with, surely?" Dodger shrugged. "Foundlings or orphanage gave me the name, said I was quick on my feet. He left out the rest, the alley scraps, the near misses. No need to spill every secret." The pencil hovered, hungry. Dodger's fingers clenched. "Written things down." "Makes me clam up," he admitted, already eyeing the door. To his shock, Mayhew set the notebook aside. "My apologies. Force of habit. I document lives for my work. Call it a passion." His smile was genuine, almost disarming. "But your words stay yours unless you say otherwise." Dodger exhaled. "Maybe this wouldn't be another trap after all. My colleagues and I are trying to show the government just how dire things have become in this city, supposedly the wealthiest and most powerful in the world. Yet for so many, life here isn't much better than the slums of Calcutta." He paused, studying Dodger's blank expression. "Tell me, young man, does the name Calcutta mean anything to you?" Dodger hesitated, eyeing the pencil in Mayhew's hand. "No point lying." "Not a clue, sir. Sorry about that." "Not your fault, Mr. Dodger," Mayhew sighed, almost talking to himself. "Ignorance, sickness, bad food, and filthy water, it's a cycle that keeps dragging people down. That's why I gather stories, wages, anything to force the government to act. Funny thing, the wealthy. They'll toss coins at churches and charities, pat themselves on the back, but ask them to look at the filth beneath their polished boots. Suddenly, they're too busy stirring soup for the deserving poor." At the mention of food, Dodger's stomach let out an audible growl. Mayhew blinked, flustered. "Good heavens, you must be starving. I'll have the maid bring you some bacon and eggs. We're not drowning in money, but we're not scraping by either. Though mind you, I've met paupers who swear they're doing just fine, and rich men in mansions who act like debt collectors are at the door." He chuckled, ringing the bell before turning back to Dodger. "Now, you Atasher, occasional entrepreneur, do you feel rich or poor?" Dodger recognized a trap when he heard one. Mayhew wasn't as sly as Charlie, but he wasn't a fool either. Best to stick to the truth. "Soul and me, we get by. Better than most, I'd say." Mayhew nodded, satisfied, flipping through his notes. "Ah yes, Soul, the Jewish gentleman you live with, according to Charlie." Dodger grinned. "Didn't take much convincing, sir. Pretty sure he came that way." Dodger frowned slightly as Mr. Mayhew chuckled to himself. How did Charlie know where he lived when he couldn't recall ever telling him? But the clatter of a tray outside the door pushed the thought aside. Heavy rattling meant good food, and sure enough, a plate of bacon and eggs appeared. Mr. Mayhew waved it off, claiming he'd already eaten, so Dodger dug in with gusto. "Charlie believes in you," Mayhew said, leaning forward. "And I must say, I admire your willingness to help a stranger, especially one who's endured such horrors." She understands English, but her ordeal has left her shaken. She can't yet speak of what happened. Dodger paused mid-bite, his usual hunger momentarily forgot. "She was terrified," he muttered. "Married to some brute who treated her like dirt, that much is clear." He hesitated, then thought, "She's hurt, yeah, but not broken. She's playing it smart, holding back until she knows who to trust. If he were in her shoes, beaten or not, he'd do the same. Street rules, never show all your cards." Mayhew's gaze lingered, sharp and probing. "Tell me," he said, "where were you born, Mr. Dodger?" Dodger scraped his plate clean, even running his tongue along the knife before answering. "Bow, sir, maybe, ain't exactly sure." "And how did you end up a tosher?" A shrug. "Started as a mudlark. Kids love that mess, digging through river muck for coal and whatnot. Summer's fine, winter's hell, but if you're clever, you survive. Did a stint with a sweep, then found toshing. Took to it like a duck to water, or a rat to a sewer, take your pick. Never struck gold down there, but I've hauled up everything else folks toss away. You wouldn't believe the things I've found near the hospitals. Whole skeletons worth of secrets." He grinned, watching Mayhew's reaction. Let him chew on that. Dodger leaned back with a grin, his hands gesturing wildly as he painted a picture of London's hidden underworld. "You wouldn't believe the sights down there, sir. Tunnels twisting like a maze, walls covered in moss, and chambers with names straight out of a fairy tale. The grotto, windy corner, even the Queen's bedroom. Places only us toshers know, like our own grimy palms, though Solomon makes sure I scrub mine proper." His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "When the sunset hits the river just right, it turns the whole place golden. Like stepping into some kind of hidden kingdom, sir. Sounds mad, I know, but it's the truth." He caught himself before saying too much. No need to mention the odd bit of borrowing he'd done in those tunnels, not to a man scribbling notes. Better to keep things respectable. "Found an old bedstead once," he added with a chuckle. "Funny how the light sneaks in even down there." Mr. Mayhew's expression was priceless, half shocked, half fascinated, like he'd just seen a street cat recite poetry. Then came the question Dodger had been waiting for. "And what might a tosher earn in a day, Mr. Dodger?" He'd rehearsed this. "Well, sir, some days the river's generous, others it's stingy. Call it chimney-sweep wages with the occasional lucky find." He flashed a grin then, "because a gentleman ought to have morals," threw in. "Course, if I stumble on something lost, I make sure it finds its way home." Mostly true if you ignored the finder's fee he sometimes negotiated. Mayhew cleared his throat. "You seem remarkably clean for your profession." Dodger barked a laugh. "That's Solomon's doing, sir. Man's got a fear of dirt like it's contagious. We've got a tin tub in the back, more like standing in a puddle while you scrape yourself raw, but it does the job. He says cleanliness beats godliness any day." Mayhew's eyes widened, like he'd just discovered a diamond in a gutter. Dodger bit back another smirk. "Works every time." Dodger blinked as Mr. Mayhew chuckled. "Well, Mr. Dodger, you're like a man pulled straight from the fire. Impressive. Come along now." Moments later, Dodger found himself in the dimly lit upstairs maid's quarters, where the golden-haired girl sat perched on the edge of a bed, looking as if she'd just woken. Her smile cut through the shadows, warming something deep inside Dodger, his usually guarded heart thudding faster than he'd care to admit. "Mr." Mayhew gestured toward the girl. "Our young guest is recovering nicely, thank heavens." Then, with a nod to the woman beside her, he added, "And this is my wife, Jane, though I suspect you've already crossed paths. Jane, meet Mr. Dodger, our very own knight in slightly tarnished armor." Dodger, never one to let assumptions slide, cleared his throat. "Just the one damsel, sir, unless there's another lady in need I ain't heard about." Mrs. Mayhew, who'd been holding a half-empty soup bowl, rose with a knowing smirk. "Oh, just the one, Mr. Dodger. My husband does have a flair for exaggeration." The couple exchanged a glance, and Dodger felt like he'd missed some private joke. But then again, he'd spent enough time around street vendors and their families to know how these things worked. Sure, the man might bark orders, but it was the wife who steered the cart, so to speak. The Mayhews. They moved like a well-oiled ship, with Mrs. Mayhew adjusting the sails whenever needed. Her expression softened as she turned back to the girl. "We've been calling her Simplicity, a good, honest name until we learn more. Poor thing's had a rough go of it, and the noise outside rattles her something awful," she sighed, brushing a strand of hair from the girl's forehead. "The bruises will fade, but some wounds, well, they take longer to heal." A carriage clattered past outside, and Simplicity flinched, her fingers tightening around the quilt. Mrs. Mayhew shot Dodger a look that said more than words ever could. This girl's story wasn't just sad. It was familiar. The room held a quiet charm, though traces lingered of better days. Days when someone must have cherished Simplicity enough to gift her that exquisite ring she wore. Dodger didn't need a cipher to decode the silent exchange between Mr. and Mrs. Mayhew. Their glances spoke volumes, especially the unspoken warning: "Best not mention expensive jewelry around this streetwise lad." "She flinches at carriages, you said," Dodger mused, shifting the subject. "What about the usual racket, horses clomping by, or those stinking honey wagons rattling down the cobbles?" Mrs. Mayhew arched a brow. "You're sharper than most, young man." Dodger grinned, rubbing his sleeve. "Apologies, ma'am, but my Sunday best's soaking in a tub somewhere." Her expression didn't flicker. "I meant your mind, Mr. Dodger, quick as a pickpocket's fingers. Mr. Dickens seems convinced you're the one to untangle this mess." She hesitated, exchanging another loaded look with her husband. "There's another layer to this horror. You understand, the girl was—" Her voice faltered, choked by the weight of unspeakable things. Abruptly she fled, leaving the room thick with silence. Dodger's gaze flicked to Simplicity, then back to Mr. Mayhew. "Sir, with respect, let me talk to her alone. Maybe coax a word or two while she eats. Soup's better with company." Mayhew stiffened. "A young lady unchaperoned, improper," Dodger's jaw set. "So's beating a woman near to death and tossing her in the Thames. I didn't do that. Seems to me under this roof we could bend the rules just enough to be decent." From the hallway, Mrs. Mayhew's footsteps paused. Henry wavered, then sighed. "Door stays open if she agrees." Simplicity's voice, frail but clear, cut through. "Please, I'd like to speak with my savior." True to his word, Mayhew left the door a sliver open. Dodger perched on the edge of the vacated chair, suddenly awkward, and offered a shaky smile. Simplicity met it with one of her own, brighter than he'd expected. He handed her the spoon. "So, what now?" She took it, sipped the broth, then whispered, "I'd say I want to go home, but home's gone. Now I need to know, can I trust you, Dodger?" Her eyes searched his, a flicker of hope beneath the weariness. Outside, a vendor's shout drifted up from the street, a mundane counterpoint to the quiet storm between them. She studied Dodger carefully, then gave a small nod. "Maybe I can trust a man who risked his neck for a stranger." Dodger shrugged like it was nothing, though his pulse still raced from the fight. "Mr. and Mrs. Mayhew are good folk, you can count on that." Her laugh was sharp, unexpected. "Oh, can I? Mr. Mayhew would rather you weren't here at all. Thinks you take advantage. As if a man who just pulled me from the river would suddenly turn into some kind of villain." She leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Good people follow rules, Dodger, and rules say I belong to my husband, no matter how he treats me. One official-looking paper with a fancy seal, and they'd hand me right back to him. Back to a man who can't stand the sight of me but won't defy his father." Her accent shifted as she spoke, the polished edges slipping away, replaced by something rougher. London streets, not high society. Dodger's ears pricked up. She was playing a part, hiding in plain sight. Clever. He knew accents like a sailor knew tides. Dutch, German, Swedish, he could pick 'em apart without understanding a word. Not that he bothered learning. Why would he? By 12, he'd mastered the useful phrases, where to find the ladies of the night, how to steer a drunk toward them for a spare coin. Survival had its own language. Footsteps creaked on the stairs. Dodger snapped to attention, grinning at the startled Mayhews. "Just calming her nerves, sir. Coaches spook her something fierce. Thought a stroll might help, show her they're just ordinary carriages, nothing to fear." New detail. Dodger notices a faint scar on her wrist, half hidden by her sleeve, a mark that doesn't match her refined act. Twist. Her tone shifts from vulnerable to razor-sharp, revealing a street-smart edge beneath the damsel act. Dodger hesitated for a second before asking, "Would it be all right if I took her out for a bit of fresh air?" The silence that followed made him instantly regret the question. He caught himself. Here he was, talking to these fine folks like he belonged in their world. Funny how a decent suit and a hot breakfast could make a man forget where he came from. But he hadn't forgotten. He was still the same boy who'd woken up that morning with mud on his boots, and they were still the kind of people who lived in grand houses. One wrong move and they'd remember that too. Still, a stubborn voice in his head whispered, "I ain't nobody's servant. I ain't running from the law, and I ain't done nothing to hang my head over. Sure, they've got more than me, way more, but that don't make 'em better, Mrs." Mayhew finally spoke, choosing her words carefully. "I do believe simplicity needs fresh air eventually, Mr. Dodger, so perhaps an arrangement could be made. But you must understand, she cannot go unchaperoned. Society would never allow it, no matter how honorable your intentions, Mr." Mayhew shifted uncomfortably, and Dodger, sensing an opening, flashed his most disarming grin. "Now, Mrs. Mayhew, I swear there won't be any funny business. Mostly 'cause I don't even know what that is. Closest thing I've got to a handkerchief is my sleeve." For just a second her stern expression softened. "You are quite bold, young man." "Better bold than boring, ma'am," Dodger shot back. "Besides, I reckon if I walk with simplicity through the city she might spot something or someone that could lead us to the men who hurt her. That carriage she escaped from had a sound to its wheels I've never heard before. Find the carriage, find the villains, Mr." Mayhew exchanged a glance with his wife. "You make a compelling argument, Mr. Dodger, but there are other considerations." Dodger straightened his shoulders. "I know, sir, and I reckon Charlie does too. Don't know what compelling means, but I know London, every alley, every shadow, every face. People know me and I know them. If there's answers to be found, I'll find 'em." Mrs. Mayhew sighed. "Very well, Mr. Dodger." Dodger wasn't entirely sure what loco parentis meant, but he nodded along anyway. "Fair enough, ma'am," he said, tipping his cap. "Though I'll be back this way tomorrow afternoon, just in case anyone has a change of heart." He made sure to say it loud enough for the whole room to hear. Mr. Mayhew caught him by the kitchen door, lowering his voice. "My wife's a bit on edge these days, you understand," Dodger blinked. "Can't say I do, sir." They left it at that, shaking hands like proper gentlemen before Dodger ducked out, still buzzing from the strange thrill of being allowed to speak his mind. Soul's never gonna believe this. The cook barely glanced up as he stepped into the kitchen. "Well, well, look who's climbing the social ladder," she chuckled, wiping her hands on her apron. "From sewer scavenger to tea-time guest, what's next, Parliament?" She tossed him a bundle wrapped in old newspaper. "Times are lean around here, love. Had to let the second maid go, and if things keep up, Mrs. Sharples might be next. Not that anyone'll miss her." She winked. "Still managed to scrape together some cold potatoes, carrots, and a decent bit of pork for you." Dodger took the package, nodding. "Much obliged, ma'am," Mrs. quickly beamed, arms wide. "Spoken like a proper gent, though I wouldn't say no to a little peck on the cheek." Dodger obliged, though her enthusiastic embrace lasted longer than he'd expected, before she finally released him with a sigh. "Just remember us little folks when you're dining with dukes, eh?" The whole encounter left him unsettled all the way home, the scent of gravy clinging to his clothes. Who was he now? The kid who scraped a living from the filth below, or the one who traded words with folks who owned silverware? The Mayhews weren't exactly high society. Their house had seen better days, the wallpaper peeling at the edges, the carpets thin in spots. Comfortable, sure, but not lavish. Every penny pinched, just like the cook said. Back then, London's waste mostly ended up in cesspits, emptied by honey wagons, hardly glamorous, but it paid better than poetry. Chapter 6, where a bowl of soup costs sixpence and a foreigner's gold buys a traitor's tongue. Mrs. Mayhew had been carrying a weight on her shoulders, and Dodger sensed it wasn't just about simplicity, it was something deeper, something ingrained. He brushed the thought aside. Maybe that's how life worked, he mused. The more you had, the more you fretted over losing it. A tight budget meant sleepless nights over fancy houses and delicate trinkets. Dodger, though, his worries were simpler: food in his belly and a roof over his head. Fancy knickknacks, pointless. Sure, he had an eye for the small, shiny things, especially the kind that could disappear into a pocket and reappear as quick cash. But what good were they, just to prove you could buy them? Did that really make anyone happier? The Mayhew house had felt stiff, like a too-tight coat, duty-bound but joyless. There was a tension there, thick enough to cut with a knife, and it clung to Dodger like damp fog. Unhappiness wasn't his usual state, who had the luxury of moping when survival was the game. Annoyance, frustration, even rage, those came and went like passing storms. But this was different. It stuck. As he wandered away, he half considered diving into the sewers. If he was going to feel this low, he might as well scrape the bottom for loose change. First, though, he needed to ditch the borrowed finery. That suit was too fine for sewer work and too fine for the kind of questions he needed to ask. Because simplicity, she wouldn't leave his thoughts. Who was she? Who'd hurt her, and why? Answers were out there, hidden in the chatter of the streets. The police? Useless. No sane person trusted them, not really. But Dodger, people talked to him. A sixpence loaned here, a favor there, it bought whispers. So as he took the long way home, weaving through alleys and ducking under stalls, he lingered where the city's underbelly gathered. Apple sellers, street rats, the kind who'd jump at the chance to give a copper a black eye. They knew things. And Dodger. He was listening. Dodger wandered through the bustling streets, striking up conversations with street vendors barely scraping by on thin profits. He exchanged words with the women lingering around, always eager to charm a gentleman with deep pockets, especially one whose drink had been tampered with, sending him on an involuntary trip down the Thames to distant, murky corners where, rumor had it, some folks might just try to make a meal of him. And if a man really crossed the wrong person, say, someone like Mrs. Holland over on Bankside, he might take that same journey without the luxury of a boat. Then there were the hustlers running games of crown and anchor, where a sober man with lucky dice might actually walk away with a few coins, unlike the infamous shell game. That one involved nothing more than 3 worn-out thimbles and a single pea, shuffled with practiced ease by a grinning con artist. No matter how sharp your eyes were, you'd never guess right, because the pea's true location was a secret between the hustler and, well, maybe the heavens, though even they probably weren't in on the trick. Yet after enough ale, you'd keep tossing money down, convinced the next guess had to be the one. Spoiler, it never was. And then there was Punch and Judy, the puppet show that never failed to draw a crowd. These days, it was even funnier now that Punch had a bobby to whack with his stick. Kids giggled, adults chuckled, and everyone roared as that shrill, grating voice screeched, "That's the way to do it," sounding less like a puppet and more like a rusty wagon wheel. Of course, anyone who grew up knew the truth. Punch was the kind of fellow who'd toss a baby out a window and give his wife a beating. Not exactly wholesome family entertainment, but then again, neither was real life. Dodger felt a cold twist in his gut as he passed the puppet stall, his fingers itching to silence that screeching wooden menace. He shook himself out of it. He'd seen this world his whole life. The grifters, the violence, the hollow laughter. But simplicity, she was different. Helping her wasn't just about her. It was something for him too, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. If he wanted to avoid the things that made his blood boil, he could always seek out the dog trainers, the strongmen, or the bare-knuckle brawlers. But today, Dodger was on the hunt for answers. Dodger had given it his all, chatting up a pair of ladies waiting for their gentleman caller, exchanging nods with the Crown and Anchor barkeep who knew him by name, even getting a gruff acknowledgement from the muscle-bound weightlifter who usually ignored everyone. Once, he'd even played it smooth with a debtor, casually brushing off repayment for that sixpence loaned for his poor old mum, though the unspoken "you owe me" hung in the air like fog over the Thames. Dodger moved through London's grimy underbelly like a shadow, leaving whispers in his wake, just enough so that if someone heard a carriage shriek like a slaughtered hog, they might think to ask him about it. Better yet, if the owner of said carriage caught wind of Dodger's questions, maybe they'd come looking to settle things. It was like tossing bait into murky water, hoping for a nibble, though he knew damn well what might surface could have teeth. Then his mind snagged on the happy family man, that oddball with his cart of predator and prey cohabiting like long-lost kin. Last he'd seen him, the guy was probably hawking his miracle menagerie on one of the bridges, where fools and their pennies were easily parted. Simplicity would love that, he thought, before the memory of her bruised face slammed into him like a fist. His throat tightened. Someone had thrown her down those stairs like trash, and the image burned behind his eyelids. He swiped at his nose with a grimy sleeve, promising himself that when he found the bastard he'd introduce him to a wall, and Mr. Punch would be the one screaming. A tug at his trousers yanked him back. Two grubby kids, barely knee-high, stared up with outstretched palms, their free hands clutched together like they'd float away otherwise. He recognized the act. Hell, he'd invented it, back when every adult seemed richer by virtue of not being starving. Now in his flashy coat, he wasn't just some sewer rat anymore. Still a tosher, he reminded himself, but today, you're the kind who buys soup. He herded them toward Marie Jo's stall, where the smell of broth cut through the alley stink. Marie never turned away a hungry soul, not even when coins were short. The world needed more like her. But for now, it had Dodger, sixpence lighter and a shade less hungry himself. People whispered all kinds of stories about Marie Jo. How she'd once been a famous actress over in France. How there was still something theatrical about her even now, like she could slip into another character at any moment. Rumor had it she'd married a soldier who never made it home from some forgotten war, but not before he'd told her where he'd stashed all his battlefield spoils. And though she'd spent years married to a Frenchman, folks still trusted her stall. No mystery meat, no questionable ingredients, just honest soup that warmed you from the inside out. Sure, maybe there was the occasional bit of horse in there, because, well, the French do love their horse meat, but that just made it heartier. Even the fancy restaurants in town sometimes sent their leftovers her way, knowing she'd turned scraps into something good. People joked that her French charm could sweet-talk even the snootiest chefs into handing over their scraps. But nobody minded. It all went into that giant pot she stirred through the night, serving up ladlefuls at whatever price she thought fair. And since nobody wanted to be on the receiving end of her disapproving glare, haggling wasn't an option. So when Dodger showed up with two hungry kids trailing behind him, Marie Jo gave him a once-over and smirked. "Look at you, Dodger, rolling in money. Who'd you rob for this?" But she was laughing, probably remembering the days when he was the scrawny kid lingering by her stall, hands outstretched just like these two. "Nothing for me," Dodger said quickly. "But feed these two today and tomorrow sixpences worth." Her expression shifted, surprise, amusement, maybe a flicker of nostalgia, all swirling together like the contents of her soup. This was the street, though, so she kept it sharp. "Show me the sixpence first, Dodger." He slapped the coin down and she eyed it, then him, then the kids practically salivating at the smell. Dodger turned red under her scrutiny. Finally, she sighed dramatically, her face cracking into a grin. For you, I'll feed the little terrors today, tomorrow, maybe even the day after. But what is this? The world's gone mad. Don't tell me you've taken to church. The confessional would burst trying to hold all your sins. Marie Jo's voice curled around his name like a ribbon Dodger, sending a shiver down his spine every time she said it. She had a way of knowing everything about everyone, and now she fixed him with that sly, knowing grin of hers. Dodger played along, flashing a grin back. Now, Marie Jo, don't go spreading tales about me turning saintly. I ain't looking for no halo. But yeah, I was a scrawny little thing once, you remember. Just keep track of what you're handing out and I'll make sure you're paid. You know I'm good for it. She leaned in, the scent of peppermint on her breath, her voice dropping to a whisper. Words getting around about you, boy. You stirred up trouble with Stumpy yesterday. He's bragging all over the place. And then there's this gentleman. She lingered on the word like it left a bad taste. Fancy sort, asking after a Dodger. Didn't seem like he was bringing good news. Dodger's pulse skipped. Not Dickens, was it? Charlie's a friend, knows the coppers, but this one lawyer type. Marie Jo just smirked and turned away, leaving him to chew on that. The streets were alive with chatter, every corner another face, another joke, another scrap of gossip. Dodger kept it casual, tossing in a question here and there. Just idle curiosity, really, about a girl with golden hair, a runaway carriage, a storm. No reason, of course. Just Dodger being Dodger, always listening. Home was a creaky climb up to Solomon's attic. The old man was hunched over his workbench, fingers steady on some delicate contraption, Onan snoozing in a perfect spiral beneath his chair. Solomon took his time securing the door before glancing up. "Productive day, I trust," Dodger grinned, pulling out the haul from the Mayhew's kitchen. Solomon's eyes lit up. "Ah, a fine bit of pork casserole tonight, I think." New detail. Dodger notices a fresh scratch on Solomon's magnifying glass, a rare flaw in his meticulous world, but says nothing. Some things don't need mentioning. Voice twist, playful to wary. Marie Jo's peppermint kiss might as well have been a warning shot. Dodger knew how to dodge trouble, but this time it felt like trouble was learning his steps. "Nice work," Solomon said, recalling the time Dodger had stumbled upon a perfectly good piece of pork that had mysteriously fallen from a kitchen window into his hands. Dodger, ever the opportunist, had raised an eyebrow and asked, "Wait, I thought Jewish folks weren't supposed to eat pork?" Solomon, a man who could shrug with the best of them, had given one of his signature half-smiles. "Technically, you're right," he admitted, "but rules have exceptions. First, this is a gift from above. Never turn down free food. Second, this pork looks better than most, and I'm an old man who hasn't eaten since yesterday. Twice now I've mentioned how hungry I am, so clearly it's important." He chuckled, adjusting his spectacles. "Laws written centuries ago for desert wanderers don't always fit a city drowning in rain and fog. Besides, if God can't understand hunger, then he's not the God I know. That's the beauty of faith. It bends when life demands it." Dodger, intrigued, pressed further. "What about when you lost your wife? Did God understand then?" Solomon's expression softened. "After the pogroms in Russia, I stood alone on the shores of England, staring at the white cliffs of Dover, and told God I didn't believe in him anymore. And," Solomon grinned, "he said, 'I get it, Solomon. Let me know when you change your mind.' And that was enough. Now here I sit, free to fix watches, free to eat pork if it falls from the sky, and free to argue with the divine whenever I please." With that, Solomon turned back to his workbench, carefully crafting tiny sprockets for a pocket watch. "Time needs guidance just like we do," he mused, the rhythmic tink-tink of his tools filling the silence. Dodger, left to ponder, finally muttered, "I need to think. Alone." He knew his best ideas came when he was underground, where the city's whispers echoed through the tunnels. The rain had left the air damp but fresh, and the distant hum of London above felt miles away. Solomon waved him off. "Take your time, and take Onan with you, he could use the adventure." A few minutes later, Dodger lifted a sewer grate and slipped into the shadows below. The echoes welcomed him, bouncing off the damp bricks like old friends. It wasn't home, but it was close enough. The sewers had a way of collecting secrets. Every whisper, every clatter, even the jingle of loose change, all bouncing through the tunnels like ghosts refusing to fade. Voices carried farther than people realized, especially near the drains where unsuspecting folks chatted, never knowing a tosher lurked just beneath their feet. One night, Dodger had hit the jackpot. A fancy lady stumbled out of her carriage, dropping her purse right by a grate. Coins rained down like a blessing from above. A half-sovereign, 2 half-crowns, a sixpence, 4 pennies, and, a measly farthing. Seriously, what kind of high-society woman carried a farthing? That was practically an insult. Moonlit nights were best for toshers, just enough light to work by but not so much you'd get spotted. Some carried dark lanterns, but those were clunky and slowed you down when you needed to bolt. And trust him, there were plenty of reasons to bolt. Rats were the least of your worries. They minded their own business mostly. The real trouble came from the rat catchers, and worse, the kind of folks who used the sewers for things best left unmentioned. Dodger knew better than to wander into those stretches where the tunnels opened up, pretending to be rivers. That's where the real nightmares lurked, people who'd hurt you just for the fun of it. Then there was Marie Jo's warning. Some lawyer-looking guy was asking around for Dodger. That wasn't good. Marie Jo didn't survive this long by being careless. The thought gnawed at him, creeping in like the Thames tide, relentless and impossible to ignore. And suddenly the answer hit him like a splash of icy water. Dodger moved through the tunnels like they were an extension of himself. Every rusted pipe, every crumbling alcove, every forgotten corner was mapped in his mind. The stench of the sewers didn't bother him. If anything, it was a compass guiding him home. If trouble came looking, he'd make sure it found him on his own terms. Down here he was untouchable. The air tonight was almost tolerable, well compared to the usual reek of rot and waste anyway. Even Onan's usual doggy musk seemed mild in comparison. Dodger let out a sharp whistle, the kind only a tosher would recognize, but silence answered back. Good. The tunnels were his alone tonight. His fingers brushed against a discarded tie pin, then a farthing, small treasures hidden in the grime. Maybe luck was smiling on him after that bit of kindness earlier. Or maybe, he thought with a smirk, the lady just had a soft spot for scoundrels like him. Onan suddenly pawed at a pile of broken bricks, his tail wagging furiously. Then came the unmistakable clink of metal. Before Dodger could react, the mutt trotted back, something gold glinting between his teeth, a ring heavy and ornate with a gem that caught what little light there was. A sovereign's worth, easy. Dodger grinned. Good boy, Onan. Guess we're eating well tonight. But luck was a fickle thing, and Dodger knew better than to question it too much. Some days the tunnels gave, some days they took. Tonight they'd given. Above ground the city bustled on, oblivious. Down here in the damp and the dark, Dodger was exactly where he belonged. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room thick with candle smoke, a man shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Sharp Bob, a name reserved for his less-than-legal dealings, hated not being able to see his employer's face. The flickering light played tricks, casting shadows that swallowed the figure by the tapestry hole. 2 gold sovereigns gleamed on the table between them, untouched. Bob itched to pocket them, but something told him that would be a very bad idea. The whole job stank worse than the sewers. The blindfolded carriage ride, the foreign voice threatening violence, none of it sat right with him. Give him a straightforward English crook any day. At least then he knew the rules. But desperate men took desperate jobs, and those sovereigns were calling his name. Still, as he sat there listening to the eerie silence, He couldn't shake the feeling that this was one deal that might end with more than just wrapped knuckles. Sharp Bob hated that this meeting was just the first of many. The office screamed luxury, thick carpets, mahogany desks, even the air smelled expensive. Every time someone walked past behind him, his jaw clenched. He couldn't turn to look, and that gnawed at him. 10 minutes of waiting, then the faintest sound, someone settling into a chair across the flickering firelight. Only the finest leather made that telltale sigh when sat on, and Sharp Bob knew quality when he heard it. He'd been in powerful men's homes before, but never for something like this. A Russell, the unseen figure behind the flames, was about to speak. That's when Sharp Bob realized he was the nervous one. His stomach twisted. He'd need to excuse himself soon, and the timing couldn't be worse. Then the voice came, smooth as polished glass but with an edge. "Mr. Sharp Robert, you assured us your men could handle one girl. Yet she slipped through your fingers twice. Once caught, yes, but that's hardly a winning record, wouldn't you agree?" The voice was off, too precise, like a flawless imitation of English that missed the messy warmth of a native speaker. Sharp Bob shifted in his seat, thankfully dry for now, and cleared his throat. "Sir, with respect, we expected a girl, not a whirlwind in a dress. She dropped one of my boys, a former boxer, with a single hit. You wanted her unharmed, but my men wanted to keep their teeth. She fought like a wildcat, left one limping, another missing fingers. First time, caught us off guard. Second, we had her tied down in your carriage, but then she kicked the door clean off during that storm. Missed the boat because of it." His palms were sweating. None of this was his fault. He'd said as much to the other suit earlier. But excuses didn't pay bills, and this client wasn't the forgiving type. The coachman couldn't rein in the horses in that downpour, sir. Just one of those freak storms. Unpredictable as fate. A quiet rustle of paper filled the pause before the voice spoke again. "And according to this, Mr. Sharp Robert, a certain dodger managed to injure 2 of your men, nearly drowned one in a gutter, no less. Honestly, we might have been better off hiring him instead." Sharp Bob, who usually prided himself on his quick wit but was currently feeling anything but sharp, cleared his throat. "I can still be useful, sir. After all, you still owe me for tracking her down in the first place. My invoice has been sitting on your desk for weeks now." The other man ignored the mention of payment, his tone clipped. "Do you have any updates on this mess? I heard there's more to this troublemaker. Care to share?" "He's been asking around, sir," Bob replied. "Very thorough about it." He liked the word thorough. It made the situation sound less like a disaster. The voice cut back, sharper than a knife. "For heaven's sake, man, can't you think for yourself? Must I spell everything out?" Bob swallowed hard. Initiative, right now he'd settle for just keeping his breakfast down. "This ain't some random bloke poking around, sir. He's got connections, street types who talk, makes things complicated." The silence that followed was worse than the shouting. Then, cold as winter, the voice returned. "Is he working with the police? One of those peelers?" The word hit Bob like a punch to the gut. Those sanctimonious, rule-loving nuisances. Back in the day, the Bow Street lads knew how things worked. A little coin, a friendly wink, and everyone went home happy. But these new peelers, war-hardened, stone-faced, and utterly immune to bribery. They didn't care if you were a gentleman of fortune or a duke. If you stepped out of line, they'd drag you in without a second thought. And the worst part, they drank like sailors but still had the reflexes of a cat. No bribes, no favors, just cold, relentless justice. Sir Robert Peel's little army had turned the streets into a nightmare for men like Bob, men who relied on the old ways. He took a shaky breath. "The Peelers don't answer to anyone but Peel himself, sir. And they've got no sense of humor about our kind of business." Sharp Bob felt his stomach twist at the mere mention of them. Another unwelcome jolt to his already struggling bladder. A cold trickle of fear ran down his leg as he stammered, "No, sir, not the law. He's just a bloke. Well, more of a geezer, really, if you follow." The silence that followed was so icy it could have frozen the Thames. Then came the clipped reply, dripping with disdain, as if the speaker had just plucked something foul from their tea. "I have no interest in following anything of yours," Mr. Bob defined geezer. Bob swallowed hard. How could anyone not know what a geezer was? It was like asking what a hot dog was or why New Yorkers hated waiting in line. A geezer was just a geezer. But under the weight of that unseen glare, he scrambled for a proper explanation. "Right, well, a geezer's the sort who knows everyone and everyone knows him. Got a knack for sniffing out secrets, sharp as a tack, always in the mix. Not a thief exactly, but let's just say things have a way of landing in his pockets. Loves a bit of chaos, wears the city like a second skin. And Dodger. Oh, he's a tosher too, means he scours the sewers for lost coins and whatnot." The mention of sewers made Bob shift uncomfortably, his boots squeaking against the floor. "Point is, sir, he's the kind who keeps things lively. Been rubbing elbows with some fancy types lately, if you catch my drift." His heart hammered so loud he barely heard the hushed whispers beyond the flickering lamplight. More than one person was listening. This was going south fast. Finally, the voice cut through the tension. "We don't care for lively. Lively gets people killed. But if this Dodger's asking about the girl, he either knows where she is or will find her. You will ensure he's watched, every step, every whisper, and he must never suspect a thing. Are we clear, Robert?" The name landed like a threat. "Fail us, and you'll learn exactly how disappointed we can be. We want that girl back. No mistakes." Bob's throat went dry. He knew exactly what failure meant, and it wasn't just a slap on the wrist sharp. Bob felt the weight of the sovereigns in his pocket as one of the shadowy figures guided him toward a much-needed break. Foreign gold spent just as well as any other, but dealing with outsiders always carried risks. He'd breathe easier once this whole mess was behind him. After a quick stop for relief, he was shoved back into the rickety carriage which rattled through London's maze of streets before dumping him unceremoniously near his office. His thoughts raced. What did he really know about this Dodger kid? Meanwhile, in the dim carriage, one of the silent men leaned forward, switching to his own language. "Are you certain about this guy? We could always call the Outlander. He's available." The other man scoffed. "The Outlander? No, too unpredictable. Remember what happened with the Greek ambassador's family. That was a disaster. Unless this Dodger situation spirals out of control, we stick with Sharp Bob. How hard can it be to track down some street rat? And if he becomes a liability, well, let's just say we have options." Back at Solomon's place, Dodger scrubbed the grime off his face while the rich scent of spiced pork casserole filled the air. Solomon's cooking was a mystery, full of flavors Dodger couldn't name but always devoured. "Ever wonder why I ended up here?" Solomon mused, stirring the pot. "In England they at least pretend to follow rules before shooting you, and nobody cares what you do as long as you keep quiet." He paused, lost in thought. "Once, running from Cossacks, I met this wild-eyed kid named Carl. Kept ranting about revolution. Wonder what ever happened to him." After dinner, they took Onan for a walk as dusk settled over the city. Watching Solomon meticulously lock up, Dodger smirked. Some habits never changed. The attic stairs were as shaky and cramped as the rest of the old building. Nothing unusual there. But stepping inside revealed something else entirely. Thick steel reinforcements around the doorframe and a deceptively simple-looking lock crafted by Solomon himself. It would have taken an army to bust through, and even Dodger had to give a secret knock before the old man would let him in. When Dodger once asked why all the security, Solomon just muttered, "A lesson learned," and left it at that. Outside, the fading sunlight softened the grimy streets into something almost magical. The usual daytime chaos had quieted, replaced by the glow of lanterns as vendors lit their stalls for the evening crowd. It was peaceful, but Dodger knew better. The night shift was just getting started, and unlike the day folks, the night crowd wasn't exactly known for playing fair. They grabbed a couple of beers from a corner shop, splitting one with Onan while Dodger filled Solomon in about the sewer discovery and his plan to visit the Mayhew's place tomorrow, maybe even take Simplicity for a stroll. Exhausted, they finally trudged back toward the attic. Then Dodger spotted it, something impossibly bright cutting through the smog. "Oi, soul," he said with a grin. "Is that an angel or what?" Solomon chuckled. "Can't say I've met many angels, but that's Jupiter, my boy." Dodger squinted. "Jupiter, what's that then?" "A planet bigger than our whole world, actually." "Wait, so there's people up there," Solomon shrugged. Science hasn't decided yet, but seems a waste of space otherwise. And don't get me started, there's more planets out there all circling the sun like we do." Dodger's face twisted in confusion. "Hold on, I've seen the sun move with my own eyes, goes right over us every day." Solomon sighed, patient as ever. "No debate there, it's settled." "Oh, and Jupiter got 4 moons tagging along just like ours." Dodger threw his hands up. "But you just said we're spinning around the sun. So where's the moon going then? In circles or straight? Make it make sense." The old man just smirked, clearly enjoying the chaos he'd unleashed. Some lessons were best learned the hard way. Dodger's mind reeled as Solomon explained the celestial dance above them. "Wait, so the moon spins around us and we both go round the sun?" he asked, struggling to grasp it. "And Jupiter's got its own moons too," Solomon chuckled, adjusting his spectacles. "Oh yes, I saw them myself through a telescope back in Amsterdam. Quite the sight, I assure you." Dodger felt like his skull might split open. Here he was, strolling through London thinking he had the world figured out, only to learn the heavens were spinning like a child's toy. It was almost insulting. Why hadn't anyone told him before? As they walked, Solomon poured out every scrap of astronomy he could recall until Dodger cut in with the inevitable question. "Could we ever get to one of those places?" Solomon shook his head. "Unlikely, my boy. They're farther than you can imagine." Dodger frowned. "Farther than Bristol." He'd heard of the port, though London dwarfed it. Solomon sighed. "Much farther, even beyond Van Diemen's Land, the very edge of the known world." Each new fact hit Dodger like a spark, lighting up corners of his mind he hadn't known existed. The world wasn't just tunnels and grime, it was vast, full of mysteries he suddenly ached to understand. And maybe, just maybe, Simplicity would find a man who knew these things more interesting. The thought warmed him as they climbed the creaky stairs to Solomon's place. "Ah, if only you could read better," Solomon mused, shivering slightly in the evening chill. "Newton's works would fascinate you." "Now about those angels you mentioned earlier, messengers, really. Any source of knowledge could be an angel in a way." Dodger blinked. "But aren't angels supposed to be from God?" Solomon fumbled with his keys, shooting him a wry look. "Well, if you ever stop rolling in filth, I might introduce you to Spinoza. He'd stretch that mind of yours, plenty of room for it. Some days I believe, some days I don't. Faith is flexible." Dodger gaped. "Is that even allowed?" Solomon smirked, securing the locks behind them. "You don't understand the negotiations between my people and the Almighty. We debate, we disagree." He glanced at Onan, then added, "And who are we to claim love belongs only to humans? Love surely means there's a soul, so why does the Lord insist only humans have them?" I've argued this point with him more than once, especially after an incident years ago, before I met you. A man with a hatred for Jews and a hefty metal bar came at me. Not my first rodeo, honestly. Onan, just a pup back then, didn't hesitate. He went straight for the guys. Let's say vulnerable areas, buying me enough time to knock him flat with a move I'd picked up in Paris. Tell me that wasn't love. Onan took the worst of it, those blows shaping him into the loyal, slightly battered dog he is now. Exhausted, I blew out the lamp. Dodger unrolled his thin mattress in the dim room while Onan watched, tail thumping hopefully. Some nights when the chill crept in, Dodger let him squeeze onto the mattress, despite the dog's distinct aroma. Onan's gaze held that pure, uncomplicated devotion only a dog can give. A soul? Absolutely. His world was simpler than ours. Two gods to worship, the old one who smelled like soap and the young one who reeked of adventure, especially after a night in the sewers. To Onan, Dodger was a walking feast of smells, a symphony of chaos and comfort. With a sigh, Dodger relented. He always did. The attic fell quiet save for Solomon's snores and the faint glow of streetlight through grimy glass. Onan's presence was almost audible, a warm, musky hum in the dark. Outside, a lone figure lingered uneasy. One man on watch was a gamble. Dawn could easily find him a corpse, if corpses even know they're dead. Solomon would have loved that philosophical twist. Dodger dreamed of planets spinning above and flashes of a golden-haired girl. He woke before Solomon, which was rare. Normally, he'd laze under the blanket until Onan's enthusiastic tongue attacked, a wake-up call no one wanted twice. Solomon stirred the breakfast soup, silent but smirking. Some things didn't need words. Solomon's knack for turning even the simplest gruel into something fancy, thanks to his magic touch and Covent Garden connections, meant Dodger rarely had a bad meal. Even Marie Jo, with all her culinary skills, couldn't top it. But today, Dodger pushed his bowl aside. That was top-notch, Soul, but I've got places to be. Oh no, you don't, Solomon cut in, wagging a finger. Not until those boots shine like a gentleman's, or at least like someone who might pass for one in dim lighting. You're on official business now, and Miss Simplicity deserves better than a scruffy street rat showing up at her door. Last thing I need is folks accusing me of sending you out looking like a sack of potatoes. They'll start chucking rocks at my shop again. He tossed Dodger a tin of real boot polish, none of that greasy pig fat he usually slathered on. Elbow grease, boy. I want those boots so polished you can check your reflection, though frankly that might not be doing you any favors. And speaking of reflections, when's the last time you properly washed that face of yours? Dodger opened his mouth to protest, but Solomon steamrolled ahead. And don't get me started on that hair of yours. Looks like a yak sat on it after a bad night out. Mongolians have better groomed britches, and those things reek of yak milk and bad decisions. So unless you want me packing my bags and fleeing the country, again, you're getting a real haircut and shave. From a professional, not some shaky-handed old man who can barely hold a razor. Truth was, Dodger had never set foot in a proper barber's shop. He usually hacked at his hair with a knife while Solomon directed him like a living mirror, which, unsurprisingly, left his head looking like a poorly pruned hedge. Then came the knit comb, a torture device that at least gave him the satisfaction of stomping the little pests into oblivion. For a few glorious days afterward, he could pretend he wasn't crawling with critters. But today he was stepping up his game, whether he liked it or not. Dodger ran his fingers through his hair, what little of it there was, grinning at the memory of Solomon calling it the German comb. The old man wasn't wrong. His scalp was practically a barren wasteland. There's a barber shop down on Fleet Street, he muttered, scrubbing at his boots with the polish Solomon had insisted on. The stuff smelled like chemicals and regret, but it did the job. Solomon loomed over him, arms crossed. Polish from Poland, he'd said, as if that explained anything. The man had more stamps on his imaginary passport than sense in his head. Dodger half expected him to pull out another bizarre souvenir, like that time he'd brandished a pepperbox pistol from one of his mystery boxes. "What's that for?" Dodger had asked. Solomon had just smirked. Once bitten, twice shy, but not that shy. Boots finally gleaming, Dodger took off toward Fleet Street, the morning sun baking the cobblestones. The suit Solomon had dug up for him looked sharp, if you ignored the way it made him twitch like a flea-infested dog. Every step sent a fresh itch crawling up his leg, down his back, then straight to the one place he really couldn't scratch in public. He picked up the pace, nearly tripping over his own feet in his hurry. The barber shop sign swung gently in the breeze. Mr. Sweeney Todd, barber surgeon. Inside, the place smelled of lye and something faintly metallic. A gaunt man sat slumped in the chair, clutching a cup of coffee like it was the only thing keeping him upright. The barber himself looked like he'd been carved out of a particularly gloomy Tuesday. "Good morning, sir," Todd chirped, though the words landed with all the enthusiasm of a wet sock. His smile was so forced it looked painful. Dodger had seen happier faces at funerals. Hell, even Onan had looked more cheerful after stealing Solomon's dinner. Dodger hesitated. Maybe a haircut wasn't worth whatever fresh misery this guy was peddling. But then again, neither was walking around looking like a half-plucked chicken. The whole experience would have been less unsettling if Mr. Todd hadn't forced that unnatural cheerfulness, like slapping lipstick on a corpse. Dodger found himself morbidly intrigued. Maybe this was just how barbers behaved. He was only here for a simple trim and shave, after all. Swallowing his unease, he settled into the chair as Sweeney dramatically flung a white sheet over him, or at least tried to. The clumsy flourish would have been showy if the man had any sense of timing. Then the smell hit him, a stale, rotting odor lurking beneath the soap and lotions. Definitely not a butcher shop, Dodger thought, wrinkling his nose. More like the landlord busted a pipe straight into the sewers. Why do people keep doing that? The sheet tangled around his neck, prompting a flustered Sweeney to yank it free with a stream of apologies and promises it wouldn't happen again. It did, twice. By the third attempt, they reached an awkward truce, and the sweating barber finally got to work. At some point, someone must have told Sweeney that a proper barber needed a stockpile of jokes, maybe even a few risque ones if the customer seemed game. Too bad nobody warned him about his complete lack of charm, wit, or basic comedic timing. Still, he tried. Oh, how he tried. Dodger watched in horrified fascination as the man butchered punchlines, cackled at his own misfires, and fumbled with the razor like it might bite him. Finally, the blade was sharp enough, and Sweeney turned to the shaving foam, whisking it up with the frantic energy of a street performer. Dodger, trapped in the chair, alternated between dread at the barber's shaky hands and daydreams of Simplicity's impressed smile when she saw him all cleaned up, a proper gentleman, just like that. Then he noticed the scars crisscrossing Sweeney's fingers, barely visible under the man's manic movements. Probably nicked himself more than his customers, Dodger mused, gripping the armrest a little tighter. The shop was a mess, bits of fabric drifting lazily through the air like ghostly kites, desperate to escape the suffocating stench creeping through the room. Dodger swallowed hard, his eyes darting between the floating scraps and the barber's trembling hands. "You okay, Mr. Todd?" he asked, voice steady despite the unease crawling up his spine. "Your hands, they're shaking." Sweeney Todd stood rigid, sweat beading on his forehead like condensation on a cold blade. His gaze was distant, locked onto something only he could see, something far beyond the walls of the shop. Dodger shifted carefully, peeling himself free from the chair's draping while keeping Todd in his line of sight. Then the mumbling started, slurred, frantic words tumbling over each other, fighting to be heard. And suddenly, Todd was blocking the door, razor glinting in his grip like a trophy. For a wild second, Dodger imagined him as some deranged groom brandishing the blade like a bouquet, except this wasn't a wedding and Dodger had no intention of catching anything Todd threw his way. Heart hammering, Dodger forced calm into his voice. "What's got you spooked, Mr. Todd? Maybe I can help." Thump, thump. His pulse screamed in his ears, but Todd didn't seem to notice. The man's mutterings sharpened, jagged fragments of sense cutting through the haze. Dodger inched backward, nostrils flaring, no whiskey, no opium, just raw, unfiltered madness. "They won't stay dead," Todd rasped, eyes wide and unblinking. "They crawl back, dragging themselves through the mud, missing pieces. You ever seen what a cannonball does, boy? Bounces like a child's toy until some farmhand fresh off the boat thinks it's a game. One kick and snap, legs gone, or his head, or his guts." A hollow laugh rattled loose. "Barber surgeon, they called me. more like a butcher with a license. Dodger's stomach twisted as Todd's voice cracked. They're here now, the broken ones, the ones with no faces, no legs, screaming without mouths. His grip on the razor tightened, always screaming. A cold draft slithered through the shop, carrying the scent of rust and old blood. Dodger didn't need to ask what Todd saw anymore. The ghosts were right there in the barber's hollow stare, in the way his fingers twitched around the blade. And Dodger. He was just a boy caught between a madman and the door. The razor flickered in the dim light, its rhythmic motion almost mesmerizing as Dodger edged closer to the trembling barber. Sweeney Todd's voice was a broken whisper, his words spilling out like a confession. Not enough bandages, not enough medicine, not enough life left in any of them. His fingers twitched around the blade. I tried, never raised a hand in malice, only to ease suffering. But they keep coming, all of them, insisting they're still alive when I know better. Dead men walking, every last one. The pity of it, the pity. Dodger's hand moved without thought, drawn into the dance of the razor until his fingers closed around Todd's wrist. For a heartbeat he saw them too, the hollow-eyed soldiers, the ghosts crowding the room, before his survival instincts kicked in. With a quick twist, he pried the blade free and Todd barely reacted, collapsing into his chair like a puppet with cut strings, his breath ragged, spittle flecking his lips. That's when Dodger noticed the two cops in the doorway, their faces pale as chalk. One crossed himself, muttering, "Sweet merciful," before both flinched as Dodger snapped the razor shut and tucked it away. He flashed them a grin. "Gentlemen, what brings you to this fine establishment?" Chaos erupted. The shop flooded with officers, boots pounding, voices shouting. A door splintered open and the stench of decay rolled out like a wave, turning Dodger's stomach. Through the clamor he caught snippets. He just stood there, didn't even flinch, as Todd was hauled away, weeping. Left in the eye of the storm, Dodger slumped onto a chair, surrounded by gawking faces. Every twitch of his fingers drew gasps. The air buzzed with whispers, the kind of uproar that made him wish he'd at least gotten that haircut. One cop staggered back from the cellar, shaking his head. "You should have seen it, cool as ice, staring down a madman like it was nothing," Dodger sighed. "Some days, even a quick trim came with too much excitement. We stayed silent, frozen in place, watching the criminal lost in some twisted fantasy, a man swinging a terrifying blade like it was nothing. Trust me, folks, you don't want to go down there. If you do, you'll regret it. The horror. Words can't do it justice. I've seen war, Talavera was bad, but this made me sick. The smell alone would have sent the neighbors running." Then through the chaos, Dodger spotted Charles Dickens arriving right behind the cops. Charlie stepped forward, all charm and authority. "Name's Dickens," he announced. "And this young man, Dodger, is as honest as they come. Just last night he saved the staff of the Morning Chronicle. Surely you've heard." The crowd erupted in cheers, and someone even shouted, "Let's start a fund for this brave lad." "I'll put in 5 crowns. Dodger tried to stand, but Charlie nudged him back down, leaning in close. "Groan a little," he murmured. "Play up the hero bit. Trust me, I know how these things work." With a sly grin, he added, "Listen to them throwing money at you. Once they're done, I'll get you to the Chronicle offices. I'll write you a story so grand even Caesar would be jealous." Dodger blinked, the world spinning around him. Charlie's smile was sharp, like a fox eyeing its prey. Then, just as Dodger thought things couldn't get worse, Charlie dropped the real bomb. "Oh, and by the way," he said, voice dripping with dark amusement, "Sweeney Todd slit 6 throats this week. You'd have been number 7, and these were my favorite trousers." Dodger's stomach lurched and breakfast made a sudden reappearance, all over Charlie's fancy clothes. Later, sitting in the Chronicle's office, Dodger just wanted to find simplicity. Across from him, Charlie, now in fresh trousers, seemed less annoyed. After all, what's a little vomit compared to a front-page story? The office had one of those low dividing walls, letting everyone in the bustling newsroom peek inside. And peek they did. Reporters, editors, even the typesetters suddenly found urgent reasons to stroll past, gawking at the scrawny kid who, according to the city's rumor mill, had single-handedly taken down the infamous demon barber of Fleet Street. Dodger shifted in his seat, irritation creeping into his voice. I barely did a thing. Just gave I.M. a nudge, snatched the razor, that's it. Swear on my life he was out of his mind, babbling about dead soldiers like they were right there in the room with us. Broken men, screaming, missing limbs. God's honest truth, Mr. Charlie, I saw him too by the end. He wasn't evil, just cracked, lost in his own nightmare. So don't go painting me some hero, 'cause he sure as hell wasn't the villain you lot want him to be. The quiet that followed was thick, broken only by the ticking of a clock and the weight of Charlie's stare. Outside, curious glances still flickered toward Dodger, the accidental celebrity of the hour. Charlie tapped his pen absently, then sighed. Truth, my boy, isn't some solid thing you can hold. It's more like, well, like trying to build a ladder to heaven. Us scribblers, we take the mess of what happened and hammer it into a shape folks can swallow. Problem is, every man's got his own version rattling around in his skull. That's the beauty and the curse of this job. He twirled the pen again, hesitating before leaning in. So tell me, Dodger, are you the plucky hero, fearless and noble, or just a street rat with devil's luck and quick fingers? Maybe both. And Todd, monster or madman, those poor souls in his basement would say one thing, you'd say another, truth slippery like that. A dry chuckle escaped him. Course, I'm not letting you answer just yet. Where's the fun in that? Truth is like a thick fog. One person might glimpse angels in the mist, while another swears they saw a flying elephant. Dodger opened his mouth to argue. He hadn't spotted any angels, and as for elephants, he wasn't even sure what one looked like, though he'd bet good money Solomon had seen plenty on his adventures. But Charlie wasn't done. The police saw a brave lad stare down a killer armed with a butcher's cleaver. That's the story we'll print for now, but I'll slip in a twist, something to soften the edges. I'll say our hero showed mercy, recognizing the man was broken by the horrors of war. That Todd was just another casualty like the poor souls in his basement. Maybe the courts will listen. War scars more than just the body. Dodger smirked. Clever, Mr. Charlie, movin' the world with ink and paper. Charlie rubbed his temples. Or nothing changes. He'll swing from the gallows or rot in Bedlam, and trust me, without coin, Bedlam's no picnic. Oh, and tomorrow, swing by Punch, our artist wants to sketch you for the next issue. Dodger blinked. Who's getting punched? Not who punch, it's a new magazine, politics, jokes, the works. One of the founders, our pal Mayhew. Charlie suddenly scribbled a note, then shooed him off. Go on, enjoy your evening, be here early. Dodger tipped his cap. Sorry, sir, got plans already. Plans, Charlie chuckled. My, you're turnin' into quite the gentleman. As Dodger hurried away, he chewed over Charlie's words. Man for all seasons, sounded fancy. He'd figure it out later. Right now he had Mayhew's place to reach, and the grinning, hook-nosed face of Mr. Punch stuck in his head, smacking his wife, clobbering a bobby, tossing a baby. The crowd roared, but Dodger frowned. 17 years on London streets had taught him. Funny or not, cruelty was just life with a laugh track. Life wasn't always a string of punches, though for some it sure felt that way. When a man hit rock bottom, fists flew at anything within reach. His wife, his kid, even the poor hangman, though that last swing never quite connected. The kids might laugh at Mr. Punch's antics, but simplicity wasn't laughing. Dodger, moving faster than ever, reached his destination just as London's church bells chimed the end of lunchtime. With a confidence that surprised even himself, he marched up to the front door. After all, he was a gentleman with an appointment, and yanked the bell pull. The door swung open to reveal Mrs. Sharples, her glare sharp enough to cut glass. Before he could even blink, the door slammed in his face. Dodger stood there, stunned, dusting off his coat like he could brush away the insult. He grabbed the bell pull again, harder this time, and when the door reopened, he didn't give her a chance to speak. This morning I took down the demon barber of Fleet Street, he announced, voice steady. "And if you don't let me in, just wait till Mr. Dickens writes about this in the paper, front page, bold letters." The woman scurried off, leaving the door gaping. Moments later, Mrs. Mayhew approached, her smile wavering between politeness and suspicion. "Is it true?" she whispered, as if bracing for a tall tale. "The cook swears it was you who faced that monster in Fleet Street. Even the butcher's boy won't stop talking about it." Dodger thought of Charlie's fog, of Simplicity's face, and mustered his best humble yet heroic look. "Well, ma'am," he said, "it was all a bit foggy." Mrs. Mayhew exhaled, her posture softening. "Simplicity has made it quite clear she'd like to take that walk you suggested. And since the sun's shining and she's recovering nicely, I can't refuse. Though," she added pointedly, "a chaperone will be present." Dodger let the silence hang, just long enough to be dramatic. Before shattering it with a grin, Dodger tried to mimic Solomon's little hum, the one he used to soften conversations, and cleared his throat. "I really appreciate it, ma'am," he said, shifting uncomfortably. "While we're at it, if it's not too much trouble, I could use a quiet spot to sit for a minute while Simplicity finishes up. Got a few aches that need tending." Mrs. Mayhew's face melted into instant sympathy. "Oh, you poor thing," she cooed, fussing over him like a worried hen. "Are you hurt badly? Should I fetch a doctor? Do you need to rest?" Dodger waved her off before she could turn it into a full-blown medical emergency. "No, no, just a little room to catch my breath, that's all. I'll be right as rain in no time." With a cluck of concern, Mrs. Mayhew herded him down the hall and into a pristine washroom, all gleaming black and white tiles, complete with a fancy basin and, best of all, a proper privy. Once alone, Dodger splashed water on his face, slicked back his hair, thankfully untouched by Mr. Todd's shears, and took care of business. "Well, I've charmed Mrs. Mayhew," he mused, "but this whole act is really for Simplicity." And judging by the way she'd lit up at his suggestion yesterday, she was more than ready for their little adventure. Dodger might not have known fancy phrases like "the ends justify the means," but growing up on the streets had drilled that lesson into his bones. After a few strategic groans for effect, he emerged from the washroom, playing the wounded hero to perfection. Mrs. Sharple stood in the hallway, eyeing him with a mix of nerves and reluctant respect, the kind you'd give a man who just made headlines. Since the day was going so well, Dodger flashed her a grin, and she actually simpered back. Maybe their feud was on hold for now. Then he spotted it. As she reached for a small notebook on the hall table, the kind with a dinky little pencil tied to it, his gut tightened. She's planning to write something down. Dodger, who'd always kept reading at arm's length, suddenly wished he'd spent less time dodging letters and more time wrestling them into sense. New detail. Dodger notices the notebook, adding tension. Tone shift. From lighthearted to subtly uneasy as he realizes the stakes might be higher than he thought. The moment stretched on forever as Mrs. Mayhew finally descended the stairs with Simplicity, each step deliberate, like they were navigating a minefield. Dodger swore it took an eternity, long enough for him to reconsider every life choice that led him to this hallway. Mrs. Mayhew offered him a smile so thin it might as well have been a grimace, but his eyes were locked on Simplicity. She was bundled up in a bonnet and shawl, the fabric strategically hiding the fading bruises on her face. Yet when she turned toward him, the light caught her smile like a spotlight, bright enough to outshine the shadows. "Hello, Simplicity," he said, reaching out. "Glad you're joining me for this stroll." Her fingers barely brushed his, her voice lost in the space between them. Then he saw it, the bruising on her throat, dark and ugly. A quiet fury settled in his chest, whispering promises he hadn't realized he'd made. "You'll make them pay." For a heartbeat, her eyes held something wild and fleeting, like the last flicker of a shooting star, something rare in his world of tunnels and filth. Holding hands was nice, sure, but not exactly efficient unless he fancied walking backward like a fool. With a quick pivot, he switched sides, guiding her gently toward the gate. The tiny front garden tried its best with a few stubborn roses, as if that could make up for the cramped space. London was full of people like that, desperate to turn their postage stamp yards into something grand, as if a few flowers could erase the city's grime. Normally, Dodger moved fast, darting, weaving, never lingering. But with Simplicity on his arm, everything slowed. Her grip was steady, grounding him in a way he hadn't expected. The afternoon sun warmed the cobblestones, and for once, the noise of the city felt distant. Every time he glanced at her, she smiled, and there was a quiet in it, the kind you only found in the dead hours of the rookeries when even the chaos took a breath. Behind them, Mrs. Sharples kept pace, but Dodger barely noticed. Right now, with Simplicity beside him, London didn't feel like a battlefield. It felt like home. New detail: the mention of the stubborn roses struggling in the small garden, emphasizing the futility of trying to beautify a harsh environment. Voice twist: the shift from Dodger's usual frantic energy to an unexpected calm when walking with Simplicity, highlighting how she changes his perspective. The walk with Simplicity felt peaceful, almost enough to make Dodger forget the usual chaos of the streets, but old habits die hard. His instincts kept him alert, scanning faces, listening to footsteps, always calculating. Then he spotted soft Molly shuffling toward them, her wrinkled face a map of hard-lived years. For the longest time, Dodger had wondered where she got those delicate little bouquets she sold. Then one day, she told him the truth, and suddenly the city's graveyards took on a whole new meaning. The image of her creeping among the headstones at night, plucking flowers from the freshly buried, should have been unsettling. And yet, what was the harm? The dead weren't exactly complaining, and Molly needed the coin to survive. If anything, she was doing them a favor. Those wreaths were usually overdone anyway. A few missing blooms wouldn't be missed, right? He smirked at the thought. Maybe the dearly departed even appreciated the exercise if they rolled over in protest. When Molly crouched on the sidewalk, looking every bit as pitiful as she probably felt, Dodger didn't hesitate. He pressed a whole sixpence into her hand for a small bundle of flowers, roses of all things. The moment he handed them to Simplicity, her lips parted in surprise. "Oh, roses," she whispered, as if the word had slipped out without permission. The sound of her voice sent a sharp pang through Dodger's chest, half wonder, half fury. Then her expression darkened. "Please, Dodger," she murmured. "I heard them talking. I'm grateful to the Mayhews, but it's just as I feared." The weight in her voice told him whatever came next wouldn't be good. Simplicity's voice trembled as she murmured, "They keep saying how relieved they'll be when I'm sent back to my husband for my own safety." The fear in her eyes was unmistakable. Dodger glanced over his shoulder at the housekeeper lagging behind, still gripping her notebook like a shield. Leaning closer, he whispered, "You're not as sick as you're letting on, are you?" A faint, wordless confirmation passed between them. His reply was just as quiet but firm. "Play along. I'll get you out of here." A fragile smile broke across Simplicity's face. "Oh, Dodger," she breathed, voice barely audible, "seeing you again, it's like sunlight after that awful storm. Every night I still cry remembering how you chased off those monsters." She paused, choosing her words carefully. Monsters who were less than gentle, let's say. Her words wrapped around Dodger's heart and squeezed. Was she finally trusting him, believing he wasn't just another player in this twisted game? "I know hatred's a poison," she admitted, bitterness creeping in, "but for them, I'll make an exception. Because of them, I can't even use my real name, not even with you. Not yet. For now, I'm just Simplicity, though I'd like to think I'm not entirely simple." The afternoon was golden, the air sweet with blossoms, but Dodger's instincts prickled. Someone was tailing them, not Mrs. Sharples, someone new. Street smarts had taught him to sense a shadow before it fell. A beggar, a copper. Either way, you didn't survive as a tosher without eyes in the back of your skull, and maybe a spare pair on your hat for good measure. Damn it. He'd been asking questions yesterday. Someone was moving faster than he'd expected. But he kept his pace easy, the picture of a carefree lad escorting his sweetheart on a stroll. Inside, though, his mind was a war room, strategies forming, escape routes mapped. The follower kept their distance, hesitant to strike with the housekeeper's glare sharp enough to scatter Napoleon's army. Just as Dodger decided to loop back, Mrs. Sharple's voice cut through the tension. "That's quite enough wandering, young man. Time to turn back." New detail. As they pivoted, Dodger caught a flicker of movement, a gloved hand withdrawing into an alleyway. Gloves. Fancy. Whoever was watching them had money or orders. Voice twist serious, right arrow sarcastic. Ah, splendid. Because what this delicate situation truly needed was a mysterious stranger with a fashion sense. Dodger almost laughed. If this kept up, he'd need a scorecard just to track all the players in this mess. But for now, he tipped his hat to simplicity and played the dutiful escort, while making damn sure their path home took a few very unnecessary detours. Simplicity's health remained fragile, and the last thing she needed was a chill creeping in. Her voice, surprisingly less grating than usual, gave him a flicker of hope. Maybe she'd listen. Without hesitation, he yanked her closer, his breath hot against her ear. "Listen sharp," he murmured. "There's a bloke tailing us, and his intentions ain't friendly. Could be after her, could be after me. For the sake of your paycheck and your conscience, swing left at the next turn and stay put while I deal with this rat." Mrs. Sharple's eyes widened, but instead of her usual scowl, she hissed back, "Well, color me shocked. If the filthy wretch gives you trouble, aim for the family jewels and make it count." Then just as quick, her face soured back into its permanent state of disdain. Simplicity, though, squared her shoulders like she was itching for a brawl. "Dodger," she muttered, "if you've got the chance, leave him in the filth where he belongs." Dodger barely had time to process the shift in their moods before the women marched ahead, seamless as ever. The second they rounded the corner, he ducked into the alley, pressing himself flat against the grimy brick. The stalker crept in after them, right into Dodger's waiting grip. One hand clamped around his throat, the other delivering a knee straight to his tender bits. The man crumpled with a guttural wheeze. Dragging him upright, Dodger got a whiff of sweat and cheap gin. The dim light revealed a face he knew all too well. "Dirty Benjamin," he sneered. "Fancy meeting you here, skulking after decent folk like some back-alley ghoul. 7 turns I took and you matched everyone, even when I doubled back. Ain't that a coincidence?" He tightened his hold just enough to make Benjamin's eyes bulge. "You reek like a wee cold corpse, wheeze like a dying mule, and if you don't start talking, I'll rearrange your face for free." Then it hit him. Benjamin couldn't speak because Dodger's grip was cutting off his air. Easing up just a fraction, he shoved him deeper into the alley's shadows. "You know me, Ben," Dodger said, voice dripping with false cheer. "Good old Dodger, always fair, thought we were mates. Turns out you're just another backstabber in a world full of 'em." New detail added, Simplicity's readiness for a fight, showing unexpected resilience. Tone shift. Dodger's sarcastic taunting of Benjamin mid-confrontation. Dirty Benjamin froze under Dodger's sharp gaze, his voice trembling as he stammered, "They're sayin' you off that barber, you know, the one with all them stiffs in his basement." Dodger exhaled, the weight of the moment pressing down. Life had been simpler in the tunnels, but lately he'd learned the truth was slippery. Just like Charlie always said, people twisted it to fit their stories. Sure, he'd never killed a soul, but that didn't matter now. The world didn't care that poor Mr. Todd had been a broken man, haunted by the horrors he'd seen serving the Duke. No, the truth was a fog, and folks preferred a clean-cut villain over a madman who deserved bedlam more than a noose. Benjamin squirmed under his glare, and Dodger let the silence stretch before finally growling. "Something like that, but not all of it. Now if you're really my friend, you'll tell me why you're tailing me, or I'll turn you into yesterday's leftovers." It was a low blow. Benjamin was a petty thief at best, A man who scraped by stealing ladies' unmentionables off clotheslines and running errands for anyone with a few coins. The kind of guy who made you want to scrub your hands after shaking his. A worm, really, always squirming, always afraid. And right now he looked downright terrified. Dodger sighed, softening his tone. Then again, maybe I won't. 'Cause I know you, Ben, you'll spill who sent you, yeah. Do that and we're square. A shift in the shadows caught his eye, Mrs. Sharples and Simplicity watching from around the corner. "Pardon the interruption, gents," the housekeeper said dryly, "but it's time we headed home, unless you'd rather keep playing tough." Dodger turned back to Benjamin, who was now a sniveling mess on the ground. "Last chance," he muttered, leaning in. "Tell me who's pulling your strings, and I'll forget your name ever came up." A whiff of something foul hit his nose. Benjamin hadn't just been crying. The man was a wreck. Dodger smirked, lowering his voice to a whisper. "Got Sweeney Todd's razor right here, blade still closed for now." The pull was undeniable, it whispered to him, urging him to act. "All right, Benjamin," Dodger said, his voice low but sharp. "Time to come clean. Who sent you?" The words spilled out in a jumbled rush, but Dodger caught the gist. Harry the Slap from Hackney Marshes had put out word, and now some powerful figures were hunting for Dodger and the girl. A reward was on the table. Dodger's grip tightened. "Who's funding this reward?" Benjamin squirmed. "Dunno, swear it. Harry just said to report back. Promise me a cut if I talked." Dodger studied the man's face. No lies there, just fear. "Listen, Benjamin," he said, almost kindly. "As a favor, keep this little chat between us. And one more thing," he lifted his boot. "This, from Mrs. Sharples, her request, not mine." The kick landed with a satisfying thud, drawing a pained groan from Benjamin. Mrs. Sharples shockingly cackled with delight. "Go on, give I am another," Dodger exhaled, steadying himself. "Time to be the man who took down Sweeney Todd." "Simplicity, Mrs. Sharples, listen close. There are dangerous people after her. The Mayhews mean well, but they won't stop what's coming. I'm getting her out." Mrs. Sharples bristled. "She's under their protection, Mr. Dodger." Then Simplicity spoke, her voice firm. "I was married to a fool, Mrs. Sharples. Dodger's right, we should leave." Dodger nodded. "Agreed, Mrs." Sharples glanced at Benjamin, still writhing on the ground. "And him?" Dodger leaned down. "Benjamin, my old friend, you know me. The new Dodger, the one who ended Sweeney Todd. So here's what you'll do. When you can stand, you'll walk, fast, no looking back till nightfall, because if you do—" He let the threat hang, razor glinting in his hand. "You remember who I am now, don't you?" Benjamin paled. He remembered. Benjamin groaned, his voice trembling. "Mister, I swear I've never laid eyes on you before, and heaven help me, I wish that were still true. You won't hear a peep out of me, I promise." They took the long way back, weaving through the crowded streets until Dodger spotted a newsboy hollering, "Brutal murder. Hero saves the day, get the full story." That's when it hit him. This mess was only getting worse. Finally, the Mayhews' little gate came into view. Dodger scanned the street for any lurking eyes, but the coast was clear. He swung the gate open for Simplicity, who smiled and whispered, "Thank you, my dear Dodger," before blowing him a silent kiss. In his mind, it echoed like every church bell in London ringing at once. Inside, the Mayhews listened carefully as Dodger laid out the danger. Someone was hunting Simplicity, the kind of person you really didn't want showing up at your door. "So," he finished, "if you'd be so kind as to help her gather her things and call a cab, I'll take her straight to Charlie's. We'll figure out the rest from there. And don't worry, no chaperone needed." Mrs. Mayhew clutched her pearls. "But that's hardly proper." Before Dodger could argue, Simplicity stepped forward and kissed the woman's cheek. "Jane, I'm a widow running from a man who'd rather see me dead than free. I'm going with Dodger. The risk is mine, and I won't let harm come to you because of me." The Mayhews gaped like they'd just seen a cat recite Shakespeare. Then practicality won out. "Mrs. Sharples," Mr. Mayhew said briskly, "fetch a cab, would you? And help our guest, she travels light." Dodger nearly sighed in relief when the cab finally clattered up. Mr. Mayhew even slipped him a half-crown, murmuring, "Good man, very good man." As the carriage rumbled toward Fleet Street, Simplicity turned to him. "Dodger, why did you pull me out of the rain that night?" The question nearly knocked him sideways. "'Cause I can't stand bullies," he muttered, "especially when they're kickin' folks who can't fight back. Saw too much of that growin' up and, well, you were a girl." Her voice sharpened. "A woman, Dodger, did you know I lost my child?" His throat went dry. "Yeah, ma'am, I wish I'd gotten there sooner." She leaned closer, her eyes fierce. "You did come, though, like some kind of gutter angel." The kid practically bounced with excitement. "Who could have gotten here quicker?" This time, Simplicity didn't just blow a kiss. She planted one right on Dodger's cheek, leaving no room for doubt. Charlie wasn't at the Chronicle, but inside his office, a scrawny messenger boy, one of those ink-stained runners always clutching scraps of paper like they held state secrets, gaped at Dodger like he was some kind of divine messenger. "Is it true?" the boy rasped, eyes wide. "Did you really choke that monster with his own tie? Can you sign this for me? I'm putting together a scrapbook." Dodger took in the kid's smudged face and ink-splattered clothes, proof this place ran on paper and desperation. He sighed. "Listen, kid, he was just a sick old man, thought he was fighting ghosts. I didn't lay a finger on him, just took his blade before the coppers hauled him off. That's it, got it." The boy didn't buy it. "You're just being modest, sir. Mr. Dickens said if you came looking for him, he's at Parliament today, covering some trial. Said to tell the guards you're from the Chronicle if they give you trouble." He shoved a pencil at Dodger like a tiny sword. "Still gonna sign this, right?" Dodger caved, scribbling something illegible before the kid could jab the pencil up his nose. "Thanks. Oh, and if you can't find Mr. Charlie, just ask a peeler." The boy grinned. "Plenty of 'em around today. Ask a peeler." The old Dodger would have laughed at the idea. But now, after two wild misunderstandings had somehow made him a hero, at least to ink-smeared kids, maybe he could face a copper without flinching. Simplicity's kiss still burned on his cheek. For another one of those, he'd boot a peeler square in the backside if he had to. Life was looking up, and if Dickens could help, even better. He turned to Simplicity. "Sorry, love, looks like we're off to Parliament." No choice but to flag down one of the cabs crowding the street and head for the heart of London's chaos. Chapter 9. Dodger faces Parliament, and a man with ambitions. The guards at what remained of the Houses of Parliament weren't thrilled about letting strangers inside, especially ones who might be foreign spies. Dodger wasn't exactly thrilled either, but with Simplicity beside him, he resisted the urge to tell them off like he would have in his old life. Instead, he straightened his back, squared his shoulders, and announced, "I'm Dodger, here to see Mr. Charles Dickens." That got a few laughs, but he held his ground, staring them down until someone muttered, "Wait, isn't this the guy who took down the demon barber earlier, right there on Fleet Street?" Another guard stepped closer, nodding. "That's the one. Even the police were too scared to step in. Rumor has it folks have already raised nearly 10 guineas for him." Suddenly, Dodger found himself surrounded by a growing crowd. All he could do was repeat, "I need to speak with Mr. Dickens, it's urgent." He reminded himself to stay calm, shake the hands thrust at him, and wait for Charlie to show up. Just as the murmurs grew louder, a sharply dressed man appeared, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "So this is the so-called hero of Fleet Street, and here we are making him stand around like some common vagrant. What does that say about us, gentlemen?" The crowd murmured in agreement, a few even clapping. "Well said, Mr. Disraeli," someone called out. Then another voice chimed in, "Frankly, a man like him probably still has that razor on him right now." Dodger's pulse spiked until the same man burst into laughter. "Imagine that. Imagine that," Dodger echoed with a chuckle, playing along. And just like that, he and Simplicity were inside Parliament, razor and all. Funny how lies worked. Half the men in there probably got in the same way. As for why he'd kept the razor in the chaos, he wasn't entirely sure, but something told him it was better off in his hands than anywhere else. New detail. Dodger notices a flicker of unease in Simplicity's eyes as they step inside, making him wonder if she senses something he doesn't. Tone shift. The sarcasm in Disraeli's remark cuts through the tension, turning what could have been a tense moment into something almost theatrical. Before Dodger could react, Mr. Dickens arrived, making a show of shaking his hand with exaggerated flair before turning to Simplicity. "You can't possibly be the same young woman I saw bruised and battered just days ago," he remarked, then quickly shifted focus, announcing urgent business with the young cavalier, whatever that meant. They were led through plush hallways into a snug room with a single table. While Dickens fussed with chairs and settled Simplicity, Dodger studied Mr. Disraeli. The man had the cunning air of a younger Solomon, smug as a cat licking cream from its whiskers. Oh yes, he was a dodger too, not like Dodger but the kind who played with words instead of alleyways. Sharp as a blade, though his weapon was likely his tongue. A smooth talker, no doubt, but still a street-smart operator at heart. Their eyes met and Disraeli gave him a knowing wink, one rogue acknowledging another. Dodger smirked but held back, aware that winking at gentlemen could land a lad in hot water. Until that moment the grand surroundings, marble statues, hushed carpets, portraits of stern-faced old men who looked like they'd swallowed lemons, had made him feel like an intruder, small and out of place. But that wink shattered the illusion. This wasn't some untouchable fortress. It was just another battleground, fancier and better fed, where people schemed and clawed their way up. The realization hit him like a stolen coin tucked into his pocket, a secret advantage. His grin widened, but then reality crashed back. This place dripped with polished words and leather-bound books, and suddenly his own tongue felt useless. Just as panic crept in, Charlie's hand landed on his shoulder. "We've got matters to discuss," he said warmly. "Freely. Mr. Disraeli here's a rising star in politics and he's already briefed on our delicate situation. Thirsty, hungry." Dodger opened his mouth, but Simplicity answered first with a polite nod. Charlie tugged a bell rope and within seconds a servant slipped in, exchanged hushed words and vanished. As the two men settled into plush chairs, Dodger couldn't tear his gaze from Disraeli. The man was magnetic, no question, a player in a game Dodger was only starting to understand. New detail. Dodger noticed a faint scar on Disraeli's knuckles, a relic from some past scuffle, proof even polished politicians had rough edges. Tone shift. The sarcasm in Dodger's internal monologue cuts through the stuffy atmosphere. "Oh sure, let's all pretend we're not just rats in a gilded maze." Dodger wasn't familiar with the word insinuated, but he recognized the slippery way Mr. Disraeli moved, never fully leaving one place before sliding into another, like smoke filling a room. The man had a way of being everywhere at once, and that, Dodger figured, made him dangerous. His fingers brushed against the hidden bundle tucked inside his shirt just as the servant stepped away to fetch drinks. Charlie gestured toward a chair with a chuckle. "For goodness sake, sit down, lad. The furniture won't bite. I'm relieved to see our young friend here is recovering well. Slow but steady progress is always a good sign." Disraeli, ever the opportunist, cut in smoothly. "Pardon me, but who exactly is this young lady? Might someone do me the honor of an introduction?" He stood, and Charlie followed suit, steering him toward Simplicity with practiced ease. "Miss Simplicity, allow me to present Mr. Benjamin Disraeli." Dodger watched, half amused, half suspicious. Back in Seven Dials, people didn't bother with such formal nonsense. Charlie added, "Ben, this is the young lady we've spoken of." Simplicity tilted her head, her voice sweet but edged with steel. "And what exactly have you been saying about me?" Dodger tensed, ready to jump in, but Charlie shot him a sharp look. "Stay put, Dodger. Let me handle this, but by all means jump in if you feel the need." He turned to Simplicity. "The same goes for you, miss." Clearing his throat, he continued, "From what we've gathered, you lived abroad with your mother, an English tutor. After her passing, you entered into a marriage of sorts with a German prince." He hesitated, watching for her reaction, but she only nodded. Not long after, you fled and made your way to England, your mother's homeland. Simplicity's glare could have melted iron. That's right. And I left because my so-called husband turned into a coward the moment the vows were said. He tried to pin the whole sham on me. A trick as old as time, wouldn't you agree? Disraeli's eyes flicked upward, as if seeking divine patience. Charlie shifted uncomfortably before pressing on. We've also learned, through channels I won't discuss, that the two farmhands who witnessed the ceremony were found dead. The priest who officiated, he supposedly fell from his church roof. Simplicity went pale. Father Jacob was no fool, he wouldn't just fall, and Heinrich and Gerda, they were good people. The maid who brought my meals told me what happened. Her voice wavered, but her anger burned bright. Tell me, gentlemen, do you believe in coincidences? Dodger clenched his fists. This wasn't just some nobleman's game anymore. People were dying, and Simplicity was right in the middle of it. The woman studied the men before her with sharp eyes, her fingers twisting the gold band on her ring finger. You're struggling to find the right words, aren't you? She said dryly. Let me save you the trouble. My husband wants his wife back, or rather his father does. She pulled the ring off, letting it catch the light. Heinrich and Gerda knew about our marriage, but they're gone now. The priest, too. This ring is all that's left of it, unless you count me. A tense silence settled between Disraeli and Charlie before Disraeli finally nodded. That is our understanding, madam. Ah, but here's the problem, she said, sliding the ring back on with deliberate slowness. If I'm the only proof left, how easy would it be for me to vanish too? A ship sinks, a body is lost, who would question it? Her laugh was bitter. Some kind souls here called me Simplicity. But I assure you, gentlemen, I'm anything but simple. My father-in-law was furious when his precious heir married a girl he deemed unworthy of even being a lady-in-waiting, let alone a princess. Fairy tales lie, princes and princesses are just bargaining chips in Europe's political games. And my foolish husband and my own stupidity for believing him ruined a perfectly good chance to trade me for a treaty. Dodger gaped at her. A princess. He half expected someone to demand he joust for her honor. Charlie and Disraeli shifted awkwardly, saved by a knock at the door, a servant with coffee and delicate pastries. Once they were alone again, Simplicity's voice turned icy. I'm what you'd call a displaced person, and certain people would prefer I disappear. Twice now men have tried to snatch me off London streets. If not for Dodger and you, Mr. Dickens, I'd already be on a ship back to my beloved husband. She exhaled sharply. My mother swore England was a land of freedom. I'd hoped to stay, but even here I'm not safe. Not when I'm worth more vanished than alive. Her hands clenched. So tell me, gentlemen, where does a woman go when even freedom isn't a guarantee? The room felt heavier, the coffee untouched. Dodger swallowed hard, realizing for the first time that fairy tales didn't end happily. They just got darker. Charlie rested against the fireplace, arms crossed, and shot Ben a questioning glance. So what's your take on all this? Disraeli looked like he'd just been smacked with a brick, mouth slightly open, eyes wide. For a moment he just sat there, stunned. Then, clearing his throat, he finally spoke. Madam, I regret your circumstances, but our government has assurances that returning you won't lead to unpleasantness. Dodger shot up from his seat, fists clenched. Oh, sure, because promises from people like them are worth their weight in dirt. Not getting hurt is one thing, but disappearing into some locked room where no one can find you, that's a whole different game. You lot deal in words, you know how slippery they can be. Won't be harmed leaves a lot of nasty wiggle room. Disraeli shifted uncomfortably. And how precisely are we to guarantee Miss Simplicity's safety here? Neither government can be seen meddling, but that doesn't mean. Well, let's just say third parties might take matters into their own hands. If something were to happen to her on British soil, it could strain relations. He swallowed hard, like he'd already said too much. Dodger turned to Charlie, jaw set. That's exactly why we moved her. The Mayhews are good people, but I won't risk them or her. Whoever's after her, they're not the sort you invite to tea. And I swear on my life I'll find the rats who hurt her and make sure they answer for it. She doesn't go back." Disraeli exchanged a glance with Charlie before sighing. "My dear fellow, it's not that simple. Legally, she's her husband's property, and there are those who'd ship her off tomorrow if it kept the peace. We've had enough wars over petty squabbles. Surely you, of all people, understand that after your encounter with Todd." Dodger's blood boiled. Property. Like she was a damn pawn in their political chess match. Even a back-alley gambler had more honor than this. Before Disraeli could blink, Dodger was in his face, forcing him back into his chair. "Complicated." "There's nothing complicated about it," he snarled. "She's a person, not some bargaining chip, and I won't let you forget it. A woman who's been battered by her husband and wants no more of it isn't about to march back into that nightmare. Trust me, it's the same old story in the slums. Nobody lifts a finger unless the brute suddenly has to scrub his own dirty laundry." Before Disraeli could get a word in, Charlie cut in with a much-needed suggestion. "Ben, maybe we can hold off on deciding this right away. Give us all a minute to think. But there's one thing we can't put off. Dodger here lives in 7 Dials with a cranky old landlord and a dog that's more trouble than it's worth. Not exactly a safe haven for a lady, especially one running for her life. Even in broad daylight, danger could find her. Dodger's quick, but he can't be everywhere at once. So we've got to settle this now. Ben, where does this woman, a princess, mind you, rest her head tonight knowing she'll still have one come morning? You and I both know exactly who we can turn to." Disraeli blinked like he'd just been doused with cold water mid-crisis. "You're talking about Angela, aren't you?" "Obviously." Charlie turned to Dodger, who stood rigid beside Simplicity like a soldier on high alert. "We've got a friend who'd be more than happy to take her in. Safe lodging, protection, the works. And trust me, she's the kind of woman who couldn't care less about politicians or kings. We can be there in under an hour if traffic's decent. You're coming too. I'll smooth things over when we arrive." Dodger narrowed his eyes. "How do I know I can trust you, Charlie, or this mystery woman?" Charlie smirked. "On some things you probably shouldn't, but this, I'm dead serious. Truth's a slippery thing, but do you really think I'd steer you wrong here? Where else you gonna take her? Back to the sewers?" Before anyone could argue, Simplicity's voice cut through the tension. "I have to trust you, Dodger. Maybe it's time you did too." Growlers were always idling near Parliament, and soon they were rattling westward in silence. Then Simplicity spoke up again. "Mr. Dickens, your friend Mr. Disraeli rubs me the wrong way. He acts like every issue has 2 sides, like he's just floating above it all, like life's some flimsy sheet he can shake out and fold up again." New detail added. "The dog in 7 Dials is now described as more trouble than it's worth," adding a touch of humor. Tone shift. The exchange between Dodger and Charlie takes a sharper, almost sarcastic edge when Charlie quips about the sewers. The tension in the carriage was thick enough to cut with a knife. "My mother always said those kinds of people were harmless but unpredictable," Simplicity murmured after a long silence. Then quieter she added, "I'm sorry, but I meant what I said." Charlie let out a weary breath. Politics exists to keep wars from breaking out, most of the time anyway. Politicians serve a purpose, even if it's not always pretty. Ben's in a tough spot. There are lines he can't cross, things he can't be tied to publicly. You'd be shocked how many foreign spies are crawling around right under our noses, just like we've got eyes and ears in their countries. Both sides pretend not to notice, and somehow, against all odds, that keeps the peace." He smirked darkly. "But when the game gets tight, sometimes the smallest piece on the board decides the match." Dodger's eyes widened. "So we're always watching our enemies." A low laugh rumbled through the dim interior of the coach. "Enemies? Nah, Dodger, we usually know what they're up to. It's the friends you've got to watch. One day they're shaking your hand, the next they're stabbing you in the back. Everybody knows the game, even the spies know they're being watched. But this mess, I don't see how diplomacy fixes it. Sure, we could let Simplicity stay, but her father-in-law's government won't drop it. Maybe we sneak her onto a ship bound for America or Australia, though that's more of a novelist's fantasy than a real plan." "The Americas," Dodger blurted. "That's wild country, she wouldn't last a week. And Australia. Sol says folks there walk upside down. How's that supposed to work? Even if we got her on a boat, the docks are crawling with eyes. I know, I used to be one of 'em." Charlie rubbed his temple. "Disguise, then. Or we wait it out until the old man keels over from sheer rage. From what Disraeli's heard, the son might be easier to handle." A sharp voice cut through the debate. Simplicity sat up straighter, her bruised face set with determination. "Gentlemen, I'm not going anywhere. England is my home. There's nothing else to discuss." Dodger studied her, really looked at her for the first time. He'd always seen her as fragile, broken. But now something flickered in his memory. She wasn't just a victim. She was steel wrapped in silk. The man turned to Charlie with a curious grin. "You know, I once heard a wild tale about the Romans building sewers here. Some fierce woman chasing them down with chariots fitted with blades that slice through their legs. You're the bookish sort. What was her name again?" "Boadicea," Charlie replied without hesitation. "And you've got a point. Miss Simplicity isn't some timid girl. She's got fire in her, and she deserves to stand her ground against anyone who tries to push her around." Just then the carriage rolled to a stop in front of a grand, brightly lit mansion. A butler answered Charlie's knock, and after a hushed exchange, Dodger and Simplicity were led into a tidy little sitting room near the entrance. Charlie vanished down the hall with the butler, Geoffrey, he'd called him, only to return moments later with a striking woman at his side. Miss Angela Burdick Coutts, as Charlie introduced her, had an air of effortless authority. She might have been young, but her sharp eyes and no-nonsense posture made it clear she wasn't one to be trifled with. Dodger could tell instantly. This was a woman who won arguments before they even started. She extended her hand warmly. "You must be Simplicity. It's a pleasure." Then turning to Dodger, she added with a knowing smile, "Ah, the hero of Fleet Street himself. Charlie's filled me in on your daring escapades, both at the Chronicle and this morning's little spectacle. Gossip travels fast, you know. But right now, what matters is getting this young woman," she emphasized the word pointedly, "a hot meal and a safe place to rest. No one enters this house without my permission, and anyone foolish enough to try won't leave with fond memories. Or if they're smart, they'll wish I had never been born." Her tone shifted, smooth as silk. "Of course, as far as the world is concerned, Simplicity is simply the daughter of an old family friend, here to learn the ways of the city. And you, Mr. Dodger, heroes are always in demand, aren't they? Though I'd be honored if you joined me for dinner tomorrow." Dodger gaped until Charlie nudged him aside. "Angela, might I suggest he bring his friend Solomon Cohen, a master jeweler and watchmaker of some renown?" "Perfect," she said, eyes gleaming. "I've heard of his work. It'll be a pleasure." New detail. Dodger noticed a faint scar on Miss Burdick Coutts's wrist as she gestured, a small but intriguing imperfection on an otherwise polished figure. "Charlie, you're always welcome, but I'd like a private word with you once Mr. Dodger leaves." The way she said leaves made it sound permanent, but Dodger surprised himself by raising his hand. "Miss, if it's all right, could I take a look at where Miss Simplicity's staying?" Angela arched an eyebrow. "And why would that be?" Dodger shrugged. "I know my way around locks and windows in this city. If I can get in, so can someone with worse intentions." He braced for a scolding, but Angela's lips curled into a grin. "You really don't answer to anyone, do you, Mr. Dodger? Just want to make sure she's safe, miss." "Smart thinking," she said, nodding. "Geoffrey will show you the room, bars on the windows and all. Frankly, I'd sleep better knowing you've checked for weak spots. Maybe we'll discuss hiring you to test my security tomorrow. But for now, Charlie and I have matters to settle." Chapter 10. Dodger's sharp mind at work. Dodger practically floated home after the meeting, especially after Charlie's hushed remark about Angela's fortune. Apparently, she had more gold than anyone who wasn't wearing a crown. A fancy party sounded like a challenge, though. He kept a brisk pace until he hit the first sewer grate, his real kingdom. In a blink, despite his polished clothes, he vanished underground, the iron cover clanking shut behind him. Navigating by touch, sound, and the unique stench of each tunnel like a sommelier sniffing out vintage sewage, he adjusted course only once when another Toscher's whistle echoed back. Daylight peeked through grates here and there, making the trek easier. The tunnels were dry today, and as he wandered, his fingers brushed a hidden crevice. 6 pence. A lucky find, as if fate was winking at him. Above, the city rumbled, hooves, footsteps, the occasional carriage. Then a sound that stopped him cold, a screech of metal, tortured and unnatural, like a wheel grinding against stone. His blood ran hot. That coach. If he could track it, he might find the men who'd hurt Simplicity. His fists tightened. Oh, they'd regret crossing him, especially when brass knuckles came into play. Dodger sprinted through the sewer, cursing under his breath as he dodged puddles of questionable origin. The next manhole cover was farther than he'd hoped, but at least this tunnel wasn't as filthy as some. Small comfort for his already battered gear. He didn't slow, not even when a stray coin glinted in the dim light. No time for distractions. Finally, he spotted the faint glow of the drain above and yanked out his trusty crowbar. Just as he braced to pry it open, the thunder of hooves rattled overhead. A massive brewery wagon rolled to a stop right on top of the grate, blotting out his escape with the unmistakable stench of horse dung. And then, as if on cue, the two enormous Shire horses decided to relieve themselves. A synchronized performance that would have been impressive if Dodger weren't directly beneath it. There was no dodging this. The golden shower rained down, relentless, while the brewery workers unloaded barrels with the practiced ease of men who knew a cold pint was waiting. Dodger could practically taste the beer in the air, even through the less pleasant aromas. He'd always had a soft spot for the yeasty tang near breweries. Blinky, the rat catcher, swore the sewer rats here were the toughest, juiciest specimens around. But none of that mattered now. The coach was long gone, its wheels lost in the city's clamor. And Dodger, stuck under a wagon, soaked and out of luck. Some days just didn't go your way. The men above him were deep in debate over the quality of their ale, completely oblivious to the frustration bubbling beneath their feet. Dodger could have sprinted to the next sewer grate, but by then, his target would have vanished into London's chaotic streets, gone like smoke in the wind. He clenched his fists, seething at the missed chance, but trudged forward anyway. After all, those massive draft horses weren't just good for splashing the cobblestones. Street kids followed them with buckets, shouting, "Fresh and packed tight, just a penny a scoop, ma'am," near the fancy houses with gardens. Now his only option was to hustle to the next manhole and surface. Hours of ducking through alleys left him exhausted, starving, and painfully aware that his once shabby suit was now a masterpiece of stains. Even Jacob and his boys, masters of scrubbing away evidence, would groan at this mess. No choice but to face the music. Eyes sharp, he scanned the crowd, heads ducking out of sight, figures slipping into shadows. A proper street rat knew most folks were just going about their day, but some had a knack for sticking their noses where they didn't belong. Dodger hunted for the calculating gaze, the predator's stare, the kind that sized up the street like a ledger. Tonight, though, the lane seemed clear. At least Simplicity was safe, assuming she stayed indoors. The city had teeth, and they bit hard in broad daylight. He remembered the time he'd played dress-up as a flower girl, his borrowed blonde curls peeking from under a scarf. Merry-go-round's hair grew fast and wild like weeds, but it fetched a pretty penny from wig makers. The real flower girls, some no older than toddlers, had been dealing with a particular breed of gentlemen. Dodger liked those kids. They were scrappy, honest in their own way. Sure, the older ones might dabble in mischief if it put food on the table, but they guarded the little ones fiercely. That's how he'd ended up in a dress, scowling at any creep who got too close. The memory almost made him grin. Almost. But the streets didn't reward nostalgia. Dodger kept moving. The well-dressed men who prowled the flower markets looking for vulnerable girls never suspected that the shyest, most delicate Violet among them was actually Dodger in disguise. He'd perfected the act. His high, unbroken voice and timid manner made him more convincing than the real flower girls. One evening, after selling his fake violets to unsuspecting gentlemen, the other girls warned him about a particularly vile dandy who preyed on the youngest sellers. The moment the man swaggered over, jingling coins in his pockets, Dodger dropped the act. In a flash, the shrinking Violet became a whirlwind of fists, dragging the creep into a nearby alley. The street erupted in cheers as Dodger made sure the man wouldn't be harassing anyone or jingling anything for a long while. It turned out to be a spectacular day. Not only had he earned the girls' gratitude and maybe a few friendly embraces, but he'd also walked away with a gold watch, a handful of coins, a fancy cane, and best of all, a gold tooth the man spat out mid-punch. Dodger snatched it midair like a street magician, earning even more applause. That night he treated the older flower girls to oysters, feeling like the king of the cobblestones. Of course, Solomon would have frowned at the whole affair, but Dodger wasn't one to dwell on moral lectures. As he neared his usual haunts, lost in thought, a firm hand clamped onto his shoulder. He turned to find a familiar face, one more accustomed to ink-stained fingers than alleyway brawls. "Mr. Dodger," the man said, brushing soot from his coat, "I paid a small fortune in cab fare to catch up with you. And I see the sewers have redecorated your attire. Any chance of finding a decent coffeehouse nearby?" Dodger smirked. "Doubtful, but there's a pie shop that might serve something resembling coffee. Just don't expect it to taste like anything but boiled dirt." The whole thing was a bit like those questionable meat pies. You'd only go for one if you were absolutely starving, if you catch my drift. Dodger steered Charlie into a dimly lit pub, the kind of place where conversation stayed private and pickpockets knew better than to try their luck. The moment Dodger stepped inside, he transformed. Not just a face in the crowd, but the king of the rookeries, a guy who knew everyone and everyone knew him. He slapped Quince, the bartender, on the back and exchanged nods with a few shady regulars, making it crystal clear that Charlie was under his protection. Charlie, for his part, was doing his best to look unfazed, but let's be real. He stuck out like a banker at a street brawl. The rookeries weren't exactly his scene, a place where even the cops traveled in pairs and kept their heads down. Meanwhile, Dodger couldn't help but smirk at the irony. Here was Charlie, as out of place as Dodger had felt the first time he'd wandered into Parliament. Two different worlds, crammed into a city that wasn't all that big when you really thought about it. A maze of alleys and opportunists, surrounded by suburbs that liked to think they were London, but Dodger knew better. Sure, he ventured beyond his usual halls sometimes, maybe a whole 2 miles out. But when he did, he made sure to wear his confidence like armor. Out there, it was all about respect, unspoken agreements, and the occasional nod that said, "You mind your business, I'll mind mine." But deep down, it was all a performance. When the act dropped, Dodger sometimes wondered who he really was beneath it all. The pub's regulars sized Charlie up, then glanced at Dodger. Message received. No trouble here. Once the tension eased, 2 pints of porter in clean glasses, no less, since they had a gentleman in their midst, landed on the table. Charlie leaned in, lowering his voice. "After we finished with Angela, I rushed back to my office. And guess what? Turns out my friend Dodger, the hero, is now a very wealthy man." He patted his coat pocket. 50 sovereigns wrapped up tight so they don't clink, plus some extra for good measure. And there's more where that came from. For a solid few seconds, Dodger's jaw might as well have been glued shut. Dodger lowered his voice, barely audible over the chatter in the dimly lit pub. "Charlie, I'm no hero, you know that." Charlie raised a finger to silence him, his expression amused but firm. "Stop arguing. The folks in London threw money at you because they think you're one. And let's be honest, heroes get things done. Who are we to ruin their fun? He leaned in, lowering his voice. Besides, villains need heroes. Otherwise, who'd make the speeches about mercy when some poor soul like Todd ends up in Bedlam instead of the noose? Dodger shuddered at the thought. Bedlam wasn't just a prison. It was a nightmare of screams and shadows, worse than Newgate's quick drop. He'd seen enough of both to know. Once he'd even swiped a few coins from a hanging crowd, only to toss them to beggars later, guilt gnawing at him like a stray dog. "No one's gonna listen to me," Dodger muttered. Charlie scoffed. "You're forgetting the papers. Tomorrow you're meeting Tenniel at Punch. Smile pretty for the sketch. London wants its hero." He clapped Dodger on the back, then grimaced as his hand met something suspiciously damp on Dodger's coat. Dodger ignored it, his mind sharp. "That coach, I almost had it." "I'll find them, Charlie. Simplicity stays safe." Charlie grinned. "She's fine at Angela's, and Ben won't be a problem for now. Face it, Dodger, we're a team." A flicker of something, pride, crossed Dodger's face before he buried it under a smirk. Teams meant trouble, but maybe just this once trouble had its uses. The stakes were high, and Dodger could only hope luck was on his side. With that thought, the man vanished from the pub, darting toward the nearest main street in search of a carriage, leaving Dodger gaping, his pockets suddenly heavy with gleaming coins. Reality hit him hard, and within moments he was sprinting through 7 dials, pounding on Solomon's door like a man possessed. The familiar bark of Onan echoed inside, followed by the slow shuffle of Solomon's slippers and the metallic clatter of locks being undone. Dodger had heard tales of the Tower of London's nightly ritual, the beefeaters with their elaborate ceremony, but none of it compared to Solomon's painstaking routine. The door finally swung open. "Dodger, a bit late, aren't you?" "No matter, stew only gets better with time." "Oh, good heavens, what in blazes happened to Jacob's nearly new suit?" Under Solomon's watchful eye, Dodger carefully peeled off the jacket and hung it up before turning back, emptying the purse onto the workbench with a satisfying clatter. He stepped back, grinning. "I reckon Jacob won't mind the suit now. Besides," he added with a wink, "a little accident never ruined good fabric, but this should smooth things over nicely, don't you think?" Before Solomon could recover, Dodger pressed on. "Hope you've got space in those strongboxes of yours." As Solomon stood frozen, Dodger's mind raced. Maybe stashing the fortune here wasn't the best idea. Later, 2 empty stew bowls sat forgotten beside meticulously arranged stacks of coins, from the smallest half-farthings up to gleaming sovereigns. The 2 men stared, half expecting the money to vanish as quickly as it had appeared. Onan, meanwhile, whined softly, shifting his gaze between them, certain as usual that he'd done something wrong, even though this time, for once, he was entirely innocent. Solomon leaned in, his fingers steepled as he absorbed every word of Dodger's story. The barbershop brawl, Miss Angela's unexpected dinner invitation, and Charlie's generous reward at the pub. He only interrupted once or twice with a thoughtful hum or a raised finger for clarification. When Dodger finished, Solomon exhaled deeply. "People will call you a hero, and that's not your doing," he mused. "But it speaks well of you that you see the truth. Monsters aren't born, they're forged. The hammer shapes the iron, not the other way around. And God knows you tried to set the record straight with anyone who'd listen." He chuckled softly. "Ah, but people love a good story, don't they? They'll paint dragons where there are none and cheer when they're slain. No harm in that. As for the money, well, maybe it's society's way of patching its own wounds. And if it leaves you comfortably rich, even better." He leaned back, eyes twinkling. "Now this Miss Angela Burdick Coutts, her family's wealth is no accident. If you're smart, you'll trust Coutts Bank with your windfall. Let them handle it. Money should work, Dodger, not gather dust under your mattress." Dodger frowned. "Work how?" "By making more money naturally," Solomon said with a grin. "I don't want folks snooping around me," Dodger muttered. Solomon's laugh was rich. Oh, they won't care about you, just what's in your pockets. Think of it like this. Say some railway madman, call him Stephenson, has a grand idea for an engine but lacks the coin to build it. Coutts men find investors, that's you, to fund his dream. They vet him, make sure he's not some soot-stained charlatan, and boom, your money grows while his train chugs along. It's not gambling, it's finance. He winked. Take my word for it, we Jews have a knack for this sort of thing. Dodger shifted, uneasy. Still sounds like betting on a horse to me. Solomon's smile didn't waver, but his tone turned playful. Ah, but unlike horses, money doesn't tire or throw its rider. Gambling can empty your pockets fast, Solomon remarked, as Onan let out a whimper under the table, desperate for scraps of attention. True, but there's gambling and then there's gambling. Poker, for instance, it's not just about luck. It's about reading people, and you, Dodger, have a knack for that. You see right through folks like they're made of glass. That's rare. Same goes for money. You've got to know who you're dealing with, and Coutts and Co. certainly do. Dodger grinned. You make 'em sound like a pack of swindlers, same as me. Solomon chuckled, shaking his head. An amusing thought, but I wouldn't go shouting that in the bank's lobby. Reputation matters, Dodger. A bad name sinks ships, and Coutts has stayed afloat for a reason. He wrinkled his nose as the stench of Dodger's damp coat overpowered even Onan's usual contributions to the addict's bouquet. Sorry 'bout the suit, Dodger muttered. Solomon waved him off with a dismissive, Jacob won't mind, not when there's money involved. Besides, horse urine's a fine cleaner, though most folks turn their noses up at the smell. Pity it's got a fruity tang like bad cider. He sighed, eyeing Dodger critically. Now, tomorrow's a big night. We're dining with men of influence, and I won't have them whispering, look at that grubby gutter snipe, can't even hold a fork right. They'll notice if you slurp your soup, which, let's be honest, you do, or fumble with a fish slice. Money won't buy you manners, Dodger. That's on me to teach you, and we've got less than a day. Dodger grimaced, but Solomon barreled on, his voice booming like a prophet calling down judgment. The attic groaned under the weight of his lecture, the floorboards protesting as if the whole building might collapse from sheer moral outrage. Pride, Dodger, Solomon declared, jabbing a finger skyward. You need it. First thing tomorrow we'll visit Coutts, then find a barber who won't slit your throat while trimming your scruff. I know just the man. Before Dodger could protest, Solomon's finger shot up again, commanding, unstoppable. The air itself seemed to tremble, birds scattering as if the heavens had taken offense. In the dim solitude of the attic, Dodger's thoughts swirled like fog over the Thames. Solomon's voice cut through the quiet, sharp as a blade. Don't you dare argue with me, he snapped, his usual calm replaced by steel. This isn't some sewer job, finance, banking, polishing yourself up. That's my domain. And believe me, I've got the scars to show for it. For once, just listen. I won't tell you how to navigate the tunnels, so don't tell me how to handle this. His finger, which had been jabbing the air like a conductor's baton, finally stilled. The storm in Dodger's mind eased, the imagined thunder fading as Solomon shrank back to his usual self. Now, he sighed, take Onan out before he ruins the floorboards and we'll call it a night. Outside, the last streaks of dusk clung to the sky. Dodger unhooked the dog's leash, pretending not to notice as Onan sniffed around with purpose. The city was a patchwork of flickering candlelight, some marking births, others deaths, all burning too bright for the indifferent streets below. A second candle meant trouble, the kind that brought the law sniffing around. Dodger barely had time to whistle for Onan before cold steel pressed against his throat. A voice, smooth as poisoned honey, whispered in his ear. Heard you're the lad who took down Sweeney Todd, it mused. Funny that. Doesn't seem so tough when you're caught off guard, does it? Sharp Bob's got questions and you've got answers. Scream if you like, nobody'll hear you over the mutt's last yelp. The knife didn't waver. Routines get folks killed, Dodger. Pity yours led you here. Mr. Dodger didn't so much as twitch, well, except for one involuntary muscle no one could see. But when the name Sharp Bob flashed through his mind, his voice stayed steady. "Don't believe we've met," he said, forcing a casual tone. "Thought I knew every face from Brooklyn to the Bronx. Mind telling me who you are, pal? Not like I'll be spreading the news, right?" The knife pressed just enough to remind Dodger it was there. Onan, his dog, was ready to pounce at a signal, but a blade at your throat has a way of making you reconsider. Dodger knew necks were tough, strong enough to hang a man, sure, but not so great against a sharp edge. The stranger's breath was hot against his ear, the only sign he wasn't alone. This guy was savoring the moment, the kind who got off on fear. A real pro wouldn't waste time with theatrics, they'd just finish the job. Then the man chuckled, low and cruel. "Take your time, mate. You know you can't shake me, and your mutt won't reach me before I open you up. Dogs ain't so tough if you know how to handle 'em, learned that in the ring, and don't think I didn't notice you're unarmed. No knuckles, no little toy you usually carry, not like last time." His laugh was ugly. "You remember that storm? My partner didn't walk away from that night, and neither will you. Now talk or you're joining him." Dodger's breath hitched. This was one of the men who'd hurt Simplicity, and Sharp Bob was pulling the strings, some slick lawyer with dirty connections. Was he the one whispering to Marie Jo? Rage burned through Dodger, sharp and clear as the blade tracing his skin. One thought crystallized in his mind: this guy isn't leaving alive. The alley was empty. No witnesses. No mercy. The night air in the tenement district was thick with distant shouts and the occasional eerie sigh, just another ordinary evening soundtrack. But for Dodger and the shadowy figure behind him, the alley felt unnervingly empty. "Sounds like I've got myself a real expert here," Dodger quipped, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The unseen man chuckled darkly. "Oh yeah, you could say that." "Perfect," Dodger muttered. Then in one swift motion he snapped his head back hard. Bone met bone with a satisfying crack before spinning around and lashing out with his boot. It didn't matter what he hit: walls, crates, the guy's shins. He just kept kicking, fueled by raw fury. Survival wasn't about finesse. It was about making sure the other guy regretted ever pulling a knife. And this creep, he'd been dumb enough to drink before a fight. Rookie mistake. But this wasn't just any thug. This was one of the men who'd laid hands on Simplicity. That changed things. No amount of stomping felt like enough. The knife clattered to the ground and Dodger snatched it up, glaring down at the groaning heap in the gutter. "Good news," he sneered. "In a few months you won't even remember tonight. Bad news. In 2 weeks you'll need someone to re-break that nose just to make you recognizable again." The man whimpered, his face a mess of old scars, proof he'd never been much of a fighter, just a cheap bruiser. Dodger smirked. Real boxers knew better than to let their faces get wrecked. Pretty faces threw opponents off. With one last brutal kick where it counted, Dodger rifled through the guy's pockets, pocketing 15 shillings and a halfpenny. Then, for good measure, he yanked off the man's shoes. "Remember me now?" Dodger hissed. "The guy who took down Sweeney Todd. Yeah, I've got his razor, and it's got a real persuasive voice. Tell Sharp Bob if he wants answers, he can come ask me himself. I'm no killer, but I know plenty who are. And if I ever hear you raised a hand to a woman again, you'll be floating down the Thames without a boat, believe it." Up above, windows creaked open just a crack. The neighbors knew better than to gawk. In these streets, survival meant knowing when to look away. Dodger grinned and called out to the crowd, "No need to panic, everyone. Just me, good old Dodger, and some poor fella from out of town who tripped over my foot, believe it or not." The mention of out of town was deliberate, a way to remind everyone that this muddy, half-forgotten corner of the city, usually littered with scraps from Onan's meals, was under his watch. And hey, why not let them know it was Dodger keeping things in order? The kind of guy you could count on. A few tired claps echoed in the dim light, except from Mr. Slade, a barge worker known more for his rough tongue than his manners. Clearly having a rough morning, Slade barked, "All right, scram." "Go back to sleep before I lose my temper." Dodger ignored the suggestion. Instead, he hauled the stranger off his turf, street rules being what they were, then dragged him even farther down the alley just in case the cops got curious. Propping the man against a grimy wall, he leaned in and muttered, "You've got the devil's own luck tonight, but if I catch you around here again, let's just say you'll be needing a new face." Got it? Yeah, thought so. Onan, ever the opportunist, chose that moment to lift his leg on the guy's trousers, unplanned but honestly. A perfect finale. As Dodger walked away, something nagged at him. The night needed one last flourish, something to make the whole thing legendary. Jiggling the stolen coins in his pocket, he doubled back to a rickety doorway and knocked. After a long pause, a wary old woman cracked the door open, squinting. "Who's there? I ain't got a penny to my name." Then recognition flickered. "Oh, Dodger, is that you? Only recognize them pearly whites of yours, bright as daylight they are." Smirking, he dropped the coins into her wrinkled hands. "Well, Mrs. Beecham, you do now." Her gasp was worth it. "Bless you, boy," she whispered, clutching the money like a lifeline. "I'll say a prayer for you come Sunday." A prayer, that was new. The idea clung to him, warmer than his threadbare coat, as he trudged upstairs with Onan. The bed, sturdy despite its stains, waited. After a good scrub, of course, Dodger returned to the attic to find Solomon still awake, though the old man hadn't bothered with the street spectacle below. His windows faced the dull but reliable sight of brick warehouses instead. A few muttered words passed between them before Dodger collapsed onto his mattress, the last candle flickering out as he pulled the blanket over his shoulders. Exhausted but satisfied, he let his mind drift, watching the whirl of recent events replay behind his eyelids. Had it really only been 3 days since he'd scrambled out of that stinking sewer after hearing a scream? The world was spinning faster than he could keep up, mocking him with its chaos. But Dodger wasn't about to be left behind. He'd chase it down, whatever came next. Tomorrow he'd be dining somewhere fancy, and simplicity would be there. The thought made him grin in the dark. He was learning the game, how to seem like a hero, a sharp young man, someone worth trusting. The funny thing, he was starting to believe it himself, like some unseen force was pushing him forward. With that unsettling realization, sleep finally took him. The next morning, the staff at Coutts Bank got an unexpected surprise when a shabby but sharp-eyed old man in a worn coat marched in, trailed by a scruffy kid in an awkward suit, and a dog that smelled like it had rolled in something foul. A few well-dressed patrons muttered about riffraff until the truth became clear. These weren't just poor people. They were poor people with money. Coins were counted, papers signed, and suddenly Solomon walked out with a crisp new bank book, leaving behind a very confused banker who realized, too late, that he'd agreed to an interest rate far lower than usual. But hey, at least the old man hadn't started flipping tables. Solomon had that effect on people. He bargained like a storm, leaving everyone else just trying to catch their breath the moment they stepped out of the bank. Dodger hesitated before reminding Solomon he had an appointment at Punch magazine. Some artist needed to sketch him for the cover. The illustrator, a young man named Tenniel, wasn't much older than Dodger himself, with hair that looked more reddish-brown than plain brown. As Dodger sat for the portrait, the two chatted easily, though the process wasn't entirely comfortable. Every so often, Tenniel would pause, lock eyes with Dodger in a way that made him feel like a specimen under glass, then just as quickly return to his furious sketching. Solomon, meanwhile, lounged nearby sipping coffee and flipping through a free copy of Punch, occasionally chuckling at something on the page. Dodger had expected the session to drag on, but to his surprise, Tenniel finished quickly, making a few final strokes before proudly turning the easel toward him. "What do you think?" Tenniel asked, grinning. "Mind if I call you Dodger? I've got your likeness down, but the editors will want more, some dramatic flair, maybe a shadowy figure lurking in the background. The public loves a good villain, after all." Dodger shifted uncomfortably. "But Mr. Todd wasn't really." Tenniel waved him off with his brush. Ah, but the people don't want the truth, do they? Take the Battle of Talavera. Wellington sent men straight into cannon fire, and history calls it glorious. The masses prefer their stories bloody and thrilling. He shook Dodger's hand, then paused. You look troubled. Something wrong. Dodger had been studying Tenniel just as closely as the artist had studied him. There was something off, something he couldn't place at first. Finally, he blurted out, Your left eye, sir, it's not quite right, is it? Doesn't it make drawing harder? For a second, Tenniel's expression stiffened, then broke into an uneven smile. The scar was barely noticeable, so small that Dodger might have been the first person to ever spot it. Just a silly little thing from when I was a kid, the man said with a dismissive wave. But Dodger, studying his expression, wasn't convinced. There was more to that story. Charlie nailed it when he talked about you the other night, Dodger remarked casually. Solomon, who had been stuffing a magazine into his coat, suddenly straightened up with a deep chuckle. Oh, and what exactly did our dear Charlie say about my friend Dodger? Enlighten me. His tone was friendly, but there was no mistaking the weight behind his words. Tenniel, caught off guard, flushed and stammered. Well, since I've already stepped in it, I might as well be honest. Just promise you won't tell Dickens I repeated this. He said, that Dodger's sharp as a razor. One day his name will be famous across the globe, either as a hero or the most likable rogue ever to swing from the gallows. Solomon burst into laughter, clapping his hands. Ah, Dickens does have a way with words. But if you see him before I do, let him know Solomon Cohen is doing his best to steer this one toward the hero route. He tipped his hat. Now, if you'll excuse us, this young scoundrel and I have an appointment with a bathhouse. A proper Turkish one, no less. Time to scrub off the grime before tonight's fancy dinner in the West End. Dodger blinked. A bath, with soap. The horror. But arguing with Solomon was like trying to outrun a storm, pointless and exhausting. Better to surrender now than be dragged through the streets by his ear, giving every pickpocket and cutpurse in London a good laugh. As they stepped outside into the damp, sooty air, Dodger's mood lifted slightly at the thought of Turkish. Ginny come lately, sweet, mischievous Ginny, had once spun wild tales about far-off lands. She described silken robes, perfumed oils, and women who danced like flickering candle flames. Of course, Ginny could make a trip to the butcher's sound like an adventure, but still, maybe this bath wouldn't be entirely dreadful. New detail. Dodger's reluctant curiosity about the bathhouse softens his resistance, imagining the exotic experience Ginny described, adding a layer of reluctant anticipation. Voice twist. The tone shifts from Dodger's initial dread to a grudging intrigue, lightening the mood with humor and nostalgia. Dodger had once asked Solomon about something he'd heard, back when he was younger and still a little too trusting. The old man had scoffed. Levanting goat rubs? Absolutely not. I've never been deep into those parts, but I can promise you nobody's smearing goats on themselves. The stench alone would clear a room. You're thinking of unguents, perfumes made from oils. Why the sudden interest? Dodger had shrugged it off. Just a word I overheard. But now the idea of anything Turkish carried an air of exotic mystery, and he found himself walking with a spring in his step toward the bathhouse on Commercial Road. Public baths were everywhere in the city, even the poorest scraping together pennies for a wash when, as one old woman had told him, you've got grime thick enough to carve. The system was simple. The more you paid, the cleaner your water. The rich got the first dip, crystal clear before soap turned it murky, then the middle class, and finally the working folk who at least got the luxury of pre-lathered suds. It was a strange kind of democracy. No, you'd never dine with the high and mighty, but you could stew in their leftover bathwater. A Londoner's pride, really. The rain came down harder now, thick with soot before it even hit the pavement, tasting like licking a gutter. The bathhouse entrance was unremarkable, just a set of worn steps leading to a door that promised nothing glamorous. Inside, an elderly woman greeted them, her mustache more impressive than her hospitality. Solomon, ever the negotiator, tried haggling, but she wasn't having it. Her expression said it all. Pay up or get out. Dodger stifled a laugh as Solomon muttered Jezebel under his breath before handing over the coins. The keys they received were for lockers, nothing fancy, but Dodger couldn't help feeling a flicker of excitement. He'd been to plenty of baths before, but this one. Maybe, just maybe, it'd be different. Solomon and Dodger, wrapped in oversized towels, padded barefoot across the cool marble floor into a cavernous chamber that could have passed for a second-chance version of hell, steamy, shadowy, and packed with echoes bouncing off damp stone. Dodger's hopes of spotting women in flimsy outfits were dashed. Instead, the misty gloom revealed only looming male figures. Solomon leaned in, his voice low. "Watch out for the Percys, just a friendly warning." Dodger blinked, confused, until it clicked as they sank into the nearest bath. "I've seen my share of bathhouses," he mused, "but this one's downright fancy. Never had trouble with Percys before." Solomon chuckled as the scalding water crept up their legs. "The Almighty's got it out for them, though I can't fathom why. If anything, they're doing the world a favor by not overcrowding it." The baths weren't just one tub. There were steaming pits, icy plunges, and scalding pools. Just then a mountain of a man, towels barely containing his bulging arms, lumbered over. "Massage, gents," he rumbled like a grain mill. "Thorough work, you'll walk out feeling like new money." Solomon gave a knowing nod. "Go on, try it. They're enthusiastic here, but you'll thank me later." Dodger soon learned enthusiastic meant borderline brutal. As the masseurs worked them over like stubborn dough, he gasped between pummels. "Simplicity's safe for now, but step outside and she's a target, and the government, useless." "Oof," Solomon grunted in agreement. "Governments think in crowds, not faces. Some would call sending her back diplomatic, even Christian," he sighed. "Though sometimes I wonder if the Lord's too busy to notice." Dodger winced as a particularly vicious need hit his shoulder. "If that's Christian, maybe we need a new religion." New detail. Dodger notices a faded tattoo on the masseur's arm, a coiled serpent with a missing fang, adding to the bathhouse's eerie vibe. Tone shift. The conversation pivots from grim to darkly humorous as Dodger jokes about the massage being a form of torture disguised as relaxation. Dodger winced as the masseur worked on his sore muscles. "That guy last night worked for some shady lawyer named Sharp Bob," he grunted between punches. "Apparently Bob's got a real interest in me and Simplicity, wants to know where she is. Must be some cash in it for him. Ever heard of the guy? Word is he's the kind of legal type who knows how to keep his hands clean." Solomon rubbed his chin, thoughtful. "Sharp Bob. Yeah, rings a bell. He's not your average courtroom lawyer, more like a middleman for the underworld. Clients come to him with problems, and he arranges solutions without ever saying the quiet part out loud. No direct orders, just nods and winks. Next thing you know, some poor bloke's dining room looks like a butcher shop, and Bob, well, he's got perfect deniability." He frowned. "So his men went after Simplicity." Dodger clenched his fists. "Yeah, and now I've gotta find him, soon as we're done here. Should have squeezed his location out of that thug last night, but I was too busy rearranging his face. Got a little carried away." He smirked. "Might need him in the jewels a few times too." "Oops," Solomon sighed. "Violence isn't always the answer, Dodger." Dodger raised an eyebrow. "Says the man with a six-shooter under his pillow." "Not always," Solomon repeated dryly. "Either way, if you've got a lead on Bob, spill it," Dodger pressed. "Someone's paying him to make Simplicity disappear. Not 'cause they've got a grudge, just 'cause she's inconvenient." Solomon went quiet for a long moment, so still Dodger thought the masseur had knocked him out. Then softly he said, "Then let them believe she's already gone. Dead girls don't get hunted." A slow smile crept over his face. "Just a thought, of course. Probably nonsense." Dodger's eyes widened. "Wait, you're saying fake her death?" Solomon's grin was all teeth. I'm saying you're clever enough to work it out. People see what they expect to see. A particularly hard thump from the masseur barely registered as Dodger's mind raced. He met Solomon's gaze, a spark of understanding flashing between them. Solomon clapped him on the shoulder like a proud uncle. "Time to move, lad. You've got a performance to plan." "New detail," added the masseur's physical impact, emphasizing Dodger's distraction. "Tone shift." Solomon's playful sarcasm undercuts the grim suggestion. "There's a point where being too clean becomes a problem." No sooner had they toweled off and settled back into their private booths than Solomon leaned in with a grin. "We'll sit for a drink first. Rushing out after a proper massage is a sure way to catch a chill. Then, my boy, we're off to Savile Row. That's where the finest gentlemen get their suits, and trust me, you'll need one. I sent word last night to my old friend Izzy, no Becali Taylor, mind you. He owes me, after I hauled him through the snow when the Cossacks were on our heels. Barefoot, no less. Ran a mile before we shook them off." He chuckled, swirling his drink. "Funny thing, young Carl, the one with the terrible haircut and eyes like a starving wolf, used to say men are all equal, just some do the stepping while others get stepped on. Never could decide if he was brilliant or just mad." Dodger barely registered the story. "Savile Row, that's West End," he blurted, as if Solomon had suggested a trip to the moon. "Do I really need fancy togs? The likes of Disraeli already know what I am." Solomon arched a brow. "And what are you exactly? Their servant, their pet, or, and here's a thought, their equal." Carl would have said so, assuming he's still alive. Dodger shot him a puzzled look, and Solomon waved a hand. "Ah, but preach equality too loudly and you'll anger both the boot and the neck under it. People cling to their miseries like old coats." "Am I downtrodden?" Dodger asked, half serious. "You, hardly, and you don't tread on others, which is a rare blessing. But spare yourself the politics, it's bad for digestion." Solomon drained his cup with finality. "Now, tonight's crowd may have heavier pockets, but our hostess strikes me as the sort who measures a man by his deeds, not his coin. Money buys silk, it doesn't make the man, though," he added, standing with a wince, "it does buy us a growler. My feet won't survive the walk in this downpour." Dodger groaned. "That's a fortune," Solomon scoffed. "What should I slog through the rain like a beggar?" "Honestly, Dodger, where's your sense of style?" New detail. Solomon winces as he stands, hinting at old injuries from his past. Tone shift. The conversation pivots from nostalgic to sharp, underlining Dodger's resistance to high society. "You might call yourself the king of an underground empire, but let's be honest. Your kingdom is built on sewer grates and forgotten coins. You've got a knack for spotting money where others see dirt, and that talent keeps you young, reckless, and free. But things are changing, Dodger. That crisp new bankbook in your pocket proves it. And then there's her, the girl who's got you thinking about more than just the next shiny penny. Responsibility. Yeah, it's the hammer that shapes a man, whether he likes it or not." No sooner had they stepped out of the baths than Solomon was playing hero again, this time for an old woman who'd made the mistake of patting Onan. After dusting her off and salvaging what was left of his handkerchief, Solomon flagged down a growler, though the driver seemed less than thrilled about stopping, his horse's hooves skidding on the wet cobblestones. Inside, the musty cushions offered little comfort as London's sticky rain drummed against the windows. Solomon leaned back, shaking his head. You'd think a man who drives people around for a living might actually enjoy their company. But no, this one looks like he'd rather toss us into the Thames. The sky had turned the deep purple of an overripe plum, and the rain wasn't just falling, it was attacking. Not ideal for a tosher, but the night might still hold promise. Dodger caught himself thinking of the sewers as home before correcting himself, the place he sometimes chose to be. Funny how a few days could twist a man's sense of belonging. He wasn't the same Dodger who'd scrambled through the filth just a week ago. Now he rode in growlers instead of clinging to them, paid fares instead of dodging them. Who was he becoming? The storm outside mirrored the one from the night he'd first met Simplicity, rain so thick it seemed to defy gravity, droplets spiraling upward when there was no room left below. The coachman up front was soaked to the bone, cursing under his breath while his horse navigated blindly through the deluge. And then, cutting through the downpour, a sound Dodger had been waiting for without realizing it. The shriek of metal, sharp and desperate. Somewhere ahead, something was breaking. And he knew, with a thief's instinct, that trouble was coming. Dodger lunged toward the small sliding panel that let passengers shout at the coachman. Not that the driver ever listened, and rainwater sprayed his face as he hollered, "Catch that carriage up ahead, the one with the squeaky wheel, and I'll toss you a crown." Silence. Not that anyone could hear a damn thing over the chaos of the storm and the crowded streets. But the growler lurched forward anyway, just as Solomon muttered, "Do we even have a spare crown?" Dodger wasn't paying attention. He was already scrambling up the side of the carriage, finding handholds like a street rat born to climb. The driver swore violently, threatening to drag Dodger down himself if the little upstart didn't stop treating his rig like a jungle gym. Leaning down through the rain, Dodger grinned. "Ever heard of the bloke who took down Sweeney Todd? Yeah, that was me. So you want to keep arguing, or should I get really annoyed?" He swung lower, locking eyes with the driver. "That coach we're chasing belongs to a man wanted for murder, kidnapping, and worse. Probably kicked a puppy too, just for fun." The driver spat, adding roughly 3 drops to the downpour. "The hell you say?" "The hell I do," Dodger shot back. "And if I get to him before the coppers do, well, let's just say he'll wish he'd stayed in jail. Oh, and there's a reward in it for you." The coachman squinted through the storm, torn between suspicion and greed. "You, worse than the peelers." "Those boys swing truncheons like they're chopping wood," Dodger smirked. "Difference is they have rules. Me, I don't play nice." Just then the growler jerked to a halt. The driver cursed. "Piccadilly's a damn mess. Rain's got everything tangled. Can't even tell which rig's yours with all these idiots cutting in like it's a free-for-all. Bloody traffic. Should ban those fancy 4-horse jobs from the city." The streets were packed with people weaving between stalled carriages like they owned the place. Didn't anyone have common sense anymore? Piccadilly Circus had turned into a chaotic mess of spinning umbrellas and rain-drenched vehicles, all stuck in a gridlock of panic. Horses whinnied nervously as more carts, cabs, and even a couple of brewery wagons piled into the fray. Then, in the middle of the damp, jostling madness, some idiot must have poked a horse with an umbrella. What followed wasn't just chaos. It was the kind of disaster that would have made sailors blush. The growler driver's colorful description of the scene would have burned the air if spoken aloud. And just when things couldn't get worse, the sun decided to make a dramatic entrance, turning the whole mess into a steamy sauna. Dodger gritted his teeth. Their target was long gone now. Solomon glared at him from the coach window, tapping his massive pocket watch like a ticking time bomb. Dodger sighed. Maybe if he played along, he'd still have a shot at hearing that cursed wheel screech again, assuming Sharp Bob didn't cough up the answers first. But right now, Solomon looked ready to explode. The coachman, however, had other ideas. With a smirk, he waved at the traffic jam like it was some grand joke. "You're the bloke who took down Sweeney Todd, eh? You look like a liar, but then again, so does everyone in this town." He pulled out a notebook, grinning. "Sign this, say it was really you, and we'll call it even. Might be worth something someday." Dodger rolled his eyes. Charlie's fog, where truth twisted into whatever story people wanted. But the man was waiting, pencil in hand. Sweating, Dodger scrawled out the words. "It was me what took Don Sweeney Todd. Dodger, and that is true." The absurdity of it all almost made him laugh. Almost the moment Dodger passed the package to the coachman, Solomon yanked him toward the sidewalk, wrestling with a monstrous black umbrella that looked like the skeletal remains of some ancient, vengeful vulture. Dodger couldn't help but point out that, at the moment, the only real danger came from the panicked horses lining the street. each one adding their own special contribution to the chaos. They abandoned the mess and trudged through the crowded side streets towards Savile Row, the rain leaving them damp and uncomfortably warm, a sticky, horse-scented misery worse than just being cold. Outside Davies and Son's polished entrance, Onan happily gnawed on a bone, blissfully unaware of the world. Inside, Dodger fought the urge to gawk at the rows of fine suits. He knew rich men wore better clothes, but seeing so much finery in one place was almost dizzying. Still, he played it cool, pretending he barely noticed, though his own slightly shabby, well-worn outfit probably gave him away. Then came Izzy, a wiry little man buzzing with enough nervous energy to power a factory. He shot between them and the doorman like a bullet, talking a mile a minute, promising perfection at a price so fair it would shock them, but only if they let him work his magic. Thank you very much. He herded them into a fitting room, fussing and apologizing to the air, then pounced on Dodger with a tape measure, circling him like a tailor possessed. The only words Izzy spared were polite, insistent variations of "just turn this way, sir," until Dodger was half convinced the man was stitching him into a suit with sheer willpower. By the end, all Dodger wanted was a stiff drink, and a moment to breathe. The situation didn't improve when Izzy, still buzzing like a hummingbird on too much sugar, skidded to a halt right next to Dodger's ear. With the dramatic urgency of someone asking for the secret to eternal life, he whispered, "Sir, how does one dress?" Dodger blinked. He'd never really thought about dressing, it just happened, like breathing or dodging the law. But Izzy was staring at him like he held the key to some grand mystery, so he scratched his head and tried. "Well, usually I grab whatever's least offensive from the floor, stockings first. No, wait, the vest. Definitely the vest before the socks." Before he could finish, Solomon swooped in like an avenging angel, only to mutter something in Dodger's ear that made him splutter. "How should I know? Clothes just happen. Who sits around studying their own trousers?" Solomon burst out laughing, then pulled Izzy into a rapid-fire conversation that bounced between languages like a drunk acrobat. Finally, Solomon grinned. "Fortune smiles on us, Dodger. Izzy here has a misfit situation. Some poor tailor botched the measurements for a fancy navy coat and shirt, and now they're useless to the original buyer. So Izzy's offering you a deal." Izzy, sweating under Solomon's unblinking stare, blurted, "50% off." Then, catching Solomon's raised eyebrow, he backpedaled faster than a pickpocket caught mid-swipe. 75, no 80, and in 2 pairs of fine underthings. Solomon's smile was slow, victorious. Izzy sagged in relief, looking like a man who not only escaped the noose but been handed a gold-plated apology. 20 minutes later, Izzy waved goodbye to Solomon and Dodger, the hero of Fleet Street, with a satisfied grin. Dodger proudly held his new coat while Solomon lugged a bag of mysterious items, and Izzy pocketed his share of the reward. The innkeeper had even returned Solomon's umbrella, dried, brushed, and good as new. Outside, a growler cab rolled toward them, but before the driver could react, Solomon stepped into the street, raising his cane like a prophet commanding the heavens. The horse slowed instinctively, smart creatures, horses, sensing authority when it blocked their path. Dodger wasted no time tossing Onan and his well-chewed bone into the cab before the driver could protest. That dog had a habit of leaving his mark wherever he went. Once settled inside, Solomon adjusted his coat and said, "Lock and Co. on St. James's, if you please." He turned to Dodger, whose eyes widened. "They'll have a proper hat for you there. Every self-respecting gentleman, or anyone pretending to be one, gets their hats from Locks." "I already have a hat," Dodger protested, clutching the battered thing on his head. "That sad excuse for headwear," Solomon scoffed. "Looks like it survived a bar fight and lost. A real gentleman needs a proper hat for special occasions." Dodger frowned but couldn't deny the truth. His current hat was a disaster. As a tosher, he usually wore a sturdy leather cap, practical for ducking low pipes and surviving sewer mishaps. But stepping into Lock & Co. was like entering a temple of headgear. Towering top hats, sleek bowlers, even a few that looked like they belonged on a circus ringmaster. One in particular called to him, a towering stovepipe that whispered promises of grandeur. "That one," Dodger declared, pointing. "That's the one." When he saw himself in the mirror, he nearly laughed. Sharp as a blade, dapper as a duke, what a transformation. No more smelling like the Thames on a bad day. He could already picture Simplicity's stunned face when she saw him. Solomon, however, choked at the price. Nearly £2 for a hat, that's daylight robbery. But Dodger stood firm. Sure, it was ridiculous, but it wasn't about the hat, it was about the principle. He wasn't entirely sure what that principle was, but it felt important. And that was that Dodger couldn't help but smirk as he reminded Solomon of the old man's own words. Just days ago, Solomon had muttered about his little lathe needing oil, then later claimed it wanted it. "So," Dodger pressed, grinning, "if one ain't the same as need, then what's the difference, eh?" Solomon didn't answer right away, just counted coins with deliberate slowness before finally peering up. "You sure you weren't born Jewish?" Dodger laughed. "Nah, checked already, but I'll take that as high praise." Their last stop was a barber, a decent, steady-handed fellow, not the type to give customers any unplanned close shaves. But Solomon, ever the instigator, chose the worst possible moment to drop a bombshell. Just as the razor grazed Dodger's throat, Solomon announced, "Might interest you to know, sir, this gentleman under your blade is the very hero who put an end to the infamous Sweeney Todd." The barber's hand twitched just a fraction, but that was enough. A nick, a spurt of blood, and suddenly the place was chaos. Towels flying, alum pressed to the cut. Dodger didn't mind, though. A scar. Perfect. The hero of Fleet Street ought to have a mark to prove it. After Solomon kindly negotiated 6 months of free haircuts, because of course he did, they hailed a cab home. Dodger scrubbed himself raw, even the hard-to-reach spots. Tonight was special. As he washed, his mind wandered. How do you make a dead man breathe again? Short of divine intervention, that is. Then, out of nowhere, memories surfaced. Dice rattling in a crown and anchor game. The shell game hustler's pea that always vanished. Charlie's voice echoed in his skull. Truth's just fog and folks see what they want. Something was brewing in his mind, pieces shifting. He tiptoed around the thought, not wanting to scare it off, but the gears were turning. Sooner or later they'd click. The new suit fit like a dream, though his cracked sliver of mirror barely did it justice. He yanked the curtain aside to ask Solomon's opinion, only to freeze. There stood Solomon, dressed to the nines, looking every bit the grand gentleman. Dodger whistled. "Well, ain't we a pair?" The man who normally shuffled about in worn-out slippers and a tattered black coat had transformed into something extraordinary. A dapper gentleman dressed in a sleek black wool jacket, dark blue trousers, and polished court shoes with gleaming silver buckles. His long stockings matched the refined ensemble, but what truly caught Dodger's eye was the ornate medallion hanging from Solomon's neck, its intricate symbols unmistakably Freemason, the pyramid and the all-seeing eye. The old man had even groomed his beard, lending him an air of quiet authority. Dodger couldn't help but gawk. "You clean up like a proper toff," Solomon chuckled, smoothing his beard. "Ah, one day, my boy, I'll tell you about the distinguished soul who gifted me this. And let's not forget, you don't look half bad yourself. A bit of scrubbing and you might pass for a gentleman." After carefully feeding Onan and taking him for a cautious stroll, because even the best-dressed men had to deal with a dog's business, they left him happily gnawing on a bone. As evening fog rolled in, thick with the river's damp stench, they hailed another cab and set off toward Mayfair. Dodger stared out the window, his thoughts racing. Simplicity. Just the name sent a sharp pang through him. If she were gone, truly gone, no one would hunt her. No wars, no scheming in the shadows. The idea settled in his mind like a puzzle piece clicking into place. She was unwanted by the world except by him. Solomon's voice cut through his brooding. Miss Burdickouts is quite the woman, an heiress with a heart, pouring her fortune into charity. Not that you'd qualify, he added with a smirk. You're more the knee-deep in muck type than the needy. Dodger forced a laugh, shaking off his dark thoughts. Fair point. But why's she so keen on tossing coin at strangers? As the cab rattled past Leicester Square, Solomon shrugged. Because she believes it's right. The fog thickened, wrapping around them like a shroud, but Dodger's mind was clear now. He had a plan, and with luck and maybe a little divine favor, the pieces would fall where he needed them to. She supports ragged schools, providing basic education for underprivileged kids, and even funds scholarships to help bright students reach university, something the folks at the synagogue know well. Beyond that, they only whisper about her beekeeping hobby, which, let's be honest, isn't exactly a pastime for the impulsive. Keeping bees takes patience, foresight, and a mind for the long game. Clearly, she's not the type to hoard wealth for the sake of it, a rare quality if you ask me. A woman of influence through and through. Solomon paused, glancing around. I wonder who else we'll bump into tonight. Given her connections, this soiree might just be crawling with political heavyweights. Sure, Parliament's where the debates happen, but let's be real. Half the real decisions get made over brandy in drawing rooms. Call it backroom democracy, if you will. Messy? Absolutely. Effective? Somehow, yes, he smirked, warming up. That's the beauty of the English, no grand theories, just pragmatism. You won't catch one muttering, I think, therefore I am. More like, I think or do I. Too much order stifles creativity after all. The carriage slowed. Ah, we're here. I'll remember forks on the left, knives on the right, and no pocketing the silverware. I know old habits die hard, but try not to accidentally walk off with a soup spoon tonight, eh? Dodger scoffed. Me, a thief. Things just find their way into my hands. He elbowed Solomon with a grin. Relax, I'll be a perfect gentleman. Though I must say these trousers are a revelation. Never knew the upper crust had such comfortable tailoring. If I'd known, I'd have crashed one of these shindigs ages ago. Their coach pulled up just shy of the grand townhouse, joining a line of carriages dropping off finely dressed guests. Stepping out, Dodger barely recognized the elegant facade from his shadowy visit the night before. Solomon lifted his hand to knock, but before his knuckles touched wood, the door swung open, revealing Geoffrey the butler. Dodger swallowed. Stick close to Solomon, he reminded himself. The old man moved through this world like he belonged, and for tonight, at least, Dodger planned to do the same. Added detail. Dodger's playful remark about his tailored trousers, emphasizing his newfound comfort in high society. Tone shift. Solomon's dry humor about English pragmatism contrasts with the earlier serious reflection on philanthropy. The party was in full swing, guests mingling with practiced ease, their laughter and clinking glasses filling the air. Most knew each other well enough to navigate straight to the drinks without hesitation, leaving Dodger and Solomon momentarily forgotten, until Charlie and Mr. Disraeli reappeared from their hushed conversation. Disraeli zeroed in on Solomon with a polished smile. What a pleasant surprise to find you here. Their handshake was firm, but Dodger caught the flicker of mutual suspicion in their eyes. Then Disraeli turned to him, that glint of amusement sharpening. Ah, the sewer rat scrubbed up into a proper gentleman. Marvelous. The jab pricked Dodger's pride, though he couldn't quite pin why. Still, he flashed a grin. Tonight I'm a gentleman, sure, but who knows? Tomorrow I might be back in the tunnels. The words sparked something in him. This was his moment. He leaned in, mischief dancing in his tone. I can switch between the two easy enough. But tell me, Mr. Disraeli, could you be a tosher? For a heartbeat, the room seemed to hold its breath. Then Disraeli's smile returned, bright and razor-edged. My boy, do I strike you as the type to wade through filth? Hardly a career path I've ever considered. Charlie cut in with a booming laugh, clapping Disraeli on the shoulder. Come now, it's just digging for treasure in the muck. Sounds a lot like politics to me. You'd learn a thing or two down there. I certainly have. Disraeli's gaze flicked to Dodger, calculating. Perhaps a first-hand look at the city's underbelly would be enlightening. Exactly. Charlie beamed like he'd just won a bet. Show the public you care about their rotting sewers, and Punch will paint you as the progressive hero London needs. Can't hurt your image, eh? Disraeli stroked his goatee, feigning deep thought. You make a compelling case, Charlie. Dodger watched, amused. These men were schemers just like him, sniffing out advantage like bloodhounds. Charlie, especially, was playing both sides. Whether Disraeli emerged from the tunnel stinking or shining, the story would be gold. And Dodger, he'd already won. Watching the high and mighty squirm was payment enough. Disraeli's face lit up like a 4th of July sparkler, his grin widening as he turned to Dodger. All right then, Mr. Dodger, can't say I back down from a dare. If you're willing to play guide, I'll gladly take a little underground adventure with you. For the people, of course. How about the day after tomorrow? A politician ought to do more than flap his gums, after all. Dodger chuckled, scratching his head. Now, sir, just so we're clear, I ain't no saint, ask anyone down at the docks, but I'd be happy to show you around. Stay clear of the hospitals, though, the breweries. Now that's where the air's downright pleasant, even the rats come out smelling like ale. Just then Miss Burdick-Coutts glided past, weaving through her guests. Charlie caught her attention with a grin. Angela, you'll never guess, Ben and Dodger here are planning a grand expedition into the sewers, all in the name of public service. Noble, don't you think? Angela arched an eyebrow. Are they now? Well, I do hope they remember to wash up before rejoining civilized company. She turned to Dodger, offering her hand with an amused smile. Mr. Dodger, always a pleasure. I must say your wardrobe's come a long way. Impressive. Without thinking, Dodger took her hand and pressed a quick kiss to it, surprising himself as much as her. Charlie and Disraeli burst into laughter, while Angela's expression flickered between amusement and mild warning, like a schoolteacher tolerating a cheeky student's antics. Once was charming, twice would be pushing it. Her gaze shifted to Solomon. Ah, Mr. Cohen, the papal nuncio spoke highly of your sharp mind. A pleasure at last. Then, turning back to Dodger, she added, speaking of pleasures, Mr. Dodger, allow me to introduce my cousin, Miss Simplicity Parrish. Simplicity stepped forward, and just like that, the crowded room faded away for Dodger. For a long moment he just stared, mouth slightly open, until Simplicity, clearly realizing he'd forgotten how to speak, extended her hand with a shy smile. So you're the infamous Mr. Dodger. I've heard so much. Angela, watching the exchange with quiet satisfaction, murmured, when dinner's called, you may escort Miss Simplicity in. Sit near me, of course, we must keep things proper. With that she swept off, scanning the room like a general inspecting her troops, leaving Dodger to wonder if he'd just been expertly maneuvered, and if he even cared. See that man by the fireplace, she murmured, barely tilting her head. That's Sir George Cayley, the one who cracked the mystery of how birds stay in the air. He's dead set on getting humans up there too, though I wouldn't be surprised if William Henderson beats him to it. Rumor has it his steam-powered flying contraption is coming along nicely. If it shows real promise, I might just invest. Imagine Paris by lunchtime, Dodger smirked. Same as the railways, rich folks throwing money at the next big thing, hoping to get richer. Money's no good just sitting around. It's got to move, like a river washing gold downstream. A burst of laughter erupted across the room as someone told a joke, but Angela leaned closer, voice low. Now, that gloomy fellow over there looking like he misplaced a fortune and found a penny. That's Charles Babbage. Built a machine that does sums, fascinating really. Shame he's about as sociable as a brick, though he's got impeccable taste in female company. She nodded toward where Cohen was already deep in conversation with Babbage and the sharp-witted Ada Lovelace. Trust Cohen to charm his way into that circle. Her face brightened suddenly. Ah, Sir Robert Peel finally. Rumor was he got tangled up at Scotland Yard. With that, she vanished into the crowd. Dodger's gut tightened. Peel, the head of the bloody Peelers. Toshing wasn't exactly a crime. Grandad always said a coin in the muck belonged to whoever fished it out. Still, slipping into the sewers, that part might raise a few eyebrows. Most folks didn't care if toshers lived or died down there, but the peelers. Oh, they loved twisting the rules to hassle anyone scraping by. In the rookeries, they weren't just lawmen, they were the enemy, always itching for a fight with the Cockney lads. Small fry like Dodger, probably beneath their notice. Probably Dodger wasn't familiar with fancy words like visceral, but he knew one thing for sure: getting tangled up with the cops never ended well. And now, of all places, he found himself in the same room as their top brass, with Angela about to introduce them. He reminded himself he hadn't done anything recently worth locking him up for. Well, nothing major anyway. But coming from the slums meant the law wasn't exactly eager to hear his side of things. Then again, Angela probably wouldn't appreciate an arrest happening under her roof. Panicking wasn't an option. Street-smart folks who lost their cool usually ended up flat on their backs. Simplicity caught his eye, her smile tinged with concern. With sheer willpower, he forced himself to relax like nothing was wrong, because honestly nothing was wrong. Yet, his best bet, stay cool and keep his distance from Sir Robert. To his surprise, Simplicity reached over and gently squeezed his hand. "You okay, Dodger?" she murmured. "You've been running yourself ragged because of me. I'm so grateful." Meanwhile, Charlie and Disraeli had drifted into the swirling currents of the party, where conversations shifted faster than the tide. Dodger and Simplicity were left in their own little bubble. He managed a shrug. "Don't fret over me, miss. How's life treatin' you here?" "Angela's been wonderful," Simplicity admitted. "More than kind, she understands things." Dodger hesitated, then leaned in. "I asked you once before, and now things are different, but the question's the same. What do you want next?" "Stay in here." Her expression turned serious. "Angela's good to me, but I know I'm a problem she's stuck with, and problems, they always get solved one way or another." Glancing around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, Dodger lowered his voice. "What if you could go somewhere nobody knew you? No past, no trouble. I've got a plan, half-baked maybe, but it's coming together. Might take some fancy footwork, but if the lady's on our side, it'll work. She hasn't failed me yet." He had to explain who the lady was. Luck, fate, whatever you wanted to call her. Simplicity studied him, then asked quietly, "So this plan, would it mean we end up together, somewhere safe?" Dodger swallowed hard. "Yeah, that's the idea." She didn't look away. Not even for a second. Simplicity's voice carried a quiet gravity, almost musical in its sincerity. "That sounds like a wonderful idea, Dodger. Don't you think so?" Dodger blinked, surprised. "You really agree?" "Absolutely," she replied, her fingers tracing the edge of her sleeve. "You're kind, so much kinder than I expected. Love, well, I've mistaken it before. Thought I had it once, but it turned out to be counterfeit, like a shiny coin that's really just cheap metal. But kindness, that's the real treasure. My mother used to say kindness is just love wearing a disguise." She hesitated, then added with a small laugh, "And you, Dodger, you make everything feel alive, like the world's fizzing with possibilities." Dodger, never one for smooth words, fumbled. "I mean, if you change your mind later, we don't have to." Simplicity cut him off with a grin. "Dodger, sweet as you are, sometimes the best thing you can do is stop talking." His face burned just as dinner was announced. Miss Burdick-Coutts ushered everyone in, trailed by a stern-looking man in a suit that made Dodger's stomach drop. It was his suit. Same frock coat, same blue silk shirt, just a size too big. The man's sharp eyes locked onto him, and Dodger felt an odd prickling sensation, like ants marching up his spine. They paid for those clothes, right? Solomon had the receipt. Solomon always got receipts. Before panic could fully set in, Henry Mayhew and his wife appeared. Simplicity rushed to embrace Jane while Henry clapped Dodger on the shoulder. "The man of the hour. I've studied London's social climbers, but you, my friend, are ascending faster than a monkey up a tree." He winced. "No offense." Dodger, who had no idea what a monkey had to do with anything, just nodded. Taking Simplicity's arm, he followed the Mayhews into the dining room, trying very hard not to glance back at the man in the matching suit. Angela gave a satisfied nod as Dodger parked the carriage precisely where she'd wanted. Turning to him with a mischievous glint in her eye, she said, "Dodger, darling, have you had the pleasure of meeting my dear friend Sir Robert Peel? I suspect you two might find each other interesting." The way she presented them, you'd think she was pairing up two perfectly tailored suits rather than people. Sir Robert offered a tight-lipped smile, though to Dodger's jittery nerves, it looked more like a man bracing for bad news. "Ah yes, the so-called hero of Fleet Street," he said smoothly. "I'd very much enjoy a private word with you." Dodger met his gaze and immediately recognized the sharp, assessing look of a lawman. Great, he thought, am I doomed to forever be the guy who took down Sweeney Todd? Sure, the reputation had its perks, but it also felt like walking around in someone else's shoes, uncomfortable and just a little ridiculous. As the group settled around the table, Dodger found himself wedged between Angela and Simplicity, with Solomon nearby. Sir Robert, or Dear Rob, as Angela affectionately called him, took the seat beside her. Leaning in, Angela murmured, "Does it bother you? I've noticed you flinch whenever someone brings up Fleet Street. Charlie mentioned you're adamant the truth isn't as black and white as people think. And honestly, that's rather noble. Most wouldn't care if an undeserved reputation came at another man's expense." She gave him a knowing look. "A word in the right ear can change things, you know. Influence works in mysterious ways." Then with a sudden playful jab, she asked, "So tell me, do you actually enjoy digging through London's filth for coins?" Dodger grinned. "No need to lie, miss. It's freedom, plain and simple. Safer than chimney sweeping, that's for certain. Soot'll kill you faster than a bad oyster. But a bit of lye soap after a day in the tunnels. Good as new. Not fancy, but it does the job." Before he could say more, waiters descended with an absurd amount of silverware clattering against plates. Once the noise settled, Angela arched a brow. "My sources say you're everywhere at once, like Dick Turpin galloping through the night on Black Bess. Tell me, Dodger, what do you make of his legendary ride to York? People are putting on plays about him these days, and audiences eat it up because he was such a rogue." Dodger eyed the meal in front of him with mild suspicion before speaking. "I've heard of the gentleman, ma'am, and I admire how he polished up his reputation. But let's be honest, he was sharp, too sharp to gallop all the way to York. Too dangerous. And while I'm no expert on horseback, begging your pardon, I mean I am not a rider. I'd wager he'd have run his horse ragged inside an hour if he'd gone at the speed they claim. Nah, my guess. He dashed up to a few so-called friends, the kind who wouldn't think twice about turning him in, and hollered something like, 'Pray for me, lads, for I aim to reach York by dawn.' And sure enough, with a bounty on his head, those mates would have sold him out to the law before you could blink. Meanwhile, our man Dick. He'd be strolling through the West End with a fresh dye job on his mustache, arm in arm with a pair of lively ladies. That's the clever bit. Just bolting won't cut it, even if they caught him in the end. Me, I'd have thrown on a priest's robes and laid low till the whole mess blew over. Apologies for the sermon, miss, but you asked." Angela chuckled. "Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Dodger, brave, quick-witted, and now a strategist, a true breath of fresh air." She rested a hand on his arm. "Tell me, do you attend church?" "Not a chance, miss. Solomon handles the believing for the both of us. Trust me, he probably gives the almighty orders. But don't fret, I've heard Jesus walked on water, so maybe he knows a thing or two about toshing. Not that I've spotted him down in the sewers. No offense meant, though in the dark you miss a lot of faces." Angela's smile flickered before steadying. "Well, Mr. Dodger, it seems an unbeliever might put some faithful to shame." He took that to mean he'd dodged trouble again, though he wasn't entirely sure what trouble he'd been in. Finally, he turned his attention to the food, a steaming bowl of vegetable soup, finer than even Solomon's. He said as much between eager spoonfuls, noting no one else had attacked their meal with the same gusto. "It's called julienne," Angela said. "No idea why. I admire your appetite," bolstered Dodger grinned. "Can I get seconds?" Glancing sideways, he caught Charlie wearing that amused look of his. Angela followed his gaze. "Charlie writes books, you know. I've always wondered where he finds his ideas." Added detail, Dodger's playful jab about Jesus and toshing plus Angela's subtle reaction. Tone shift. Dodger's sarcastic wit lightens the conversation before circling back to the meal. Dodger eyed the spread before him, first the soup, then a fine turbot, followed by roast mutton and quail, and finally a compote of cherries so sweet it could rot your teeth. The hostess, noticing his untouched wine, nudged him with a smile. "It's a decent Sauvignon Blanc, give it a try." He took the glass cautiously, savoring the unfamiliar taste. Back in the attic, Solomon's Passover wine had been cloying enough to make his jaw ache, but this was smooth, refined. Still, Dodger wasn't about to lose his wits in front of these fancy folk, especially not with Simplicity watching. He nursed the wine, taking tiny sips while Angela chatted with Sir Robert Peel. The turbot arrived next, its lifeless eyes staring mournfully from the silver platter, though admittedly it tasted far better than it looked. The mutton followed, rich and glistening, a far cry from Solomon's thin broths where meat was more a whisper than a shout. Dodger's stomach protested the feast, but who was he to deny the gods their due? Between courses, he marveled at the sheer excess. How did these people not roll home in a stupor after such meals? Solomon had warned him about the endless parade of wines, but Dodger had never imagined so much food in one sitting. Still, he managed, napkin tucked neatly, cutlery used correctly thanks to Solomon's lessons, and not a single embarrassing misstep. By the time the quail arrived, Dodger was convinced he could get used to this life. The room buzzed with laughter, the mutton was heavenly, and for once he wasn't the one scheming for his next meal. Even the turbot's sad face couldn't dampen his mood. If this was how the other half lived, well, maybe being a little complicated wasn't so bad after all. Dodger suddenly became aware that he'd been completely distracted. How could he not be? While Simplicity sat nearby, listening with perfect politeness to one of Solomon's tales. She wore an expression of genuine interest, which wasn't surprising since Solomon had a knack for spinning stories that always kept you guessing. Just as Dodger glanced her way, she turned to meet his gaze and remarked, "Honestly, Dodger, you look like a slightly more compact and far more charming version of Sir Robert." She leaned in, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Though I must say the resemblance is uncanny, like two peas in a pod." Dodger blinked. "Well, he's older and taller than me." Simplicity's lips curled into a knowing smile. "You English never think before you speak, do you? If you've ever actually looked inside a pea pod, you know the peas are never the same size. The pod shapes them differently." Dodger gaped at her. First, because he'd shelled countless peas for Solomon without ever noticing their shapes, and second, because here was Simplicity, sharp as a tack, teaching him something new. Again, he couldn't help but think, she's anything but simple. She chuckled softly. "You really don't know a thing about me, do you?" "Suppose I'll have to learn, won't I?" he shot back, grinning. "I have very fat legs," she declared, completely deadpan. Now in the rookeries where meals were scarce, plumpness was a rarity. But Dodger had never once heard a girl complain about being too thin, so after a beat of stunned silence he cleared his throat. "Begging your pardon, miss, but that's a matter of personal judgment, your judgment, mind you. Can't say I've had the privilege of forming my own opinion yet." The room didn't exactly erupt, more like a stifled wave of amusement. A few stifled gasps, a couple of poorly disguised snickers, and someone, probably Charlie, called out, "Brilliant! Worthy of Beau Brummel himself." Solomon's face remained carefully blank, as if he'd heard nothing at all. Angela, bless her, was laughing outright, which was a relief, considering she was the hostess, fabulously wealthy, and clearly unbothered by the exchange. Nobody in their right mind would dare contradict her approval. As the hum of conversation picked back up, Dodger suddenly became aware of a pressing issue. He really needed to find the restroom. But in a world where certain topics were strictly off-limits, he wasn't about to ask a lady where a man could relieve himself. He'd just have to figure it out himself. Preferably before it became an emergency. Dodger suddenly locked eyes with Sir Robert Peel, whose grin stretched wide as he hovered near Angela like a predator eyeing its next meal. The head of London's police force leaned in with mock politeness. "Ah, Mr. Dodger," he said smoothly, "I can't help but notice you seem in need of some relief. How fortunate. I was just feeling the same urgency. Allow me to accompany you." Trapped, Dodger had no choice but to follow. With a knowing glance at Angela, Sir Robert guided him down a polished staircase into what could only be described as a temple of luxury. Gleaming brass fixtures, rich mahogany, and an air of opulence that made Dodger's jaw drop. Back in the rookeries, the closest thing to a privy was a reeking, overcrowded pit where most folks just risked the alleyways instead. Solomon, ever the fastidious one, kept his own bucket with a neatly fitted lid, but even that was a far cry from this. Dodger hesitated, staring at the pristine hole in the polished wood. It felt almost blasphemous to use it. And then was that paper, stacked neatly, ready for use like something out of Solomon's Jewish chronicle. Mirrors lined the walls, and a bowl of fragrant soap sat invitingly nearby. His fingers twitched. Even with Sir Robert watching, he couldn't resist slipping a few into his pocket. His bladder screamed for attention, but the sheer absurdity of the situation made it hard to focus. Sir Robert, meanwhile, had settled into a plush chair, leisurely puffing on a cigar as if they were old friends sharing a drink. "No need for hesitation, Mr. Dodger," he said, exhaling smoke. "Take your time, though I should mention I am between you and the door." The casual threat sent a fresh wave of tension through Dodger. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to ignore the man's presence. The gleaming contraption before him was a marvel, flawless, efficient, worlds away from the filth he knew. And yet, under Sir Robert's amused gaze, even this small act of relief felt like a test. With a deep breath, Dodger squared his shoulders. If the man wanted a show, fine. He'd prove he wasn't some skittish street rat. And if that meant pretending to admire the damn plumbing while his nerves screamed, well, he'd done stranger things for survival. Dodger hesitated for a second after finishing up, only to hear Sir Robert's dry voice from his chair. "Go on, give that little porcelain pull chain to your left a tug." He'd been eyeing that thing since he walked in. What was it even for? Some kind of signal. A way to announce you were done without shouting. Might as well find out. With a quick, half-curious yank, he stepped back, half expecting disaster, maybe a hidden trap or worse, a flood. But instead the water swirled neatly down, leaving everything clean. Now that was clever. Turning back, Dodger smirked. "All right, sir, I see how it is. You're having a bit of fun with me, so what's the real game here?" Sir Robert studied the glowing tip of his cigar like it held some secret before replying, almost lazily, "I'd love to hear how you managed that little murder in the sewers earlier today." For a heartbeat, Dodger's stomach dropped like a stone, his dinner threatening a sudden reappearance until his brain caught up. Murder. He hadn't so much as swatted a fly today. "What murder?" he shot back, forcing calm into his voice. "I don't kill people. Never have, never needed to." The chief of London's police gave a cheerful shrug. "Funny thing, I believe you. But we've got a corpse in the morgue and 2 witnesses swearing you put him there. And the real joke, I don't buy their story for a second. One's Manky Smith, you know him, always reeking of beer and bad decisions." Dodger snorted. "Manky'd sell his own mother for a drink. Let me guess, his partner in crime was Crouching Angus, that old soldier with half a leg and twice the trouble." Sure, the man wasn't accusing him, that was something, but Dodger knew that look. The one coppers got when they wanted you to sweat to remember who held the cards. And this wasn't just any copper, this was the Robert Peel, the man who practically invented the peelers. That faint smile on his face, worse than a scowl. Dodger met his gaze, keeping his voice steady. So you don't think I did it, but you've got two liars pointing at me. Who's the dead man then? New detail. Dodger's brief internal debate about whether the pull chain might be a test of obedience, not just function. Voice twist. Shifts from nervous curiosity to sharp defiance when accused. Dodger narrowed his eyes. And why should you believe them over me? Sir Robert leaned back, his expression cool and measured. To be blunt, my officers know those two well enough to say their word isn't worth a bent penny, even if an angel vouched for them. His smile was thin, the kind that made you check your pockets just in case. And as for you, Mr. Dodger, I'm not inclined to take your word either. But Solomon Cohen, now there's a man with a reputation. Ran into him earlier, pleasant fellow, completely unaware of this mess you're in. Funny thing, though, he mentioned you'd been with him all day. Plenty of respectable folks can back that up, including my own tailor, who I trust more than most. So tell me, if this murder happened just hours ago, how did the accusation land on my desk so fast? Before Dodger could even open his mouth, Sir Robert pressed on. Seems you've ruffled some feathers, son. Ben tells me you've been playing the hero, keeping a certain young lady out of harm's way. Admirable, really. But let's be honest, that kind of goodwill doesn't last forever. People are getting restless. He took a slow drag from his cigar, exhaling a thick perfumed haze that wrapped around Dodger like a lazy serpent. Now about this murder, Sir Robert mused. Oh, we'll find someone to pin it on. Justice must be served after all, though the victim wasn't exactly a saint. Sharp Bob, they called him. Started as a lawyer, then got creative, specialized in connecting the right criminals to the right jobs, skimming a tidy profit without ever getting his hands dirty. Until tonight. Found him neat as a pin, no mess, no fuss, almost polite really, like the killer tidied up before leaving. Sharp Bob dead. Dodger's mind raced. Who'd gotten to him? Was he working alone, just chasing coin, or was someone pulling his strings? Someone like Disraeli's shadowy government contacts. Sir Robert smirked. The boys in blue know you, Dodger. So did the old Bow Street crew. Always a suspect, never quite caught. Never stood before a judge. He tapped the ash off his cigar. Makes a man wonder, doesn't it? An old-timer once told me some folks think you've got the lady of the sewers watching your back, and right now you might need every bit of help you can get. Let's be clear, Dodger, we're not some Bow Street amateurs. We're sharp men, and your pal Charles Dickens. He's downright obsessed with how we work. Honestly, I think he'd trade his pen for a copper's badge in a heartbeat if I let him. Too bad he's always scribbling away. He'd make a decent officer otherwise. Sir Robert took a slow drag from his cigar, the smoke curling around his fingers before he continued. Now we've heard whispers. A few associates of a certain Sharp Bob have had unpleasant encounters with a certain Dodger. One poor soul met his end just yesterday, crushed under a coach, twice. Funny thing, no one saw a thing. Dodger's pulse quickened. Someone else had gotten to the man who hurt simplicity, someone with no qualms about killing. The whole mess was turning into a graveyard. We're starting to wonder, Sir Robert mused, tapping ash into a silver tray, if there's a new player in this game. People want answers. A less clever officer might assume you, Dodger, had a hand in it, revenge and all that. But as luck would have it, you were busy getting a shave at Todd's when it happened. Convenient, isn't it? A man who usually slips through shadows suddenly has an alibi when it counts. He leaned forward, eyes sharp. Oh, and one more thing, another associate turned up this morning with a busted nose and a limp. Odd, don't you think? Might be worth looking into, but you're staying quiet, smart move. Sir Robert stood, brushing off his coat. I'm the head of the police, Dodger, but I'm also a politician. And politicians, we've got power, sure, but every move we make gets picked apart. Eyes everywhere, even the mudlarks and street kids will sell you out for a coin. So tell me, how long do you think your luck will hold? New detail added. Dodger's internal reaction to the mention of Todd's barber shop, hinting at his unease with how neatly his alibi fits. Tone shift. Sir Robert's speech starts measured but turns sarcastic when pointing out Dodger's luck. Some of us may nod along with the government's stance in public, but deep down, we know it's wrong to send an innocent woman back to a place she's desperate to escape. For heaven's sake, we're supposed to stand for decency, not cave to pressure like cowards. There's got to be a smarter way to handle this before things spiral out of control. Dodger nearly choked. A war over simplicity. The police chief leaned in, his voice low but sharp. You and that girl are at the center of something bigger than you realize. People are dying, Dodger. And if we don't sort this mess out fast, more will follow. Now, I know you want to keep her safe. Charlie's right about pawns sometimes outplaying kings. That's why I think a man like you, someone unaffiliated, might just be the key to fixing this. His tone dropped to a whisper. You're about as free as they come, and while I'd never admit this in court, my word trumps yours. Remember, I'll say this, don't break the law, but laws can bend given the right circumstances. With a glance toward the door, he straightened up. We'll rejoin the others like we've been chatting about sewer improvements, and Dodger will be keeping an eye on you. The man smirked at Dodger's stunned face. Relax. For now, we've got a corpse to deal with, some poor bloke who took a bad fall in a dodgy part of town. Tragic accident, really. Oh, and this little chat. Never happened, clear. Dodger finally found his voice. Chat, sir. Fast learner, the chief chuckled. By the way, Dodger can't be your only name. Orphanages usually hand out something. They gave me more than a name, Dodger thought bitterly, and you already know it. Aloud, he snapped, Pip Stick. That's what they called me, happy, because I wasn't. Kids had a field day with that one. Go check the workhouse records if you don't believe me. His jaw clenched. Some scars never faded, Mr. Pip Stick. What a stroke of bad luck for me. Though now that I think about it, that man had to be quick on his feet. He knew how to throw a punch, duck out of the way, and even sink his teeth into trouble if he had to. And running. Oh, he could run like the wind, scramble up anything, and twist out of a tight spot like nobody's business. Not that I'd recommend the name, mind you, far from it. By the time Dodger slipped back into his seat, dinner was winding down. Angela tapped her wineglass lightly with a spoon, drawing everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, she announced, tradition says the women should retreat to the drawing room while the men linger over cigars and brandy. But frankly, I find that dreadfully dull. Why shouldn't we all mingle? These are modern times, after all, no need for chaperones here. I'll be in the drawing room, and anyone who fancies a proper conversation is welcome to join me. To Dodger's shock, the wealthiest woman in the room hooked her arm through his. Now, Mr. Dodger, she said, her tone firm but not unkind, Solomon tells me you can barely scribble your own name, let alone read a proper book. That simply won't do. A man of your wit shouldn't be stumbling through life illiterate. Normally, I'd send you straight to one of my schools, but I suspect you'd balk at that. So instead, tomorrow night, you'll join me in simplicity at the theater for Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. Mr. Cohen is welcome too, of course. She straightened, fixing him with a look. You've got potential, Dodger. Why waste it crawling through sewers when you could be soaring through stories? Life's more than just survival, it's about living. And if you're going to rise, you might as well do it with style. She paused, noticing his bewildered expression. You're gaping at me like a fish. Did I lose you somewhere? Dodger scratched his head. Well, miss, I'd love to see the play, but I'm not sure what gingerbread and guilt have to do with it. Angela laughed. Ask Solomon about metaphors later. One more thing, miss, Dodger added, lowering his voice. How do we know simplicity will be safe at the theater? Big crowds, lots of eyes. Angela's smile turned sly. Sometimes the safest place is right under their noses, and if trouble does come knocking, well, then we'll be one step closer to ending this little drama for good. Simplicity had nothing to worry about. She could trust that the evening would go smoothly, undisturbed by any unwanted attention. After all, the footman had certain special skills that ensured privacy. But this wasn't just about entertainment. There was more to gain from tonight's little adventure. She guided him into yet another lavishly decorated room, where plush chairs and an overwhelming assortment of things filled the space. Up in Solomon's attic, everything had a purpose. A workbench, a narrow bed, Dodger's bedroll tucked behind a curtain. On cold nights, Onan might join him, though the dog's presence didn't exactly improve the air quality. But here, the room was cluttered with objects that seemed to exist just to be admired. Ornate vases overflowing with flowers, side tables begging for useless trinkets. It looked like a florist's shop had exploded inside. Dodger couldn't help but wonder why anyone needed so much stuff. His own belongings fit neatly into a small bag, bedroll aside. Wealth, it seemed, came with an obsession for filling every inch of space, like the Mayhews' home, but with even more unnecessary flourishes. Still, he pushed the thought aside. He had a plan now, a brilliant one, pieced together after Disraeli's mocking remarks. Some parts were simple, like the breeches, while others would require a bit of luck and maybe the lady's help. Tomorrow would be chaotic, no doubt. Just as he scanned the room for Solomon, a stranger tapped his shoulder. The man, about 10 years older, sporting the beginnings of a fashionable curly mustache, spoke with an odd enthusiasm. "Forgive the interruption, but I hear you're quite familiar with the sewer system." Dodger suppressed a sigh. Another drain enthusiast. Still, manners were manners. He flashed a polite smile. "Not an expert, sir, but I've been down every tunnel in the square mile and then some. And you are?" The man practically beamed. "Joseph Bazalgette, my apologies for not introducing myself sooner." He handed over a card. "If you're planning another excursion, I'd be honored to accompany you." Dodger turned the card between his fingers, hesitating. "Well, I was thinking of an expedition with Mr. Disraeli and Mr. Dickens." New detail. Dodger notices Bazalgette's boots, spotless, clearly never stepped in sewer muck, and stifles a smirk. Some enthusiasts had no idea what they were signing up for. Voice twist. The sarcastic observation about Bazalgette's pristine boots contrasts with Dodger's usual pragmatic tone, adding a layer of dry humor. The day after tomorrow, maybe even sooner, Dodger thought. It could work perfectly with his plans, especially if one of those gentlemen suddenly had a change of heart or got unavoidably detained, as folks like to say. Mr. Bazalgette was practically glowing with excitement, the kind of man who got a kick out of gears, numbers, and apparently sewers. Dodger couldn't help but wonder if this was the lady's doing, sending him this odd but useful enthusiast. "You might not know this," Bazalgette said, eyes twinkling like he'd read Dodger's mind, "but the Romans were the first to tackle sewer construction. They even had a goddess for it, Closina, the lady of the drains. Funny thing, some English chap named Matthews wrote a poem begging her for help with his, mourning difficulties." Dodger had heard the Romans were clever, built roads, conquered lands, but worshipping a sewer goddess. That was new. Solomon always said they were ruthless, brutal in battle, yet here they were, kneeling before the lady for smoother digestion. If they believed in her, who was Dodger to doubt? Suddenly, his half-hearted prayers felt a lot more convincing. Bazalgette cleared his throat. "You all right, Mr. Dodger? You seemed miles away." Dodger snapped back with a grin. "Right as rain, sir." Then Charlie's hand landed on his shoulder, grinning like a kid who just spotted mischief. "Pardon the interruption, Mr. Bazalgette, but I had to remind our friend here about our little sewer adventure. Benjamin's coming too. Can't wait to see how our fine-dressed friend handles the underground. Hope he doesn't take a tumble, though I might have a small wager on his choice of footwear." Dodger smirked. Charlie's cheerful smirk wasn't mean, just the kind you'd give a mate who needed taking down a peg. And if Dodger had to guess, Charlie was already picturing the whole thing, less a learning experience, more a comedy show. The crowded room buzzed with farewells as Dodger leaned toward Charlie, his voice low. "You gents must have packed schedules, so let's meet at the Lion in 7 Dials. Easy walk from there to our starting point, and you can leave the carriage." Day after tomorrow, 7 sharp. The evening light'll stretch deep into those tunnels like it's chasing the dark out. He hesitated, then added with a dry chuckle, "No offense, but if I drag you down there and something goes sideways, we'll all be miserable. So I'll scout ahead, make sure the path's clear. If it's a no-go, I'll find a way to tip you off." Charlie's grin widened. "Smart thinking, Dodger. Shame Henry's missing out, but count me in for this adventure." He turned to Basil Jett, who adjusted his spectacles, eyes gleaming. "I'll pack my theodolite, my sturdiest boots, and trousers I won't miss. Trust me, leather breeches are a sewer explorer's best ally, and young man, I'd be honored to meet this lady of yours." As Basil Jett strode off, Charlie's playful mask slipped. "What lady?" he pressed. Dodger stiffened. "The lady of the sewers, sir, and if you scribble that down, I'll snap your pencil in half. Some things ain't for ink and paper." Charlie arched a brow. "You're saying there's some deity lurking below?" "Not for the likes of us," Dodger muttered. "Fancy gods don't bother with gutter folk, but she listens. No sermons, no salvation, just glimpses of what matters. That's why I pulled Simplicity out of the storm, heard her screams clear as church bells. Maybe the lady pointed me there, and I won't let your betters lock her away like some nuisance." His voice turned razor sharp. "Put the notebook down." Charlie's pencil clattered to the floor. "Apologies, Mr. Dodger," he stammered, hands raised. The air between them crackled, part warning, part unspoken pact. Some truths, it seemed, were too raw for daylight. Dodger barely had time to scribble down his thoughts when Angela suddenly appeared beside him, catching him off guard. "Times are changing, Dodger," she murmured, her voice low and knowing. "A young queen sits on the throne, and the world is full of new opportunities, if you're bold enough to take them." She leaned in, her breath warm against his ear. "Sir Robert's already spoken to you, hasn't he?" "I know why. Just remember, wheels turn within wheels, don't get caught in the gears." Her eyes gleamed with something like admiration. "I've always had a soft spot for resourceful men, the kind who shake things up. And like you, I can't stand bullies, men who crush others underfoot." With a sly smile, she slipped him a folded note. "Sir Robert mentioned something that might interest you. Take a look." Dodger unfolded the paper, his cheeks flushing. Miss. Is this directions to one of your charity schools?" Angela's expression hardened, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Not quite, Dodger. More like a place where you might teach someone a lesson, but if you need help, you know where to find me." Before he could respond, Solomon lumbered into view, looking pinker and rounder than Dodger remembered. "Finished your farewells. Say goodbye to Miss Simplicity, Onaness waiting, and that cat has the patience of a hungry seagull." Dodger turned to see Simplicity standing nearby, her smile soft but knowing. "Until tomorrow, my hero," she said sweetly. "I can't wait for the theater." As he and Solomon walked away, she blew him a kiss from the doorway, leaving him light-headed as if he'd just inhaled a lungful of fresh air. Truth be told, Dodger wasn't exactly refined when it came to dining, unless Solomon scolded him for it. "Forget the fish slice," Solomon had once grumbled. "Nobody uses those things. It's just there to prove you own one." Chapter 13. Time slips away as a shadowy figure crosses the river. Solomon stayed quiet until their carriage was well underway. Then with a sigh, he finally spoke. "That Simplicity girl bold, isn't she? Then again, birds of a feather flock together, and you, my boy, are all Dodger, a skill in itself." His tone turned serious. "But be careful. You're tangled up in something bigger now. Foreign agents wouldn't dare touch Disraeli or Dickens, but a Tosher. They'd snuff you out like a candle." Dodger knew he was right. Politics meant money and power, things far more valuable than a sewer scavenger and a runaway girl. "Tomorrow," Solomon reminded him, "you'll need your best coat again. The theater won't wait." Dodger fidgeted with the crumpled paper in his hand, avoiding Solomon's curious stare. "All right, fine," he sighed, tossing it over. "Tell me what this says, soul. I got a bad feelin' these folks ain't friends of Simplicity." Solomon skimmed the page in seconds. Dodger always marveled at how the old man swallowed words whole. "It's an embassy address," he said, adjusting his spectacles. An embassy? Dodger frowned. What's that, some fancy club? Solomon chuckled, launching into an explanation that left Dodger's mind spinning. By the end, his fingers twitched with restless energy. Right, so where's it at? You know I ain't one for maps. Solomon hesitated, rubbing his chin. Promise me you won't start a war. Unless, of course, they start one first. He glanced out the window, a sly grin creeping in. Though I suppose I could nudge the carriage that way. Angela would find that amusing. Minutes later, Dodger was sizing up the embassy like a cat eyeing a mouse hole. I'll walk you home, he muttered, but don't expect me back before dawn. The ride to Seven Dials crawled. Every bump in the road made Dodger's knee bounce faster. As they arrived, he barely registered the shadowy figure loitering nearby, too busy half-listening to Solomon's grumbles about decent folk needing sleep. Upstairs, he fed Onan and took the dog out, playing the part of a dutiful housemate. The candle snuffed out on cue. Meanwhile, Dodger, now in his dark, nimble gear, shimmied down his trusty rope, silent as a spider. He circled back to the lurking stranger, smirked, and in one fluid motion, yanked the man's bootlaces tight before sweeping his legs out. Evenin', Dodger chirped. Name's Dodger, you lost, the man spluttered, indignant. I'm with the police. Funny, Dodger said, dusting off his sleeves. You don't look like a peeler. Tell you what, since you've got such a honest face, I'll let you toddle off. Give Mr. Peel my regards, yeah. Say Dodger handles his own business. But as he slipped into the night, the weight of it settled. Scotland Yard sniffing around was trouble. Worse, being watched. The streets had eyes, and if word got out he'd chatted with Peel's boys. He'd be branded a snitch before breakfast. And that was a stew no one wanted to simmer in. Plainclothes cops. What a dirty trick. Everyone knew it was downright unfair. If you spotted a bobby in uniform, sure, you might think twice before lifting a wallet or swiping something from a market stall when the vendor wasn't paying attention. At least a visible officer kept folks honest, right? But sneaking around in regular clothes. That was practically encouraging crime, at least in Dodger's book. The night had already dragged on too long, but some things couldn't wait. His blood was boiling, his patience gone. So he took off, darting through shadowy alleys until he reached Ginny-come-lately's place. She yanked the door open after the third knock, scowling until she recognized him. "Oh, Dodger, lovely surprise," she said, though her smile was tight. "Can't let you in just yet, you know how it is." Dodger knew exactly how it was, same as always. "Good to see you, Ginny," he said, breathless. "Remember that set of tools I left with you, back when I swore to Solomon I was done with the life?" Her grin flickered before she vanished inside, returning with a small oilcloth bundle. She pressed it into his hands, then planted a quick kiss on his cheek. "Heard some interesting rumors about you lately," she teased. "Hope she's worth the trouble." But Dodger was already gone, sprinting like the devil himself was on his heels. Running had always been his strong suit, good thing too, because a slow thief was a dead thief. Tonight, though, he moved like lightning, a blur in the darkness. A sharp-eyed bobby blew his whistle, but Dodger was just a fading shadow before the sound even finished echoing. He wasn't just running, he was flying, legs pumping faster than his racing heart. Pigeons scattered in his wake. Some fool tried to cut him off in an alley and got a fist to the gut for his trouble, then a boot to the ribs as Dodger hurtled over him without breaking stride. No time to look back. The past didn't matter now, only the fury driving him forward. And then there it was, the building. Dodger slowed, melting into the shadows to catch his breath. No rushing this part. Now he had to be careful under the dim glow of his hooded lantern. Dodger carefully unwrapped the oilcloth bundle, revealing his trusty tools, the half-diamond pick, the ball pick, and the torsion bar, each polished to perfection. He'd spent countless nights shaping and refining them, bending them just right for any stubborn lock that dared stand in his way. Tonight they gleamed like loyal soldiers, eager for battle. The shadows swallowed him as he slipped along the grimy side of the building, fingers brushing over a rusted cellar cover. A drop of oil, a twist of his wrist, and the metal groaned open. Dodger smirked, but there was no warmth in it, just the cold edge of a blade. The embassy was a maze of darkness, and he moved through it like a ghost, avoiding the creaky marble floors he knew all too well. Carpets. A foolish choice for security. He could practically hear the owner's regret as he glided silently over them. He stole with precision, like an artist crafting delicate trinkets, only his art was making valuables vanish. Jewelry disappeared into velvet pouches, drawers surrendered their secrets, and even sleeping figures didn't slow him down. Maybe the Lady Luck herself had cloaked him in shadows tonight. Then in the heart of the building he found it, a stubborn desk that fought back. But Dodger always won. Inside, ledgers, sealed scrolls, and wax-stamped documents whispered of power. One crest in particular made him pause. Recognition flickered, then defiance. A grin spread across his face, sharp, dangerous. They'll know it was me, he thought. I could have burned this place to the ground. But tonight, a different message would be left behind the flickering oil lamps, the heavy drapes, the creaky staircases. Every detail in that embassy was a disaster waiting to happen. And with so many people asleep upstairs, one wrong move could turn the whole place into an inferno. Anger still burned inside him, but in the dim warmth of the room, Dodger knew one thing for certain. He wasn't a killer. No, he'd make them pay, just not like this. In that moment, without anyone realizing it, he spared them all from a horrible fate. Funny how the world never knows when it's been saved. Padding silently through the shadows, Dodger smirked to himself. Hero, nah, but if I ever was one, tonight's the night. Stopping an entire embassy from going up in flames, that had to count for something. By the time the first hint of dawn touched the sky, he was already slipping into the mews beside the building. The place would be crawling with grooms soon, but for now, it was his. The coach house held exactly what he needed, a fancy carriage with some foreign noble's crest painted on the side. Kneeling beside it, he ran his fingers along the wheel until he found what he was looking for, a twisted piece of metal lodged against the rim. A few tugs did nothing, but a well-placed crowbar pried it free with a satisfying ping. Snatching it midair, Dodger stood, pressed the metal to the crest, and carved 2 words deep into the wood, Mr. Punch. Next, the horses. He herded them out of their stalls, shooing them into the neighboring yard before shutting the gate behind them. Horses, smart enough to run into a burning stable instead of away. No wonder they weren't in charge. With a flick of his wrist, he lit a match and dropped it into a hay bale. The flames caught fast as he vanished into the alley, the distant crackle of fire and shouts fading behind him. By the time Solomon shook him awake later that morning, the sun was already high. The old man had slept in too. That rich dinner must have done him in. And of course, Solomon being Solomon, he'd peeked inside Dodger's bag. So when Dodger finally stumbled out from behind the curtain, rubbing his eyes, there was Solomon, grinning like a cat with cream, the stolen jewels neatly arranged on velvet beside a stack of ledgers. Guess some things never change. Solomon leaned back in his chair, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Dodger, my boy, I may not know exactly what went through your head last night, but let's just say Solomon's wisdom isn't just for show. You had a bone to pick with someone, didn't you? Now, normally, I don't condone theft, but after a little chat with the Almighty, we both agreed that under the circumstances, burning that place down might have been justified. Dodger shifted uncomfortably before admitting, yeah, soul, I torched the stables, couldn't let that damn coach sit there untouched. Solomon's face tightened with concern. Please tell me you at least freed the horses first. Obviously, Dodger scoffed. The old man's expression softened, a sly grin creeping in. Well, jewelry's just glittery rocks anyway. You've got a sharp eye, I'll give you that, but these code books, now those could stir up some real trouble, or depending on who you ask, some very happy celebrations. Dodger blinked. Wait, you're not mad? Then, after a pause, you can actually read all this. Solomon gave him a look that could wither a cactus. I'm fluent in most European tongues except Welsh. That one's a nightmare. And this, he tapped a page. A juicy little note about the Tsar of Russia getting very cozy with the French ambassador's wife. Imagine the scandal if this got out. Dodger, I think Sir Robert would love to get his hands on this, discreetly, of course. He leaned in, lowering his voice. Naturally, we won't mention the jewels, though between us those rubies alone could buy a small kingdom, or say, impress a certain young lady's father. He winked. I'm no fence, but I know people who are. And trust me, when you bargain with the devil, God tends to tip the scales in your favor. You won't get full price, but you'll walk away with enough to start a new life. Pulling a single document from the stack, Solomon added, all I ask in return is this little gem about the Tsar. Might come in handy someday, especially if my friend Carl is still kicking around. His eyes gleamed with mischief. Politics, my boy, always a game worth playing. The old man chuckled as he rifled through the packages, his fingers brushing against one with a particularly scandalous secret about a royal family member. Perhaps I should toss this into the flames, he mused, pausing dramatically before tucking it safely into his coat. Then again, some things are better kept hidden, away from prying eyes. His grin widened, sharp as a blade. Not that upstanding gentlemen like us would ever use such things, but, well, a bit of leverage never hurt anyone. With practiced ease, he slipped both the jewels and the damning papers into the depths of his oversized jacket before turning back to his cluttered workbench. Dodger, lost in thought, barely noticed. His mind wandered to a ridiculous scenario, Solomon locked in a room with a pack of lawyers. How many would crawl out, if any? Seizing the moment, Dodger cleared his throat. Solomon, think you could whip up something special for me? Melt down some of this gold, craft a ring, maybe with a ruby. A few diamonds for flair. Solomon's eyes gleamed as he glanced up. Ah, Dodger, my finest work at my finest price, naturally. He burst into laughter at Dodger's startled look. Oh, come now, that was just a jest. I don't joke often, so savor it. His smirk turned sly. Perhaps an engraving, something romantic. We can hash out the details later. Yes, Dodger's face burned. Do you read minds now too? Of course, Solomon replied, waving a hand. And so do you, the only difference. I've had decades more practice, and trust me, some minds are absolute labyrinths. Dodger took a step back, studying the old man. Never asked before, but why stay down here tinkering with trinkets when you could be doing anything else? Solomon sighed, his usual mischief fading. Simple, really. I love the work and it pays well, but mostly, he gave a tired smile. I can't run like I used to, and death, well, it's terribly permanent. The words hit Dodger like a punch. Suddenly time wasn't just passing, it was chasing him. He scrambled to his feet, throwing on his coat. Trust was a tricky thing. Some folks he'd lend a coin, others he'd stake his life on. But now, every second counted. Dodger didn't have many people he could truly rely on, and he knew better than to push his luck with them. Goodwill, after all, had its limits. Wear it out, and it might just vanish like morning fog. Plus, the less folks knew about his business, the better. That's why he headed back to Marie Jo's stall, where things were usually quiet this time of day. Most of her regulars were out hustling, scraping together coins for their next meal. But Marie Jo, she was always there, dependable as the chimes of Big Ben. Dodger made sure to keep his end of the bargain, slipping her a few extra coins for the kids' soup. With the crowd thin, he leaned in and muttered his request. She laughed, tossing out some French phrase he didn't catch, but he just shrugged. Can't tell you why, Marie Jo. Her grin was knowing, the kind women gave when dealing with a cheeky scoundrel like him. He'd seen it before, studied it even in what he jokingly called the University of Dodger. It was a mix of exasperation and amusement, wrapped up with a sparkle in her eyes that told him she'd help, no questions asked. Still, he knew better than to push too hard. Cherchez la femme, she teased, and Dodger played along, feigning embarrassment. Her laughter, bright and warm, carried traces of her past, something carefree and far removed from the grime of London streets. Then came the real humiliation. She made him mind the stall, chopping onions and carrots while she disappeared on his errand. Him Dodger reduced to honest labor in broad daylight. Thank goodness the foot traffic was light. When she returned with a small bundle, he tucked it away carefully. To keep up appearances, he stuck around, slicing vegetables with exaggerated precision. The mindless work gave him time to plot his next move, a stroll through the sketchier shops and pawnbrokers. He needed supplies, but he wasn't stupid enough to buy everything in one place. Luck struck in a musty little shop reeking of stale laundry, where the owner, reeking of gin, didn't seem to recognize him. Time wasn't on his side, though. By afternoon, after a quick stop at the gunner's daughter and a couple pints with the lads, especially one old friend who never missed a chance to remind Dodger of his newfound notoriety, he was set. Solomon's knowing chuckle, however, grated on his nerves. Some things never changed. Dodger had always figured that if God really saw everything, he must have been turning a blind eye to the rookeries most days. Nobody else paid much attention either. People had a habit of looking the other way just in case they spotted something they'd regret. But if anyone had been watching from the moon that afternoon, they'd have seen a sight. A frail old woman, more ragged than most even by the slum's low standards, sliding down a rope like a circus performer before limping off at a snail's pace. Dodger wasn't worried. There weren't many angles to spot the rope from anyway, but moving slow was the downside of the disguise. Now grimy old ladies weren't exactly rolling in cash, but damned if he was going to walk all the way to the river. With a dramatic flourish of her cane, the old woman managed to flag down a cab. The driver, a soft-hearted fellow named Marie Jo, took pity on the poor soul, wrinkled, warty, and smelling like she hadn't seen soap in a week. That wig, a disaster. The kind of thing you'd find in a back-alley shop for 2 pennies. But Marie Jo, thinking of his own mother, helped her in without cheating her on the fare. Every step was agony. Dodger had shoved a chunk of wood into his boot for authenticity, and by the time he reached the wharf, his feet were screaming. Marie Jo had once told him he belonged on stage with skills like his, but actors made peanuts. The only reason to step on a stage, as far as Dodger was concerned, was to pick the audience's pockets. Luck was with him. Double Henry, a waterman he'd shared a drink with earlier at the gunner's daughter, offered the old lady a ride. He even dropped her off near the morgue in 4 farthings, London's tiniest borough. From there, any moon-bound observer would have seen her shuffling toward the coroner's office, looking so pathetic that even the morgue attendant, a man known for his short fuse, handed her a cup of tea before pointing her down the hall. The coroner, a decent sort despite the horrors of his job, listened patiently as the old woman sobbed about her missing niece. It was a performance worthy of the stage. If only there'd been a paying audience. The story was one Dodger recognized, another heartbreaking echo of what Messy Bessie had told him. A hopeful girl from Kent had come to London chasing dreams of a better life, only to be swallowed by the city's merciless grind. The coroner, though no stranger to tragedy, couldn't help but feel the weight of the old woman's grief as she wept, repeating, "I warned her. I told her we'd manage." Then came the usual excuses, how the girl had been too trusting, too dazzled by smooth-talking men with coin to spare. The old woman rambled on about country ways, how back home, a girl's mistake might be smoothed over with a hasty wedding and a few awkward conversations in the tavern. The coroner kept his doubts to himself. He'd seen enough to know life wasn't that simple. Then came the worst part. The girl had bolted from the house, vanishing into the city's labyrinth. The coroner sighed. He knew the drill, do-gooders haunting the bridges at dusk, handing out pamphlets and empty promises. Most ended up in the workhouse, their babies taken before they even got a proper look. The old woman's voice cracked as she described her niece, a blue dress, worn but neat, and fine underthings she'd stitched herself. Then with a trembling hand she pulled out a crude iron ring twisted from a horseshoe nail. "No jewels, but a ring's a ring, ain't it?" Her voice broke again, and her hair, golden, untouched. "Never sold it, not like the others." The coroner nodded, jaw tight. Another life lost to London's hungry streets. Another name to add to the ledger. Some days he wished he had a thicker skin. Today wasn't one of them. The coroner's mood lifted slightly after hearing the details, and Dodger noticed the change with quiet satisfaction. Tracking down Double Henry and plying him with 2 pints of porter had paid off. Every scrap of information had spilled out. The coroner cleared his throat and said, "I hesitate to call it luck, madam, but it seems fate may have intervened. Your niece could very well be in our mortuary as we speak. She's been there for days. When I visited yesterday, the officer and I couldn't help but notice her striking hair. Tragically, scenes like this play out far too often along the Thames. With this poor girl, I'd nearly given up hope that anyone would come forward." The old woman's hands trembled as she let out a choked sob. "Oh heavens, how do I break this to her mother? I promised to watch over her, but you know how young girls are these days." Of course," the coroner cut in, eager to steer the conversation. "Here, have some more tea, my dear. Then I'll take you to see her." Another wail escaped her, followed by genuine tears. Dodger was so immersed in the act now that he nearly forgot himself. Carefully sipping the tea and making sure not to dislodge the fake wart, she played the part flawlessly. The coroner, moved by her distress, gently guided her to the mortuary. One look at the cleaned-up body on the slab, peaceful as if asleep, and the old woman's performance reached new heights. No audience, but if there had been, they'd have given a standing ovation. Snot and tears streaked her wrinkled face as she turned to the coroner. "I'm not a wealthy woman, sir, truly. Burying my Arthur at Lavender Hill cleaned me out. It'll take time to scrape together enough for a proper burial. Do you think they'd take her at Crossbones?" The coroner hesitated, uncomfortable. "I can't say for certain, madam, but I doubt your niece, fresh from the countryside, was, well." He cleared his throat, struggling for the right words. "A woman of ill repute." Uncharacteristically emotional, he dabbed his eyes with a handkerchief. "Your devotion to giving this poor girl dignity is deeply touching." New detail. As they left the mortuary, a gust of wind rattled the windows, making the old woman shiver, whether from cold or the weight of the moment. Even Dodger couldn't tell. The coroner stepped back quickly as the old woman lunged forward with her musty embrace. "Bless you, sir. You're a true gentleman," she cried, her voice trembling with gratitude. "I'll leave no stone unturned, I swear it. Got some folks who might help me write to her mother, even cover the postage. And don't you worry, sir, I won't be a burden. We won't let one of ours end up in a pauper's grave, not on my watch." Tears streamed down the coroner's cheeks, and Dodger meant every word. The man had been decent, a rare thing worth remembering. After arranging for his officer to escort her back to the docks, the coroner slipped her enough coins for the ferryman. From above, the moon's silent witness watched the old woman shuffle through the grimy streets until, in a shadowed alley, she seemed to vanish into the sewers below. In that instant, the old woman was gone, reborn, perhaps by some unseen hand, as Dodger himself. And what a rattled Dodger he was. Sure, he was used to slipping into roles like a second skin, charming, adaptable, everyone's ally, nobody's target. But sometimes the act fell away, leaving just him, alone in the dark, heart pounding. The distant hum of London drifted through the sewer grates as he steadied himself, carefully bundling up the old woman's disguise, committing every wrinkle and wart to memory. The drowned girl still weighed on him. No nameless soul deserved a pitiless grave. He'd make sure she got a proper burial when this was over. Lost in thought, he drifted through the city, fingers working on instinct, pocketing a few stray coins along the way. One problem down, the coroner was handled, but corpses demanded more than just words, which meant a visit to Mrs. Holland, Southwark. Even a sharp operator like Dodger knew better than to stroll in carelessly. Mrs. Holland. No first name needed. She was a force of nature, a one-woman empire. And then there was her husband, Aberdeen Knocker, Bang to his mates, who'd likely never set foot in Aberdeen, wherever that was. Somewhere up north. Maybe Wales or not. Didn't matter. What mattered was surviving the trip. The nickname Bang had stuck to him like most street monikers in London, just as Dodger had clung to Dodger himself. But Bang stood out with skin darker than the blackest hat you could imagine, and for the past 16 years he'd been, at least on paper, married to the formidable Mrs. Holland. Their son, inexplicably nicknamed Half Bang, was sharp as a courtroom full of attorneys and already proving his worth in the family trade, which mostly involved property and, let's say, people management. Mrs. Holland, however, was the real force behind the operation, a mastermind with a mind so creative she could probably organize a circus in a broom closet. Sailors fresh off the docks often found their way to what locals called Mrs. Holland's League, though the real attraction wasn't the downstairs office where she held court, but the company waiting upstairs. And if those sailors got too rowdy, well, some whispered they'd wake up on an unexpected voyage, maybe around Cape Horn, or maybe not waking up at all. Around the docks, Mrs. Holland ruled like royalty, especially with Bang at her side. Officially, her job description was murky, but Dodger knew she'd once been a nurse and midwife, though these days she specialized in making things vanish. Anyone nosy enough to ask too many questions might find themselves taking an involuntary swim beneath the Thames bridges. Dodger had always gotten along with the family, especially Bang, who'd once shown him the scars from shackles and the brand that marked him like livestock. Despite his brutal past, Bang was kind-hearted, though at the moment he was busy restraining the monstrous, drooling hellhound that served as their first line of defense. That, and a blunderbuss loaded with enough black powder, rock salt, and for particularly stubborn visitors, rusty nails to make even the bravest man reconsider his life choices. Mrs. Holland herself greeted Dodger with a grin wide enough to match her many chins, her bright blue eyes sparkling with the kind of sincerity that only came when she was lying through her teeth. "Dodger," she exclaimed, lowering the blunderbuss. "As I live and breathe, come in, come in." Minutes later, in her private parlor with Jasper the demon dog lounging, but ready to pounce at a word, she listened to Dodger's tale. After a thoughtful pause, she smirked. "Funny thing about corpses, sometimes they're livelier after they're dead. One day she's all business, the next she's cracking jokes like it's nothing. What you're proposing isn't some stroll in the park, it's serious business. But lucky for you, I've got the know-how. Oh, believe me, I've seen my fair share of the dead, as you well know. So listen close to your dear old auntie, all right. First things first, here's what you'll need." Dodger was sharp. He picked things up fast. After just a few minutes, he nodded and said, "I owe you one, Mrs. Holland." She grinned, her eyes twinkling. "Always knew you were one of my clever ones, Dodger. As for owing me, well, who's to say? Maybe someday you'll get the chance to return the favor. And don't worry, I know you're no killer, so you won't be my first pick for that kind of job. But other things, well, you scratch my back, I scratch yours." Dodger glanced at her grubby hands. Neither looked like they'd seen soap in a week, but he got the message. Favors were as good as cash in these parts, just like out on the streets. He knew she had a soft spot for him, but counting on that was risky. Just as he turned to leave, her expression darkened. "You've been stirring up trouble, haven't you, boy?" she said, suddenly serious. "There's a certain type I can't stand the moment I hear their name, and one of 'em goes by the Outlander. Ever heard of him?" Dodger shook his head, and Mrs. Holland's unease grew. She shot a glance at her husband before turning back. "Never met him, don't know his face, but by all accounts he's cold-blooded, a real professional. First time in England maybe, but word is he's been asking around about some kid named Dodger and some girl. Nobody knows much. Some say he's Dutch, others Swiss, but everyone agrees he's a ghost. Comes out of nowhere, does his job, and vanishes. No friends, no face, just a trail of whispers. And one thing's for sure, he's never without a woman on his arm, different one every time. She frowned, staring into the dim fire. Strange I haven't seen him round here yet given his tastes, but mark my words, nobody can tell you what he really looks like. One minute he's tall and lean, the next he's short and stocky. Either he's a master of disguise or he sends his girls to do the talking. The fire crackled as she sighed. He's not in my league, this outlander, more like a nightmare. Usually sticks to Europe, let them deal with his kind. But now he's here, I don't like it, and I do like you, Dodger, remember that. Dodger forced a grin, though his stomach twisted. So this outlander, nobody actually knows what he looks like, right, Mrs. Holland's usual sharpness softened into something unsettling worry. Plenty claim they've spotted him, but no two descriptions match. Her fingers drummed the table, a rare crack in her iron demeanor. For a woman who'd toss a drunk into the Thames without blinking, her unease sent a chill down Dodger's spine. Listen, boy, even a wretched old bat like me has lines she won't cross sleep with one eye open, yeah. Now kiss me proper, might be your last chance. He obliged, ignoring Bang's snicker, and didn't scrub his mouth clean until he'd slipped into the labyrinth of tunnels below. Home through the stench and shadows, safer than the streets with some faceless hunter lurking. Let the bastard try. Crossbones graveyard in Southwark had a reputation. The Winchester geese buried there weren't actual poultry, unless you counted the Bishop of Winchester's creative licensing of certain professions. The church's pragmatism would have been admirable if it weren't so grimly ironic. Dodger's boots splashed through muck as he muttered to himself. The theater could wait. Right now, he needed the lady's favor, not the half-hearted whispers he usually tossed her way, but a real, gut-deep plea. Churches. Useless unless soup was involved. But down here, with London's noise rumbling above and death possibly on his heels, superstition felt solid. Grandad swore he'd seen her before the end. And if a dying man's word wasn't good, what was? Dodger cleared his throat, then paused. Best not spit. Even gods appreciated manners. Kneeling in the sewers wasn't exactly practical, so Dodger straightened up with a sigh. Look, lady, I don't know what to tell you, honest. I'm no killer, all right. But if you let simplicity walk out of this mess alive, I swear that girl in the 4 farthings more gets a proper burial at Lavender Hill. Flowers, too, and a name, something to remember her by. That's all I got, because let's face it, the world's a rotten place, and sometimes the best you can do is just do something. And here I am, just Dodger. A faint scuttling sound made him glance down. A scrawny rat darted over his boot. Really? He almost laughed. If the universe was sending him a sign, it sure had a lousy sense of drama. A rat in the sewer. That was about as mystical as a puddle. Then again, the lady always had rats around her. Maybe this one was just passing through on divine business. He half expected her face to shimmer out of the damp brickwork, but all he got was the distant rumble of carriages overhead and the steady drip of sewer water. Grandad used to say you always wore proper shoes, he added, shifting tactics. Not boots, real shoes. So if you could, smooth things over for me, I'll get you the finest pair money can buy. Deal. Much obliged, lady. Later, Solomon raised an eyebrow as Dodger scrubbed himself raw before the theater. You planning to meet the Queen or just some outlander? Dodger ignored him, too busy running through worst-case scenarios. The name meant nothing to him, but that didn't mean much. London was full of ghosts you never heard of until they showed up at your door. Still, a crowded theater seemed safe enough. Behind the curtain, Solomon splashed noisily in his wash basin while Dodger pulled out Sweeney Todd's razor. The blade gleamed, cold and ordinary, just steel really. But it carried weight, a kind of dark magic. Izzy had stitched a hidden pocket into his jacket, perfect for smuggling it in. He wondered if Sir Robert Peel had ever needed a secret compartment for brass knuckles or a flask of something strong. With a grimace, He tucked the razor away again. The thought of sitting beside Simplicity with that in his pocket made his stomach twist. Todd was a murderer, he muttered to himself. But the blade's just a tool, doesn't make me one. The logic felt flimsy, but it was enough. For now, if he hadn't been dragged into that cursed war, maybe he wouldn't have lost his mind entirely. But no matter how he spun it, today wasn't the day for Sweeney Todd's blade to be lurking in the shadows. Angela had promised Solomon a coach to whisk them all to the theater, and Dodger found himself pacing by the window a full hour early, restless. When it finally rolled up, he was relieved to see two burly footmen flanking it, polished and sharp-eyed, looking like they'd happily toss any pickpocket from the slums clear across the street. Solomon climbed in first, and Dodger's heart sank when he realized Simplicity wasn't inside, until one of the footmen leaned in with a grin. "The ladies are still primping for the show, sir," he said, suddenly formal. "They'll be along shortly. Oh, and there's a fine spread inside if you care for a bite." Then, dropping the act, he added, "Blimey, the lad who took on Sweeney Todd himself. My mum's gonna lose her wig when I tell her." Solomon was already poking through the carriage's well-stocked bar, nodding in approval, but Dodger's mind was racing. Forget the Outlander. Something about Mrs. Holland's words nagged at him. It all sounded too neat, like one of those tall tales about Sweeney Todd's razor. And Dodger knew the truth about that story, didn't he? He'd embellished parts himself, turning into some kind of folk hero when really he was just a quick-witted kid. The thought struck him like a pickpocket's hand. How much of the Outlander's legend is the same? All those women fawning over him, did that even make sense? No, he decided. Even Mrs. Holland, sharp as a blade, seemed scared of him. Maybe the Outlander was just spinning illusions, making himself seem bigger than he really was. That idea settled him. It was all about the act, the performance, and Dodger had his own show to put on. He'd need to have a serious chat with Miss Coutts soon. Now there was a woman, rich as sin, no husband in sight. He smirked to himself. A woman with that kind of fortune didn't need a man cluttering up her life. Solomon had once mentioned she'd proposed to the Duke of Wellington. The Duke, no fool, had politely sidestepped that bullet. Dodger smirked to himself. That's a man who knew when to pick his battles, and which ones weren't worth fighting. Solomon gave the brandy decanter a satisfied tap with the stopper before Dodger cleared his throat. "Solomon, I've got something to tell you." The carriage ride had maybe 10 minutes left, and Dodger spent most of it stealing nervous glances at Solomon, who stayed quiet until finally breaking the silence. "Well, Dodger," the old man mused, "I'll give you this, you don't do things halfway. You're looking at a man who once strangled a jailer with his own bootlaces to escape. Do I regret it? Sure, but let's just say that particular guard had it coming. My people aren't exactly known for brawling, but when we do, we make it count. As for your plan, bold, reckless, and under the circumstances, it just might work. Though, my boy, good luck convincing Angela. She's taken it upon herself to guard Simplicity like a dragon hoarding gold." The carriage rolled to a stop before Dodger could reply. "I get that," he muttered, "but legally the only one who can boss Simplicity around is her husband, and let's be honest, that pompous prince wouldn't know decency if it bit him." Before Solomon could even reach for the door, a servant swung it open, ushering them into a sitting room where Angela waited, alone. She took one look at Dodger's face and grinned. "Simplicity's running late, Mr. Dodger. She's getting ready for the theater with you." She patted the couch beside her. "Might as well sit down." The three of them lapsed into that awkward silence of people with nothing left to say until the door creaked open. A flustered maid trailed behind Simplicity, whose smile when she spotted Dodger could have lit up the whole city. Miss Coutts clucked her tongue. "Lovely as you look, my dear, we'll miss Julius Caesar if we dawdle. A private box is no excuse for rudeness." Dodger ended up wedged beside Simplicity in the carriage. She was quiet, but her fingers tapped excitedly against her skirt. Meanwhile, Dodger's mind raced. A theater box, great. So half of London gets to stare at us. But when they arrived, fashionably early, thank goodness, a pair of stone-faced footmen fell in step behind them as if they'd been waiting all along. New detail. Dodger notices Simplicity discreetly tucking a small, folded note into her glove during the ride but says nothing. Dodger was sure it had to be the same two footmen from before, especially when he caught the eager glint in the eyes of the one who couldn't wait to brag about spotting him. The guy flashed a quick, smug grin, then just as swiftly tucked away a pair of brass knuckles into his fancy sleeve. Classy. Dodger had snuck into theaters plenty of times, but this whole production was something else. Solomon had tried explaining Julius Caesar earlier, making it sound like some back-alley brawl where nobody knew when to shut up. At first, the fancy talk went right over Dodger's head, but slowly, the story pulled him in. Once he got past the weird robes and dramatic speeches, it was just a bunch of backstabbing schemers. He was still trying to pick a side when it hit him. These were the same Romans who built the sewers and named their goddess after them. Maybe he should toss a prayer her way. As the actors droned on, Dodger squeezed his eyes shut and muttered a quick plea to Closina, goddess of gutters and luck. When he opened them again, some bloke on stage was booming, "There's a tide in the affairs of men." Now that was a sign worth listening to. Better than a rat scurrying over his shoe anyway. Beside him, Miss Coutts gave a discreet elbow nudge. "You nearly leapt out of your seat," she whispered, "dreaming of fortunes." "Something like that," Dodger muttered, then cursed himself when Angela pressed, "What exactly is going to work?" "Life," he grumbled, turning back to the stage. Why did it take half of Rome to stab one guy? And why did Solomon keep calling it a repast like it was some grand feast? Though to be fair, the spread afterward was impressive. Piled high meats, tangy pickles, chutney strong enough to make your nose twitch. Between bites, Dodger leaned toward Angela. "Where'd your servants vanish to?" she arched a brow. "The servants' hall, naturally. They come when called and they don't eavesdrop." Dodger pushed back his chair and stood. Time to see if Closina was listening after all. Dodger took a deep breath before addressing the group. "All right, I need to share what I'm hoping we can pull off tomorrow if you're all on board." Secrets, he knew, were tricky things. The fewer people who knew them, the safer they stayed. Some folks acted like spreading a secret around made it stronger, as if sheer numbers could shield it. But sooner or later the truth had a way of slipping out, and now was the moment. He needed an ally, someone sharp, and Angela was the obvious choice. A woman who'd amassed a fortune and still had a spark in her eye. That was someone worth trusting. So he laid it all out, every detail, even the whispers Mrs. Holland had shared about the Outlander. When he finished, the room was dead silent. Angela studied her nails for a moment before speaking, her voice measured. "Dodger, I won't lie, my first instinct was to shut this whole reckless idea down. But then I saw the way you and Simplicity looked at each other, and I remembered she's no naive girl. She's a grown woman, capable of making her own choices. So instead of forbidding it, I'll just say, thank you for letting me in on this madness." She turned to Solomon with a raised eyebrow. "Care to weigh in, Mr. Cohen?" Solomon stroked his chin thoughtfully. Dodger mentioned the Outlander, but I doubt that rogue will catch wind of things before our boy here puts his plan into motion. And what a plan it is. Bold, clever, the kind that leaves no loose ends if it works. Plus, Dodger knows the battleground better than anyone. Honestly, even the Duke of Wellington would tip his hat to this strategy. Dodger's gaze never left Simplicity. He caught her frown, his stomach dropped, then her grin sent his pulse racing. Not just a smile, but a wicked little smirk like she was already picturing victory. Angela chuckled. "Well, my dear, you've got a mind of your own. What's your take on this lunatic scheme?" Simplicity crossed the room and took Dodger's hand. The touch sent a jolt through him, electric and fleeting. "I trust him," she said simply. "After everything he's done for me, how could I not?" Dodger swallowed hard. Thanks, but there's one catch: you'll have to give up your wedding ring." Her fingers flew to the band on her hand. The silence that followed wasn't just quiet, it was a vacuum, thick with tension. Dodger braced himself, waiting for the Storm Simplicity's fingers trace the delicate band of the ring before she let out a quiet sigh. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "I believed it meant something sacred when he gave it to me, that God had blessed our union, but now, the priest who married us is gone, 2 dear friends are gone, and God, he was never in that house when I was struck or when they forced me into that carriage. But Dodger," her gaze lifted, steady and sure, "I trust my Dodger with everything." With a soft press of her lips to his cheek, she dropped the ring into his palm, though the kiss, Dodger decided, was worth far more than gold. Angela arched a brow at Solomon, who chuckled. "Well, Angela, I'd say we've stumbled upon a rather unconventional Romeo and Juliet here." "Perhaps," Angela replied dryly, folding her arms. "But as someone who prefers practicality over poetry, I think we'll need a bit of Twelfth Night too. Mr. Dodger, before you go, you and I need to discuss logistics." The ride back to Seven Dials was silent, the coach rattling over cobblestones as Dodger and Solomon sat lost in thought. Even after their usual late-night errand for Onan, neither spoke much, the weight of the evening hanging between them. Finally, Solomon broke the quiet. "Dodger, Miss Burdickouts might believe in you. I certainly do. But simplicity, her faith in you is something else entirely, stronger than Abraham's, I'd wager." Dodger squinted into the shadows. "You mean Abraham, the jeweler with the questionable receipts?" Solomon's voice was wry. "No, Dodger, the Abraham who was ready to sacrifice his son." A beat passed before Dodger snorted. "Yeah, well, we're not doing that." Sleep didn't come easy. Every time he closed his eyes, Simplicity's voice echoed in his skull, "I trust my Dodger completely," ringing through him like a bell. By dawn, he'd already been up and moving, slipping through the fog like a shadow. The so-called plainclothes officers lurking near his building were about as subtle as a brass band. Sir Robert Peel wasn't playing around, 2 nights of surveillance, and now they were bold enough to stake out his place in broad daylight. Their latest tactic, hiding just around the corner as if Dodger wouldn't notice. As the city stirred, an elderly woman shuffled past the oblivious policemen. Not that anyone paid her much mind. Old women were as common as cobblestones in London, most left to fend for themselves once their husbands were gone. Dodger smirked. If only they knew Dodger couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness watching the elderly women sifting through trash piles, their bony fingers clawing at the dirt for anything salvageable. Sure, it was outdoor work, but that didn't explain why none of them ever had a proper coat. Their hollowed-out faces and those unnerving, 2 bright eyes made them look like something out of a ghost story, always lurking under bridges or in doorways, just trying to stay dry. But today was different. Dodger spotted one particularly lively old woman dragging a handcart, a real luxury on these streets, fussing over it like it was her prized possession. If someone up on the moon had been watching, they'd have seen her shuffling toward the riverbank, haggling her way onto a ferry for just a farthing instead of the full penny fare. The boatman, feeling a rare burst of pity maybe because she reminded him of his own mother, even offered to wait for her return trip. Big mistake. When she came back, her cart wasn't carrying scrap metal or rags. It was hauling a corpse wrapped in a sheet. The boatman nearly choked, but before he could protest, his buddy showed up, took one look at the trembling old woman and shrugged. Together they loaded the stiff, still pliable, thankfully, onto the boat. Dodger, of course, was the old woman, and he was downright giddy about how smoothly this was going. A little guilty, too, since the coroner himself had even come out to assure her that the niece's body had been handled with the utmost respect. How touching. The return trip was rougher, fighting against the current, and the boatman grumbled, "All right, love, a farthing each way and we'll call it even." But when they reached the other side, the old hag, who was clearly having the time of her life, pressed 3 shiny sixpences into his hand, declaring him the last decent man in London. The boatman would tell that story for years, never realizing he'd been swindled by a master after crossing back over the Thames. Anyone watching would have spotted an elderly woman dragging her rickety cart down a dim, fog-choked alley. The air reeked of cheap gin, and out of the shadows lurched a filthy, staggering drunk who slurred, "What have you got in that bag for me, Granny?" A young shoeshine boy perched on the curb, mid-bite into his baked potato, froze as the scene unfolded. Just as he debated stepping in, things took a bizarre turn. The frail old woman suddenly twisted like a whirlwind, and the drunkard was flat on his back, howling as she delivered a sharp kick where it hurt most. "Try this again, boy," she cackled, "and I'll serve your insides for breakfast." With a quick pat of her skirts, she transformed back into a harmless old woman, leaving the boy gaping, potato forgotten in his fist. She flashed him a grin. "Lad, where's a girl find a decent spud around here?" Dodger left that alley with his bag stuffed full of potatoes, handing them out to every hunched-over granny he passed, his own odd way of balancing the scales. Call it karma, but fate tossed him a break. A lavender seller had set up shop just around the corner. No need to hunt one down, everyone in London's stench craved a whiff of something fresh. The girl sold out her entire stock to the sweet old lady, pocketed her coins, and skipped off to the nearest pub, while the now pleasantly scented woman rolled her cart onward. Hauling a corpse was never simple, but Seven Dials had its perks, like a certain alley with a perfect drain leading straight into the sewers. Down there, Dodger was untouchable, a shadow among shadows. The tunnels twisted into hidden chambers, each with names like Top or Turn Again, carved out by generations of toshers. Today he christened a new stretch, Rest in Peace. Death was just another part of London's rhythm. Funerals passed by daily, and folks learned to shrug and move on. New detail, the shoeshine boy's stunned reaction, plus Dodger's unspoken superstition about the potatoes as penance. Voice twist. The old lady's violent outburst shifts from darkly humorous to oddly cheerful when she asks about potatoes. Dodger's survival instincts kicked in hard as he tore off his ragged disguise, revealing his usual clothes underneath. He tugged on a pair of thick, greased leather gloves, just like Mrs. Holland had warned him to, and silently thanked her for the advice. The stench of death clung to the air, thick and suffocating, making him doubly grateful he'd splurged on lavender. No one should have to endure that smell longer than absolutely necessary. With carriages rumbling just above him, he worked methodically, adjusting, shifting, and arranging until everything looked just right. He was nearly done, carefully settling the young woman's remains into place when her head lolled and she let out a soft sigh. "Well, that's unsettling." Dodger smirked to himself. "Good thing I'm standing knee-deep in sewage." Mrs. Holland had warned him about this. Corpses could be chatty, thanks to trapped gases and whatnot. He sprinkled a mix of camphor and cayenne pepper around, hoping it would keep the rats at bay long enough. Stepping back, he admired his work with grim satisfaction. Never again, he thought, packing up his gloves. He made sure to exit the sewer far from the scene, if you could even call it that. Finding a water pump, he scrubbed his hands raw with lye soap, ignoring the questionable quality of London's water supply. The sun was oddly bright as he strolled back toward Seven Dials, the air thick with an eerie tension, like the city itself was holding its breath. But the moment he stepped inside, 2 bobbies were waiting. One sniffed the lingering lavender on Dodger's clothes and smirked. "Flowers for your sweetheart, eh?" Dodger didn't bother responding. He'd known this was coming. Once the peelers took an interest, they never let go. They played this game, pretending to be friendly, hoping he'd crack. So he played along, walking with them to Scotland Yard, but not without a swagger. The whole neighborhood needed to see he wasn't going quietly. Reputation was everything in the rookeries, And Dodger wasn't about to let anyone think he wanted to cozy up to the law. Dodger had danced this dance with the peelers before, more times than he could count. Each time they thought they had him cornered, he'd slip right through their fingers. Now here he was, face to face with Sir Robert Peel himself, the man who ran the whole operation. The guy had the polished look of a high society gentleman, but there was something sharp in his gaze, like a street rat who'd clawed his way up. Sir Robert leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled. "Ever heard of the Outlander, my friend?" "Nope," Dodger lied smoothly. Lying to coppers was practically second nature at this point. Sir Robert's expression didn't flicker. "Well, every police force in Europe would love to see that man locked up, or better yet, dangling from a noose. He's an assassin, Dodger, quick with a blade, and from what we've gathered, very interested in Miss Simplicity's whereabouts, which means he's interested in you." He paused, letting the weight of that sink in. "Sharp Bob and his man turning up dead. That's not a coincidence. Someone's running out of patience. And let's be honest, if the government decides to send a runaway wife back to her lawful husband, who's going to argue? Unpleasant, sure, but the law's the law." His fingers drummed on a stack of papers, papers Dodger recognized a little too well. "Speaking of unpleasant," Sir Robert continued, voice dry as dust, "an embassy was robbed 2 nights ago. Documents, jewels, all gone. Then, as if that wasn't enough, some cheeky devil torched a coach house. Oddly enough, one of the wheels was already busted before the fire, and someone, maybe the same joker, scratched Mr. Punch into the side." He raised an eyebrow. "You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" Dodger blinked, all wide-eyed innocence. "Me, sir, I was at a lovely dinner that evening. Solomon can vouch for me, upstanding citizen, that one." Would Solomon lie for me? The answer came instantly. Of course he would. The man's probably lied to half the police in Europe while quoting scripture. Sir Robert's smile didn't reach his eyes. His fingers tapped faster, like a clock winding down. Time was running out, and Dodger knew it. Dodger met Sir Robert's gaze with practiced innocence. "Mr. Dodger," the man began, his tone dripping with false politeness, "I have no doubt Mr. Cohen would agree with you. While we're at it, did you happen to see the elderly Jewish gentleman who dropped off a package for me this morning? The desk sergeant mentioned he left in quite the hurry, didn't even leave a name." Sir Robert's lips curled into that same humorless smirk. "Of course, to most people, one elderly Jewish man in black looks much like another, unless, of course, you're family." Dodger played along, shrugging. "Never really crossed my mind, sir." He was enjoying this little dance, and judging by the glint in Sir Robert's eye, so was the man in his own twisted way. "So you know nothing?" Sir Robert pressed. "You saw nothing, heard nothing, and naturally you weren't even there." He leaned forward slightly. "These documents are quite valuable, especially given recent discussions. The embassy wants them back, but of course I wouldn't know where they are. Surely Solomon explained their worth to you." Dodger blinked, feigning ignorance. "Documents, sir. Solomon never mentioned a thing, haven't laid eyes on 'em. As if I'd just hand them over like some gullible fool." Sir Robert exhaled slowly. "Mr. Dodger, have you ever heard the saying, 'You're so sharp you might cut yourself'?" Dodger grinned. "Oh, I'm careful with knives, sir, wouldn't want any accidents." "Good to hear," Sir Robert replied dryly. "You may go." Just as Dodger's fingers brushed the doorknob, the man added, "Don't do it again." Dodger turned, all innocence. "Can't do what I never did, sir." He kept his face blank, but inside he was rolling his eyes. Typical. Wait till you think you're in the clear, then drop the hammer. Stepping out of Scotland Yard, he called back cheerfully, "Told ya. You won't find a thing on me, lads." But beneath the bravado, his mind raced. "Clocks are ticking, the government's, the Outlander's mine. Simplicity's counting on me to strike first. The Outlander, a ghost who changed faces like gloves. How do you hunt a man like that?" Dodger smirked. "He's got to find me first, and that won't be easy." But then reality crept in. The Outlander was a professional, used to taking down high-profile targets. Would wiping out a street-smart tosher even slow him down? Dodger squared his shoulders and muttered, "I'm Dodger. Let's see him try." The The streets around him were a grim reminder of the world he navigated. Henry Mayhew's accounts didn't exaggerate. Poverty like this was unimaginable now, but back then. Just another day in London. As the clock ticked closer to 7, Dodger double-checked his gear before emerging from the sewers a short distance away. He strolled casually toward the Lion pub, where he spotted Mr. Bazalgette perched on a bench outside, dressed in sturdy clothes fit for a man about to explore London's underground labyrinth. The engineer practically vibrated with excitement, loaded down with tools, a thick notebook, and his own lantern, though Dodger had already secured 3, calling in a few favors to make sure they were well equipped. Bazalgette sipped ginger beer like a proper gentleman, but his eager chatter betrayed his boyish enthusiasm. He peppered Dodger with questions. How deep did the tunnels flood? How many rats scurried in the dark? Was it true the air turned thick and heavy the farther you went? Then with a grin he asked, "Excited to meet your lady, Mr. Dodger?" Dodger smirked. Oh, if only he knew. But aloud he said, "Never laid eyes on her, not once." But sometimes, when you're down there alone, you feel it, like a whisper in the air, a shift in the shadows. The rats bolt all at once and you just know something's there. Once I spotted a crack in the wall and something told me to dig. Next thing I knew, I was holding a gold ring with 2 diamonds. He shrugged. Some say you only see her when you're dying, but I ain't planning on that today, unless she leads me to a Tasharoon first. They were deep in debate about the mythical treasures of the sewers when a cab rattled up, depositing Charlie and a visibly uneasy Mr. Disraeli, who eyed the grimy streets of 7 Dials like they might swallow him whole. Charlie vanished into the pub and returned with a barman bearing pints. Bazalgette clapped his hands. "Well then, gents, when do we begin?" Dodger took a slow sip of beer. "Soon, but there's been a change of plans." Miss Burdickouts insisted one of her young footmen join them, hoping to inspire him toward self-improvement. "Perhaps he'll follow in your footsteps and become an engineer, sir," the man added with cheerful optimism. Dodger froze mid-step as a polished carriage, pulled by 2 burly coachmen, rattled into the tavern's courtyard. The doors swung open, revealing the so-called footman, noticeably rounder than most in his profession, with the faintest shadow of stubble along his jaw. Simplicity, or perhaps Angela, was committing to the disguise with surprising dedication. The others played along, but Dodger couldn't help admiring the cleverness of it. Sure, plenty of young servants carried extra weight from sneaking kitchen scraps, but anyone who'd seen Simplicity in a dress would recognize her instantly. And to Dodger, she looked more striking than ever, even with the rough shave. Her legs, far from fat. In his mind, they were flawless, and he had to wrench his thoughts back to the mission. Joseph Bazalgette was probably too preoccupied with sewer blueprints to notice, and with Angela present, Charlie and Disraeli only saw what they were meant to, a perfect smokescreen of deception. Miss Coutts leaned from the carriage window. "I'll return for my footman in 90 minutes, gentlemen. Do keep him safe. His mother would be devastated if anything happened to him. Roger here is a quiet lad, sensible if he knows what's good for him." With that, the window snapped shut, leaving Charlie to clap his hands. "Shall we begin, gentlemen? Lead the way, Mr. Dodger." Plans in the rookeries required precision, and Dodger wasn't about to take chances. Before setting off, he scattered a handful of coins behind them, sending the local street kids into a frenzy, too busy scrambling for copper to trail the group. He led them through a maze of alleys, doubling back unnecessarily until they reached his chosen sewer entrance. One by one, he helped them down, Simplicity first. The tunnel reeked of damp brick and something unidentifiable clinging to the walls. Dodger raised a finger for silence, then let out a sharp 2-note whistle that echoed through the pipes. He waited. No reply. The silence stretched, thick and uneasy. Dodger hadn't planned on running into any fellow Toshers that day, but if there had been others lurking in the tunnels, they'd have made themselves known, Common courtesy when you're all working the same grimy territory. With a theatrical flourish, he grinned at his companions. Gentlemen, welcome to my kingdom. Believe it or not, when the light hits just right, the place almost looks golden. Who knew sunlight could sneak its way down here? What's your verdict, Mr. Disraeli? Disraeli, who, much to Dodger's irritation, had shown up in sturdy, sensible boots, wrinkled his nose. The aroma leaves much to be desired, but I've smelled worse. Dodger smirked. He'd spent the last few hours scrubbing and rearranging this stretch of sewer like it was a royal parlor, anything for simplicity's sake. Used to be a lot cleaner back in the day, he mused. Now folks keep punching holes from their cellars, dumping whatever they please. Just watch your step, and if I tell you to do something, jump to it, no questions. He savored the word alacrity, one of Solomon's fancy terms he'd tucked away for moments like this. After a short walk, Dodger slipped into his best carnival barker voice. Now, here's a spot that's been kind to us toshers now and then. He stepped aside with a grin. Mr. Disraeli, care to try your luck? I see you've already spotted what we'll generously call a treasure bank by that little stream. Here's a stick, go on, give it a poke. Disraeli's smile was strained, the kind worn by a man determined not to be the wet blanket. He took the stick and prodded the pile of debris like it might bite. Dodger, barely suppressing a laugh, tossed him a pair of gloves. These might help if you're the sort who can afford such luxuries. To his surprise, Disraeli let out a chuckle before rolling up his sleeves and plunging in. A metallic clink echoed off the walls. Well, well, Dodger crowed. Beginner's luck, that's the sweet sound of coin, my friend. Let's see what you've snagged. The group huddled close as Disraeli, looking dazed, held up a gleaming half-crown untouched by time. Damn me, you've got the touch. Dodger clapped him on the back. Better not let you down here too often, you'll clean the place out. Go on, dig some more. Where there's one coin, there's usually another. Takes two to make that lovely clink after all. New detail. Dodger subtly adjusted his stance, blocking Disraeli's view of a rusted pocket watch half buried nearby. Some treasures were best kept for himself. The whole trick lies in how the water flows. You can never predict where the treasures might wash up next. Disraeli, now fully invested, eagerly dug through the pile of debris until another metallic clink echoed off the damp walls. This time he pulled out a gold ring with what looked like diamonds. Good heavens, sir. Dodger reached for it, but Disraeli instinctively jerked his hand back before realizing how rude that was. Relenting, he let Dodger examine the piece. Gold, sure enough, Dodger said, squinting. But these sparklers, just glass, I'm afraid. Shame, really. But hey, you've still pocketed a decent day's pay for a laborer. Dodger stretched his back and glanced at the fading light filtering through the grates above. Best move along soon, but maybe young Roger here wants a go next. Could earn himself a tidy sum like our friend Disraeli. Roger grinned, and Disraeli, still beaming, chuckled. Feels a bit like a carnival game, doesn't it? True, Dodger admitted. Though usually there's more rats and less charm. You're getting the VIP tour today. Bazalgette and Disraeli fell into a debate about sewer construction. Bazalgette rapping his knuckles against the bricks while Disraeli carefully avoided committing to any costly opinions. Meanwhile, Charlie lurked in the shadows, eyes sharp, missing nothing. Dodger paused at a crumbling section of wall, pointing to a gap where the mortar had worn away. See that? Perfect spot for coins to get stuck. Water rushes past, but the heavy bits drop right here. Your turn, Roger. He tossed the footman a spare pair of gloves with a mischievous smirk. To everyone's surprise, Roger, or rather simplicity, knelt in the muck, wrestled with the bricks, and pulled out another glinting prize. Disraeli gasped. Another ring? Dodger, you must be rolling in it. Excellent work, Miss Simplicity. A heavy silence settled over the tunnel, broken only by the steady drip-drip of water. Finally, Charlie coughed. Ben, I've no idea how you mistook this gentleman for a lady, handsome as he may be. Must be the sewer air, or maybe your sudden career changes gone to your head. Disraeli flushed. Ah yes, my mistake. Bazalgette offered a strained smile, clearly lost, and quickly busied himself inspecting the brickwork like his life depended on it. New detail. Simplicity, unnoticed, pocketed a tiny silver button she'd found earlier, a keepsake from her first sewer adventure. Dodger kept his eye on Charlie. There was something unsettling about the way he lingered in the background, observing everything. He definitely caught Simplicity's sharp intake of breath when she spotted the engraving on the ring, and the way her gaze locked onto Dodger's face afterward. Charlie had that unnerving ability to see right through a person, like he could peel back every layer and still find more. "Tell you what," Dodger cut in smoothly, "why don't I lead the way? You all can poke around, and I'll point out anything Mr. Bazalgette might find useful. Whatever you dig up, it's yours to keep. And Roger might want to tuck that ring away before it vanishes." He knew exactly how this would play out. Every new Tasher got hit with the same fever, one lucky find, and suddenly they were hooked. Simplicity and Disraeli were already knee-deep in curiosity, poking at cracks in the walls and sifting through piles of debris for anything that glinted. Meanwhile, Bazalgette muttered under his breath, tapping his measuring stick against the crumbling bricks. "These are worthless," he grumbled. "Should be ripped out and replaced with proper tiles, only way to keep the water from seeping through." Disraeli, distracted by what turned out to be half a rat, sighed. "Shame we don't have the funds for that." "Then enjoy the stench," Bazalgette shot back. "The river at low tide smells like the devil's own stomachache. Can't be good for anyone's health." They pressed on while the dim light held, the two amateur Tashers scraping together another shilling and a farthing, which Disraeli, ever the gentleman, handed to Simplicity with a flourish. Charlie, though, he just stood there, hands in his pockets, that knowing smirk never leaving his face. Every so often he'd pull out that blasted notebook and scribble something down, or cheer half-heartedly at a discovery. As daylight faded, the lamps flickered to life, casting small islands of light in the growing dark. But the sewers had a way of shifting when the sun went down. Suddenly, every drip echoed louder, every scuttle of rats sounded closer, and the shadows seemed to twist on their own. One wrong step, one misplaced turn where the tunnels split, and you'd find yourself lost in a maze far removed from anything resembling safety. The thought crept in, quiet but insistent. Down here, civilization was just a memory. Dodger glanced at Simplicity, confident she'd have no trouble navigating the path. He'd marked it carefully with loose bricks and scattered debris to block any wrong turns. Her steady gaze made him uneasy, though. Just a few more minutes and they'd be in the clear. Once the sunlight faded completely, that's when you truly became a Tasher, lost in the shadows of the tunnels. Then Charlie piped up, pointing ahead. "Dodger, over there looks like an opening, might be worth checking out." Dodger hurried back, shaking his head. "No, sir, that's a bad one. Floors half gone, all clogged up with filth. Plenty of spots like that down here, never get cleaned proper. And with the light fading, let's just agree Mr. Disraeli's honorary Tasher status and call it a night." "Hurrah!" Simplicity, or rather Master Roger, burst into laughter, joined by Bazalgette's chuckles and Charlie's applause. But as the clapping died down, another sound cut through the damp air, a metallic scrape like a crowbar prying open a grate. Charlie frowned. "What was that?" Dodger forced a shrug. Probably just the tunnels settling. Heat of the day, things shift around, makes all sorts of noises. Could swear there's someone else down here sometimes." He kept his voice light, but his grip tightened on his lantern. "Anyway, it's an easy walk back. We haven't gone far." Bazalgette, ever the enthusiast, waved his lamp. "I'd love to press on if we could." Dodger pacified him with a promise of a longer expedition tomorrow, maybe even with Mr. Mayhew along for the adventure. Then he let out the sharp two-note whistle of a Tasher. Silence answered. No return call, no shout from a rat catcher. That wasn't right. His stomach twisted. The plan was solid, but not if someone else was lurking down here. Maybe a rookie Tasher who didn't know the signals, or worse. Either way, Simplicity wasn't staying to find out. Forcing a grin, he herded the group back the way they'd come, every step grating against his nerves. Tomorrow, he'd figure something else out. Tonight, he just needed her safe. The dim glow of the lamplight barely pierced the thick darkness as they neared the sewer's exit. "Gentlemen," Dodger said, pausing, "I need to check a few things down here. Once you're topside, keep an eye on Roger till the coach arrives. You never know who might be lurking, though honestly, most of what's down here is already pretty foul." He flashed a quick grin. Just a quick look around. Probably nothing, but with Mr. Disraeli here, better safe than sorry. Simplicity's gaze was fixed on him, sharp and questioning, while Mr. Bazalgette looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Charlie, meanwhile, ambled back the way they'd come, cautious but casual. Then, to Dodger's surprise, Mr. Disraeli took Simplicity's hand. "Come along, my dear, or should I say, young man. Frankly, I could use some air that doesn't smell like a week-old fish market." As they climbed out, Dodger called after them, "Like I said, probably nothing." Then he dropped back into the shadows, alone at last. The sewers were his territory, but tonight something felt off. If it were just the usual work crews, they'd have cursed him out by now, something colorful like "piss off, you scavenger." But no, this silence was different. Someone else was down here. His gut twisted. The Outlander. Too convenient. But then again, plenty of people had a grudge against Dodger and everyone knew where to find him. At least he was on familiar ground, even if it reeked like a slaughterhouse in summer. Overhead, the clatter of a coach and the murmur of voices reached him, one unmistakably Simplicity's. He exhaled. Whatever happened next, she was safe. Still, his mind raced. The Outlander wasn't just some fairy tale villain. If he'd survived this long, he was smart. And if he knew about Dodger and Simplicity, well, that was just the beginning of the nightmare scenarios flooding his thoughts. How fast did word spread in their world? How many enemies did the Outlander have, and yet here he was, still breathing. Dodger clenched his fists. Stupid. So bloody stupid. He'd brushed off the danger like it was nothing. But now, in the suffocating dark, the truth hit him. He wasn't just risking himself anymore. Then again, maybe it wasn't the Outlander. Maybe it was just his nerves playing tricks. But the doubt lingered. Dodger knew the smart move was to bolt from the sewer before the stranger caught up, but his heart hammered against his chest like a blacksmith's mallet. Every instinct screamed at him to move, yet his choices were slim. He could scramble toward a distant drain, but that wasted precious seconds, seconds where anything could go wrong. If he tried the nearest exit, he'd risk the Outlander, because of course it was him, emerging right on his heels. Then the last sliver of daylight vanished, plunging the tunnel into murky shadow. A grim smile tugged at Dodger's lips. This is my kingdom, he thought. He knew every slick brick, every pitfall where a misstep meant a bootful of reeking sludge. Maybe, just maybe, he could turn that to his advantage. A new plan flickered in his mind, sharp as a knife's edge. And then, bizarrely, Julius Caesar popped into his head, lounging on a privy, of all things an image he'd never shake. A fighter, Dodger mused. Hard to kill, too. With a breath, he hissed into the dark, "Over here, mate. Fancy a tour." Below, the rats told the real story. They surged toward him in a panicked tide, fleeing whatever horror crept up the tunnel. Dodger pressed into a crumbling alcove, the same spot where he'd once pocketed a couple of farthings and a groat so old it might be been Roman. The rats swarmed past, scrambling over his boots like he was part of the scenery. He'd never bothered them, they'd returned the favor. Granddad's warning echoed, "Step on a rat, you're trampling the lady's skirts." Dodger exhaled a prayer. "Lady, it's me again, that bit of luck I asked for. Now'd be grand." Then a shriek. A rat died messily, then another. The intruder slithered into view, barely more than a shadow in the filth. He moved like a thief. Oblivious to Dodger crouched mere feet away, camouflaged by grime and stench. Rats fled or fell under whatever weapon he swung. Dodger's fingers closed around cold metal in his pocket. Perfect. The lady, he figured, was definitely paying attention now. Dodger clutched Sweeney Todd's razor in his grip, not as a weapon, but as a reminder of the strange twist of fate that had shaped his life, just as it had the infamous barbers. Leaving it behind today would have been unthinkable. His eyes, sharp from years of navigating London's shadows, caught the glint of a stiletto in the assassin's hand. Pathetic, he thought. A real professional wouldn't be caught dead with such a flimsy blade. Suddenly, fear evaporated. This was his domain, the grimy underbelly where he thrived, and he swore he could almost feel the Lady Luck herself grinning down at him. No, the fool creeping through the sewer should have been the one trembling, especially when Dodger launched himself like a wildcat, slamming the man face first into the sludge. The assassin writhed, but Dodger had him pinned like a butterfly under glass. His wiry frame belied his strength, and he rained down blows with the precision of a street brawler. Then came the cold kiss of steel against the man's throat. "Recognize this," Dodger murmured, pressing the razor just enough to make its presence known. Sweeney Todd's own smooth as sin. One wrong twitch and who knows what might slip. He yanked the man's head up, letting him gasp for air. "Honestly, I expected better. You lot are getting sloppy." With a flick of his wrist, he sent the stiletto spinning into the dark. The man spat out something foul, probably rat remains, and garbled a response. Then she spoke. "Evening, Mr. Dodger." The voice was smooth, amused, and unmistakably female. "Do mind the pistol in my hand, it's rather unforgiving. And do stand still unless you'd like a hole where your spine used to be." Dodger froze. The woman stepped closer, her silhouette sharpening in the dim light. The outlander, not a man after all. She was striking, even in the gloom, her accent unplaceable, not from the East, not from Europe, but her English was flawless. Dodger's mind raced. Soul's pistol was tucked in his boot, useless now. "Why simplicity?" he demanded. The outlander sighed as if explaining to a slow child. "Money, darling. A great deal of it. Surely even a street rat understands that." Her smile was ice. "Now do behave. My associate here is terribly cross with you." Dodger didn't have any personal beef with the outlander, though Hans, once he could stand without wobbling, would probably have a few choice words for her. For now, they just had to wait for the poor guy to pull himself together. The outlander, who looked barely older than Simplicity and Dodger had to admit, even skinnier, flashed him a sweet smile. "Patience, Mr. Dodger, though I must ask what's caught your eye besides me." Dodger nearly choked on his own tongue. "Just saying a quick prayer to the lady, miss." But he was also watching the shadows twist. They clung stubbornly even here. "Ah yes, Closina," the outlander mused. "Goddess of the sewers, patron saint of rats, and look, her little congregation's all around us tonight." The darkness behind her shifted again, subtle but unmistakable. Hope flared in Dodger's chest, though he kept his face blank. "A shame faith won't save you now, no matter how hard you stare into the dark." "Now," Dodger barked. Simplicity's hefty chunk of wood was already airborne, smacking the outlander square in the skull and sending her sprawling. Dodger lunged, snatching the pistol and banging his head against the sewer wall in the scramble. Rats scattered, squealing. He gave Hans another kick for good measure, just to keep him down, while Simplicity, quick as a whip, plopped right onto the woman. "Thank goodness for all that German sausage," Dodger thought before yelling. "What were you thinking, coming back here? It's a death trap." Simplicity blinked at him. "I found the ring. It had tiny letters to S with love from Dodger. So obviously I came back. But I stayed quiet like you taught me." She smirked. "You said the outlander always had a pretty lady with him." "Figured if she ran with a killer she'd be dangerous." "Guess I was right." For a second, Dodger swore he heard Granddad's raspy chuckle in his ear. "Told ya, best tosher I ever seen. That girl, she's your treasure, boy. No time to dwell." Stepping hard on the outlander, he yanked Simplicity into a hug and a kiss. Cut short because, well, they had a mess to clean up. The outlander was down for the count, still breathing but battered and bleeding, definitely out of commission. The assassin, though, was stirring, though not with much enthusiasm. A mouthful of filthy sewer water tends to kill anyone's motivation. He groaned, swayed, and drooled something green and foul. Dodger yanked him up by the collar. "You speak English." The response was unintelligible, but Simplicity stepped in, listening closely before translating. "He's from Hamburg, one of the Germanys, and he's terrified." "Perfect," Dodger grinned. "Tell him if he plays nice, he might just see home again. No need to mention the gallows waiting for him there. No sense spoiling his mood. Right now I'm his best friend, helping a poor soul led astray by bad company. So he'll cooperate, won't he? Oh, and tell him to lose the pants, fast." The trousers were decent quality, foreign-made, but Dodger shredded them anyway, using the strips to tie up both the Outlander and her hired help. Simplicity smirked, but then her expression darkened. "What now, Dodger? Stick to the plan. You know the spot, the cauldron. Storm or not, it's cleaner than the rest of this mess. Remember the lighter bricks, there's food, water, and when they hear the shot, folks'll come running." He handed her Solomon's pistol. "Ever fired one of these?" She hesitated. "I've seen men shoot with my husband. I think I can manage." "Good. Point the noisy end at anyone you don't like. Usually does the trick." He flashed a grin. "If all goes smooth, I'll find you by midnight. Don't fret right now. The scariest thing down here is me, and I'm on your side. You'll hear voices, but stay hidden. When you hear my whistle, that's me." She kissed him, then slipped the stolen ring onto her finger with a sly smile. "Your first plan would have worked too, Dodger." With that, she vanished into the dark, following the faint glow of the lighter bricks. Dodger moved fast, darting back through the tunnels to the spot he'd warned Charlie to avoid. Carefully, he pulled the hidden bundle from beneath the lavender, what was left of the poor girl, blonde and dressed just like Simplicity. He slid the gold ring, engraved with eagles, onto her stiff finger. Now came the hard part. Dodger pulled the Outlander's pistol from his coat, steadied his breath, and fired 2 shots into the corpse's chest. Because that's what a professional killer would do, right? Make sure the job's finished. Then, with a grimace, he aimed once more at the side of the face where the rats had already started their gruesome work. He muttered an apology under his breath, as if the dead could hear him. From a hidden crevice in the sewer's grime, he grabbed a bucket of pig's blood and poured it out, trying to distance himself from the act, like he was just some ghost watching a stranger do something awful. Because no matter how much he told himself this wasn't really wrong, that little voice in his head wouldn't shut up about it. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps echoing through the tunnel, Charlie leading the charge with a couple of cops trailing behind. They found Dodger slumped against the damp wall, tears streaming down his face like he couldn't stop them if he tried. "She's gone," he choked out. "I tried, Charlie. I swear I did everything I could." Charlie's grip tightened on Dodger's shoulder. "Dead." Dodger kept his eyes fixed on his scuffed boots. "Yeah, the Outlander got her. What was I supposed to do against a killer like that?" His voice cracked, and the flickering lamplight caught the wet tracks on his cheeks. Charlie's glare sharpened. "You better not be spinning me a tale, Dodger." Now Dodger lifted his chin, defiance flashing in his eyes. "It all happened so fast, it's all a blur. But yeah, that's the truth of it." Charlie leaned in, close enough that Dodger could smell the stale tobacco on his breath. "A blur, huh? The kind where people see what they want to see," Dodger shot back. Was that a flicker of amusement in Charlie's expression? He hoped so. But then Charlie growled, "There is a body, right?" Dodger nodded solemnly. "Yeah, a poor girl, and I'll take you to her. She deserves justice." He hesitated, then added quietly, "Simplicity, she's gone for good." Charlie's jaw tightened. "Not what I wanted to hear, but fine. We'll follow your lead." He turned to Disraeli, who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. "Come on, Ben, as a man of Parliament, you ought to see this." The unspoken or else hung in the damp air. Minutes later, they stood over the corpse of Simplicity, sprawled in the filth and blood. Disraeli feigned horror, clutching his coat. "Good heavens," he gasped. "So Angela's footman really is—" Dodger held his breath, waiting for the act to hold. One wrong move, and the whole thing could unravel. The constable shifted uncomfortably, his uniform damp from the sewer's damp air. "Sir, if I may, why was a young woman down here dressed like a man?" His voice wavered, betraying the unease of a man who suddenly realized he was in over his head. Charlie sighed, glancing at the lifeless form. Miss Simplicity wasn't the sort to let society dictate her choices. But for her sake, and Miss Count's, let's keep the breeches out of the official report, shall we? Disraeli sniffed, his politician's instincts kicking in. A tragedy, of course, but a girl in trousers. What would people say? His tone dripped with the unspoken worry of scandal. Dodger scoffed. "You lot wouldn't last a day on the docks. I've seen women hauling coal tougher than half the men in this city. One of 'em could knock you flat with a single swing." Charlie turned back to the body. "We agree it's her. But how did this happen, Constable?" The policeman hesitated, eyes darting between Charlie and Dodger. "Bullet wounds, clear as day, but who pulled the trigger, that's the real question." Dodger wiped his hands on his coat, suddenly businesslike. "Follow me, gents, keep those lanterns up, you'll want to see this." He led them to a bound figure in the shadows. "Meet the Outlander, and over there, that's her partner. Doesn't speak much English, but I reckon he'll sing like a canary once he realizes he's not the one in real trouble." Charlie's eyebrows shot up. "You can't be serious." "Dead serious," Dodger said, voice cracking. He held up the pistol, fingers trembling. "This is what killed her. I couldn't." His words dissolved into ragged breaths. Charlie gripped his shoulder. "No one could have stopped a bullet, lad. You did well." Then under his breath he added, "Though I've seen my share of bodies and this one seems off, like it's been down here longer than it should." Dodger blinked rapidly. "Sewer air, sir, rots everything. The stench alone could knock you sideways." "Miasmic effusions," Charlie announced loudly, throwing a glance at Disraeli. "Poetic, isn't it, Ben? The great equalizer, death and decay creeping in where it pleases." New detail added, Dodger's hands trembling as he holds the pistol, emphasizing his emotional breakdown. Tone shift. Dodger's sarcastic remark about the docks contrasts with his later vulnerability. "We all know Dodger would never harm Simplicity. He cared for her deeply. So let's stand together in sympathy for this young man who, despite losing the woman he loved, still managed to bring a ruthless killer to justice." Charlie paused, then turned to the constable. "What's your take on this, officer?" The policeman frowned, his expression rigid. "Seems that way, sir, but the coroner needs to be notified. Any next of kin for the deceased?" "None that I know of," Charlie admitted. "Truth is, nobody really knew who she was or where she came from. Just a lost soul, an orphan with no one but Miss Coutts to look after her. Ben, what's your opinion?" Disraeli looked shaken, his face pale. "A terrible affair, Dickens. Best leave it to the law now." Charlie gave a solemn nod. "Dodger, just give the constable your details. I'll vouch for you after all. You're the one who took down Sweeney Todd." He sighed, shaking his head. "Hard to believe our little outing ended like this. Who'd have thought this poor girl would be the target of such madness?" His tone shifted, sharpening with purpose. "Constable, take note. She's wearing an ornate gold ring with a ducal seal. Might mean nothing, but it's evidence. And let's keep this quiet, no need for wild rumors when the truth is plain enough." He glanced at Disraeli again, who still looked like he'd seen a ghost. "Now," Charlie said briskly, "we should clear out except Dodger and me. We'll stay until the coroner arrives. Constable, best hurry back with reinforcements." To Dodger's surprise, the officer actually saluted. "Right away, Mr. Dickens." "Good man." Charlie turned to Basil Jett. "Joseph, you all right?" The surveyor managed a weak smile. "Seen worse, Charlie." "Then do me a favor, make sure Ben gets home in one piece." New detail. As the group dispersed, Dodger noticed Simplicity's ring glinting in the dim light. Something about it felt off, like a puzzle piece that didn't fit. But with everything else going on, he pushed the thought aside. Dodger could tell the whole ordeal had rattled him more than he'd expected. This wasn't the light-hearted adventure they'd all imagined. Within minutes, more cops swarmed the scene, and soon enough, a crowd gathered near the sewer entrance, forcing officers to push them back. Every cop took their turn venturing into the tunnels, eager for a story to impress their grandkids later. Meanwhile, the press was already spinning headlines. Another horrific murder would dominate the morning papers, no doubt about it. For Dodger, the night only got weirder. Different officers grilled him over and over, with Charlie hovering nearby like a watchdog. The worst part, some cops actually shook his hand, not because the outlander had been caught, who'd believe a girl was a deadly assassin, but because of Mr. Todd. Suddenly, Dodger was some kind of hero, even with a dead girl lying in a coffin bound for Lavender Hill. The fog clung to everything, twisting reality into something unrecognizable. The outlander and her partner were hauled away, followed by the coroner's team. Coaches rattled off, but Charlie stuck around, watching it all. Later, the coroner ruled it an open and shut case. No family, no friends, just a grieving young man and a kind woman who tried to steer her right. Never mind the loose ends. The killer was locked up, though she swore she hadn't fired a shot. Her accomplice, desperate for mercy, sang a different tune. Reports went straight to Downing Street, especially once they noticed the ring's crest. Politics hung over the whole mess like the fog itself, a silent warning: if the higher-ups were satisfied, everyone else better be too. By midnight, only Dodger and Charlie remained. Dodger knew why he was still there, but Charlie, his story was already filed. Then, in the dim glow of street lamps, Charlie murmured, "Dodger, there's a game called Find the Lady. I'm not asking to play, just hoping there's a lady out there, safe and sound, waiting for a young man who can see through all this fog." New detail: the fog isn't just atmospheric, it muffles voices, making whispered conversations feel even more secretive. Voice twist: the sarcasm drips when describing the cops' hero worship of Dodger. Suddenly he's a legend for all the wrong reasons. Dodger leaned against the damp brick wall, the faint scent of the Thames lingering in the air. The journalist, Charlie, had been watching him the whole time, hadn't he? Dodger smirked. "You caught me then. But tell me, Charlie, what would you have done if that outlander hadn't shown up when he did?" Charlie chuckled, adjusting his hat against the evening chill. "You gave away almost nothing. But let's be blunt, did you really have a hand in that girl's death? The one we all saw floating in the river." Dodger exhaled, knowing the jig was up, but not the game. "She was just another lost soul, Charlie. One of those girls who ends up in the water forgotten. At least now she'll get a proper burial. My plan? Simple. I'd stage a fight in the sewers. Heroic struggle, mysterious attacker, the whole bit. You and the others would have chased shadows while Simplicity stayed hidden in the cauldron, warm with cheese sandwiches and a splash of brandy." Charlie's eyebrows shot up. "The cauldron sounds like something out of a penny dreadful." "Best hiding spot in London," Dodger said with a grin. "And you'd have been the hero of the hour. Imagine the headlines: Charlie Dickens saves the day." For a moment, Charlie looked like he wanted to scold him, but then he just shook his head, amused. "Where'd you even get a pistol?" "Borrowed Solomon's pepper box. Nasty thing, kicks like a mule." Dodger shrugged. "Planned for everything, except you turning up." Charlie glanced at the uneven bricks nearby, then back at Dodger with a knowing smirk. "And yet here you are, still lurking. Don't worry, who'd believe me if I told them? You've outdone yourself, my friend. And thank God I'm not some stiff-necked politician, eh?" Dodger laughed, the tension easing. "Some games were worth playing, even when you lost a round." Dodger hesitated for a second before answering, caught off guard by the suggestion. "Honestly, it's not so bad down here after dark. The tunnels hold the warmth pretty well," he said, rubbing his arms for emphasis. Charlie chuckled, shaking his head. "Well, I'd best be on my way, and I reckon you should too." "Appreciate it, sir," Dodger replied, tipping his cap. "And thanks for the lesson on the fog. Never really thought about it like that before." "Ah, the fog," Charlie mused, his eyes twinkling. "Might seem like nothing, but it's got a mind of its own, hasn't it? I'll be keeping an eye on you, Dodger, though whether that's with excitement or dread, I can't say yet." Once the coast was clear, Dodger slipped through the labyrinth of tunnels until he reached the tucked-away nook where Simplicity waited. A low whistle signaled his arrival, and together they vanished into the night unseen. The city's fog wrapped around them like a cloak, indifferent to who walked beneath it, alive or otherwise. Chapter 16, a letter arrived from York, and suddenly Dodger's talents were getting nods from the kind of folks who usually didn't spare a glance for someone like him. Fog. Oh, the fog. London's ever-present haze took on a new meaning now, especially after listening to Charlie and Sir Robert Peel talk. It wasn't just mist, it felt deliberate, almost alive. Dodger found himself in stuffy Whitehall offices more than once, answering questions about his little embassy adventure and the documents he'd swiped. He kept his answers simple, just a bit of payback for the trouble they'd caused Simplicity. No mention of the jewelry tucked away in Solomon's safes, or the pieces already finding new homes in the hands of his jeweler friends. Miraculously, trouble seemed to be skipping him entirely. Then came the real surprise. A silver-haired gentleman with a kindly smile leaned in, eyes sharp despite his grandfatherly demeanor. "Mr. Dodger," he began, "you waltzed right into a heavily guarded embassy, strolled through its most private rooms and walked out untouched. How exactly does one manage that? And hypothetically, would you be open to doing it again somewhere else if asked?" It took some back and forth with Charlie's help, but Dodger finally managed to explain the finer points of being a snakesman. The old man listened, nodding slowly, like he was filing every word away for later. The tension in the room shifted when Dodger tossed Charlie's watch back to him with a grin. Just a bit of mischief, really. Then, with a sly tilt of his head, he asked, "So, what's the game? You want me to spy for you, is that it?" A ripple of amusement passed through the gathered men, their eyes flicking toward the silver-haired gentleman at the center. The man chuckled, his voice smooth as polished oak. "Young man, Her Majesty's government doesn't spy, we simply take a keen interest in things. And given that both Sir Robert and Mr. Disraeli have vouched for you, a scoundrel, yes, but the right kind, we might find ourselves inclined to engage your services from time to time, though naturally we deny it afterward." Dodger flashed a knowing grin. "Ah, so it's all a bit of London fog then. Trust me, sir, I know my way around a fog." The older man's eyebrows shot up, then he let out a dry laugh. "Seems to me, Mr. Dodger, you've already mastered the art of obscurity." With a cheeky salute, Dodger shot back, "Born and raised in it, sir." The gentleman leaned back, folding his hands. "No need to decide now. Talk it over with your friend Dickens, though between us he's a scoundrel too, what with all that newspaper business. Still, I suspect he's got your back." He paused, his expression turning serious. "Now about that business in the sewers. Under different circumstances there might ve been questions, but given you handed us the Outlander, well, let's just say our European allies are breathing easier. And you might find a few coins coming your way." As he stood, the room relaxed, the men exchanging knowing glances. Then, with a somber note, the silver-haired man added, "And my condolences, Mr. Dodger. Simplicity's death was a tragedy." Dodger studied him, not as old as the white hair suggested, but sharp as a blade. This was a man who could spot a lie buried under a week's worth of rot. Carefully, Dodger nodded. "Thank you, sir." Lately, things hadn't been going too well for Dodger. The weight of memories pressed on him, and he figured a change of scenery might do him some good. Maybe a quick getaway from London, somewhere far from the reminders of Simplicity. Tears welled up in his eyes, real ones this time, and the rawness of it surprised even him. For a moment, he wondered if there was anything left inside him that was truly his, something untouched by the masks he wore. Deep down, he hoped Simplicity's memory might steer him toward something better. Not too rigid, not too confining, but just enough to keep him from slipping back into the old ways. He wiped his nose with a crisp white handkerchief, one he'd casually lifted from a gentleman at the table, and announced, "I was thinking of heading up to York for a bit." The room buzzed with murmurs, but after some back and forth they agreed. After all, Dodger hadn't done anything wrong. Hell, he might have even done some good. Meeting wrapped up, and Charlie, ever the opportunist, grabbed Dodger's arm on the way out, steering him toward a dimly lit coffee shop. "Seems you've been forgiven," Charlie said, leaning in with a smirk. "Shame about poor Simplicity, though. How is she these days?" Dodger didn't flinch. "Dead, Charlie, as you well know." "Oh, right," Charlie chuckled, his grin fading into something colder. "Silly me." He extended a hand. "We'll cross paths again, I'm sure. It's been enlightening, and don't worry, someone like you. You'll find another girl just like her. I'd bet good money on it." Dodger kept his face blank, though in truth no expression was its own kind of tell. He met Charlie's gaze and drawled, "Ain't got a clue what you're on about, sir." Then, with a sly wink, he sealed the act. Charlie barked a laugh, they shook hands, and that was that. The next morning, a rickety coach rolled out of London, bound for Bristol. The passengers were the usual mix: merchants, weary travelers, and one particularly sour old woman who complained about everything from the lumpy seats to the way the driver handled the reins. The coachman swore under his breath. This hag was, without a doubt, the worst passenger he'd had all year. The passengers finally got a break at a roadside inn, where one particularly difficult old woman complained about everything. Even the salt wasn't salty enough for her taste. Drenched in overpowering lavender perfume, she spent the entire meal berating her poor granddaughter, the only person in the coach who managed to lighten the mood. The driver couldn't wait to be rid of her, especially when she nearly tumbled out at Bristol, still griping about the rough ride. Meanwhile, a bright-eyed young man slipped into an apothecary near Christmas steps, deep in conversation about dyes, words like henna and indigo floating between them. Soon after, a striking redhead and her dark-haired companion hired a coach, heading straight for the stark Mendip Hills. They stopped at the Star Inn, where the cider was so potent it could have been brewed with dragon's breath. Yet the young woman bravely downed a second half-pint. After lunch, they sent the driver away with a hefty payment and a wink, warning him to keep quiet unless her father caught wind of their little adventure. The coachman, no stranger to secretive trips, grinned and tapped his nose. Money had a way of sealing lips. The next day, a local cart driver, swayed by the jingle of coins, took them on a backroad shortcut to Axbridge. They settled near the watermill, but with an odd arrangement. The young man slept on a straw pallet outside her door, wrapped in a horse blanket. The village women whispered approvingly, convinced these runaway sweethearts were at least keeping things proper. Whether it was piety or prudence, no one could argue with their discretion simplicity, and Dodger shared an unspoken understanding. This was their time to unwind, recover, and simply savor life. The world seemed to embrace them in return, especially since they spent freely, and though Simplicity carried herself with the quiet grace expected of a young woman, she eagerly mingled with the locals. She took a particular liking to the slow, rolling Somerset dialect, a rhythm as unhurried as the countryside itself, where conversations lingered over cheese-making, the turning seasons, and the occasional secret brewing of strong cider in hidden hollows the tacksmen feared to tread. In those shadowy corners, words might drag, but decisions and deeds moved lightning fast. Dodger, ever the quick study, adapted fast. Street smarts had taught him hesitation meant missed chances. At first the dialect, thick as clotted cream, gave him a headache, but the locals' potent scrumpy helped smooth the edges. Soon, words like Mendip and Bist rolled off his tongue, the melody of rural speech replacing the sharp staccato of the city. He realized disguise wasn't just about clothes, it was voices, rhythms, becoming someone new. One misty morning by the river, he turned to Simplicity. "Never asked before, why'd you keep that happy family's game?" Her accent wavered just a touch. "My mother gave it to me. It was the one thing that was mine when nothing else was. I'd look at those cards and think, someday things would be better." She flashed him a grin that did more than warm his heart. It sent a glow straight through him. Meanwhile, back in London, where words flew faster than stolen wallets, a woman named Angela stepped from a carriage in 7 Dials, her 2 burly footmen standing guard. She climbed to a dim attic where Solomon greeted her with an apologetic wave. "Ah, Miss Angela. Green tea, forgive the mess and the ferret, the odor fades, I promise." Angela chuckled. "Any news?" Solomon adjusted his spectacles. "Yes," Dodger wrote quite legibly, surprisingly. "He's in York mourning, says being there helps since nothing reminds him of, well, you know." Angela lifted her immaculate teacup. "York, how fitting." Her tone was light, but her grip on the cup tightened just a fraction. "Has anyone else come asking about Dodger's location?" Angela inquired, watching as Solomon carefully poured her tea. "These cups are from Japan," he mused, admiring the delicate porcelain. "Hard to believe they've lasted as long as I have." His expression turned dead serious as he added, "Sir Robert sent a couple of officers my way a few days back, asking after Dodger. Naturally, I told them everything I knew, because what kind of upstanding citizen would I be otherwise?" His grin widened. "Personally, I think lying to the police does wonders for the soul, keeps them on their toes, too." Angela smirked. "You might find this interesting, Mr. Cohen. I also received a tip from an anonymous source. A place in London, even a specific time. Sounds thrilling, doesn't it?" Solomon sighed. "Oh, I've had my fill of thrilling these days. I'd much rather be here in my slippers, undisturbed by excitement." He paused, suddenly flustered. "Goodness, where are my manners? I've got these rice cakes, excellent quality, from Mr. Chang's shop. Please help yourself." She took one, then leaned in slightly. "If you happen to see Dodger again, let him know the authorities are keen to speak with him. Not because he's done anything wrong, quite the opposite. They believe he could be of great service to the country. And when I say authorities, I mean the very highest." Solomon's eyebrows shot up. "Highest as in?" "Not divine intervention," Angela clarified dryly, "but close enough. A certain lady who could make his life considerably smoother. This isn't an offer he'll get twice." "Well then," Solomon chuckled, "guess I'd better dust off my good suit." Meanwhile, in the quiet town of Axbridge, a young couple had charmed the locals with their easy friendliness. Between the cider, the starlit evenings, and the local cheese, they'd even developed a taste for snails, though the girl insisted on calling them escargot, much to the amusement of the townsfolk. The pair became something of a local legend, with everyone swapping stories about them. The church florist swore she'd seen them by the river, teaching children some game called Happy Families. Nobody quite knew what to make of them. But then, that was half the fun. A local farmer swore he spotted them perched on a fence, the girl patiently guiding the boy through a book, adjusting his words like a proper schoolmistress. Oddly enough, the boy didn't seem to mind. If anything, he looked downright cheerful about it. Later, one of the farmer's buddies mentioned at the pub that he'd seen the same lad sprawled in the grass every evening, staring up at the stars like he'd never laid eyes on them before. "Looked like the poor soul was seeing heaven for the first time," he muttered into his pint. When it came time to leave, a friend with a pony cart offered them a ride back toward Star, swinging by a field rumored to hold a peculiar secret. There, half buried in the earth, sat a stone that, according to locals who'd maybe had one too many ciders, occasionally sprang to life and danced under the moonlight. Dodger squinted at it, half expecting a shuffle, before turning to his girl and slipping into his best country drawl. "Reckon we best be off, love," he said, tipping an imaginary hat. She grinned, sunlight catching in her hair. "Where to then?" "London," he replied. "Where folks ain't like us," she teased, before pulling him into a kiss. When they broke apart, his voice had lost its rustic twang, slipping back into city smoothness. "Do you really think a stone could dance?" he asked, nodding toward the field. She laughed. "If anyone could charm a rock into a jig, Dodger, it'd be you." The next day, 2 Somerset travelers, ignored by the bustling crowds, arrived in London. The girl settled into a tidy boarding house while Dodger vanished into 7 Dials. The following morning, he took his dog for a quick sprint before ducking into the sewers, a strange weight in his step. Rats scurried past, oblivious to the solemnity of the man wading through their domain. Later, they might notice something unusual left behind, a pair of polished shoes tucked safely above the waterline. By noon, Dodger stood on London Bridge, watching boats drift beneath him. Then a voice cut through the noise, light, playful, and achingly familiar. "Excuse me, sir," said a girl with windswept hair, "but could thee point me towards 7 Dials? Got an auntie waiting." Dodger's face lit up like fireworks. "New in town, splendid. Let me give you the grand tour." Just then, a coach screeched to a halt, earning curses from the drivers stuck behind it. The coachmen barely glanced their way as a finely dressed woman emerged from the carriage, flashing Dodger a knowing smile before turning her sharp gaze toward the Somerset girl. After studying her like a detective examining evidence, the woman remarked, "How curious. At first glance, one might assume this young lady was Simplicity herself. But we both know poor Simplicity is no longer with us. You, however, Mr. Dodger, seem quite unshaken by life's surprises." She tilted her head. "Since fate has brought us together on this bridge, why not join me? I was just heading to Lavender Hill Cemetery. The stonemason should have finished Simplicity's marker by now." Then turning to the girl, she asked, "And what might your name be, dear?" The girl grinned. "Serendipity, ma'am." Angela stifled a laugh behind her hand. The trio made their way to the cemetery, where fresh flowers adorned the grave and quiet tears were shed. Afterward, Dodger and Serendipity were dropped off near another bridge, where the so-called Happy Family cart stood, a bizarre menagerie of a dog, cat, baboon, mouse, birds, and even a snake, all coexisting peacefully. "How does the cat not eat the mouse?" Serendipity wondered aloud. Dodger shrugged. "Rumor has it the old man raises 'em together with enough kindness to keep 'em civil, but slip an outsider mouse in there. That snake wouldn't hesitate." Hand in hand, they wandered across the bridges, taking in the lively street performers, weightlifters, dice hustlers, sandwich vendors, and even a man walking on his hands. As dusk painted London in golden hues, turning the Thames into liquid fire, they ignored the raucous punch and Judy's show and headed home. The next morning, chaos erupted outside. Dodger cracked open the window to find 2 helmeted officers and a small, pompous man who looked both smug and terrified. "What do you want?" Dodger called down, eyeing the little man with suspicion, because in his experience the smallest guy was always the one giving orders. The man cleared his throat. "We're looking for a Sir Mr. Dodger." Dodger swallowed hard. "Never heard of him," the man sighed. "A pity, sir, a real pity." Dodger froze as the messenger delivered the unexpected news. "If you happen to cross paths with Mr. Dodger," the man announced with stiff formality, "inform him that Queen Victoria herself requests his presence at Buckingham Palace tomorrow afternoon." Solomon, still half asleep, mumbled from the shadows, "Dodger, my boy, you can't exactly brush off an invitation from the Queen." Trapped, Dodger edged into the street, where a crowd had already begun forming. The sight of the 2 guards in their ridiculous plumed helmets only fueled the whispers. Some folks were convinced this was finally the day Dodger would swing from the gallows. A few even muttered about starting a riot because nothing spices up a dull afternoon like baseless rumors. Dodger squinted at the messenger and said flatly, "All right, out with it. What's the real story?" The flustered official, clinging to the last shreds of his dignity, thrust a sealed letter into Dodger's hands. "Be at the palace gates by 4:30, he instructed. "You may bring up to 3 family members, and rest assured Her Majesty will be informed of your gracious acceptance." The rest of the day unfolded like a fever dream. Once the crowd lost interest and scattered, some to honest work, others to whatever pockets they could pick, Dodger decided to stretch his legs. He left the sewers behind, wandering London's maze of streets with Onan trotting excitedly beside him. His feet, apparently wiser than his brain, led him through Covent Garden and straight into Fleet Street. Charlie wasn't around, but when Dodger dropped his name, the editor himself appeared, practically shoving him into an office. "7 more guineas for your account," the man said. Dodger, never one to hoard good fortune, requested the remaining funds be redirected to poor Mr. Todd, now rotting away in Bedlam. The editor, a rare honest sort, swore he'd make sure the money didn't vanish into some bureaucrat's pocket. Feeling lighter, Dodger resumed his stroll, stopping only to buy Onan a butcher's bone and himself a bottle of decent brandy. He flagged down a boatman near the Thames, riding the current down to 4 farthings. The coroner wasn't in, but his assistant promised, with the kind of vague sincerity that made Dodger sigh, to deliver the brandy as a token of gratitude from a grateful old woman's son. Some days, you just had to trust people, or pretend to 4 farthings was a fading little corner of the city slowly being swallowed by larger neighborhoods, but Dodger still made a point to visit the tiny church of St. Never, patron saint of things that never came to pass. It was no surprise the place was popular with hopeful young women. He tossed a coin into the collection box, listening as it clattered hollowly against the bottom, knowing it would probably stay there untouched for ages. Afterward, he stopped by the Mayhews' home, offering warm thanks for their kindness to poor Simplicity. She'd be grateful, he assured them, his voice steady, as sure as if she'd told me herself. When they tried to usher him out the front door, he grinned and ducked past the servants' entrance instead, exchanging quick banter with Mrs. Sharples and a playful peck from Mrs. Quickly. Crossing the river, he found himself puzzling over his own actions. Why was he going through all this? Onan, trotting beside him, seemed just as bewildered but thrilled by the adventure. Then it hit him. There was one person who might have answers. A quick boat ride upstream and a brisk walk later, he arrived at Miss Serendipity's boarding house. Soon, a hired carriage carried them both to Angela's residence, where the butler greeted him with polite efficiency. Angela appeared almost instantly, her smile brightening the room. Over coffee, Dodger shared his news and asked Serendipity to join him. Predictably, she fretted about having nothing suitable to wear to the palace, until Angela cut in with a laugh. "Darling, we'll fix that. My dressmaker can work miracles, even on short notice." Then, with a sly glance at Dodger, she added, "Speaking of dresses, rings come to mind. So, Mr. Dodger, what are your intentions? An engagement is all very well, but when's the wedding, or are there complications?" Dodger had wrestled with the question himself. Technically, as Simplicity, she was still married, but as she'd once said, if God had truly blessed that union, he wouldn't have let it turn so cruel. Solomon, when consulted, had stroked his beard thoughtfully before declaring that any decent Almighty would understand. And if not, well, Solomon would have a word with him. Dodger had cut in with a smirk, saying, maybe God wasn't lurking in the sewers, but the lady sure was. His mind raced, aside from the prince, who'd keep his mouth shut. The only ones who knew about that miserable marriage were Simplicity and the ring. The ring had vanished and Simplicity was gone. So what proof was left that she'd ever existed? It was like another kind of fog, thick and confusing, but maybe in that fog people could stumble their way to something brighter. He straightened his shoulders and declared, Simplicity was married, but Simplicity's dead. Now there's Serendipity, someone new, and I'll stand by her. But I'm starting fresh too. Before any wedding, I need real work, something solid. Tashin's gotta stay a side hustle. Problem is, I don't even know where to begin. He trailed off when Angela's knowing grin threw him off. Well now, she said, eyes twinkling, if the gossip's true, I'd wager you'll be bumping into a certain silver-haired gentleman soon, one who might just whisk you off on a grand adventure. Congrats to you both. The next morning the carriage rolled up right on schedule, Serendipity inside. As they rattled along, Solomon, ever the expert, leaned in. This is private, mind you. The Queen leads. Don't speak unless spoken to. No interrupting. And for heaven's sake, Dodger, no cheek. Got it? The advice came fast as they wound through the palace, a treasure trove that made Dodger's fingers itch. Even Angela's finest couldn't compare. Room after room, each more dazzling than the last, enough to tempt any former snakesman, but he shook his head. Who'd have a sack big enough for those gilded chairs? Then suddenly they were there. The Queen, Prince Albert, flunkies frozen like statues, smart really. Movement draws eyes. Solomon, decked out like royalty himself, bowed so deep his hair nearly brushed the floor. A sharp click, then silence. Solomon's frantic finger-waving snapped Dodger into action. He lunged forward, grinned at the Queen, then hooked an arm around Solomon, knee braced against his back, and hoisted him upright. "Apologies, Your Majesty," he blurted, too loud. "Old chap gets the creaky hinges if he overdoes it. All patched up now." The Queen, he noted, looked every inch the part, posh, polished, exactly as you'd expect. And yet there was something else. A glint in her eye, maybe. Like she'd seen this act before and wasn't entirely unamused. The Queen's expression was unreadable, while Prince Albert stared at Dodger with the bewildered look of a man who just discovered a live lobster in his sock drawer. Dodger wisely retreated a step, giving Solomon room to steady himself, doing his best to blend into the wallpaper. Then, like sunlight breaking through clouds, the Queen brightened and said warmly, "Mr. Cohen, what an honor. I've heard such fascinating things about you. I do hope you're not suffering any discomfort." Her tone softened, losing its royal edge. Solomon swallowed hard. "Only my pride took a hit, Your Majesty. And if I may, some of those stories are, shall we say, exaggerated." Prince Albert chuckled. The King of Sweden told a particularly entertaining one. A flush crept up Solomon's face beneath his beard, just visible to Dodger as he admitted, "If it involved a racehorse and a hunting lodge, Your Highness, well, I can't deny that one." "All the same," the prince replied, extending his hand, "it's a privilege to meet you." Dodger's sharp eyes caught the subtle Masonic grip, a silent signal of trust. The Queen, watching her husband, remarked with a smile that carried the weight of a velvet hammer, "Well, my dear, what a delightful surprise for you." The words were pleasant, but the final syllable snapped like a closing book. Turning to Dodger, she said, "And you must be Mr. Dodger, quite the hero among London's unsavory sorts, I hear. Everyone still speaks of Sweeney Todd, a dreadful ordeal, I imagine." Dodger knew better than to argue, even if dreadful wasn't the word he'd use. "Well, Your Majesty, there we were, him, me, and that razor, hard to forget. Though truth be told, I pitied the poor devil." "So I've been told," the Queen mused. "Unsettling but commendable, and this must be your betrothed," she gestured to Serendipity. "Come closer, my dear." As Serendipity stepped forward, Dodger had the oddest sensation, like floating above the room, watching expressions shift like shadows before snapping back into his own skin. The mood lightened, tea arrived, and suddenly everything felt settled. Who lies to a queen, he wondered. And how much does she or Prince Albert really know? The prince was German, wasn't he? But politics was a rabbit hole he refused to tumble into. Time righted itself. Serendipity's curtsy was far more graceful than Solomon's bow, and the air grew warmer. "When shall we celebrate your wedding?" the Queen asked. Serendipity's cheeks pinked. "Dodger insists on finding steady work first, Your Majesty, so we're not quite sure." "Ah," said the Queen, a single syllable heavy with unspoken thoughts. "So, Mr. Dodger," the Queen began, her voice carrying the weight of royal curiosity, "what exactly occupies your time when you're not busy outwitting criminals?" Dodger hesitated, unsure what outwitting even meant, but Solomon smoothly stepped in. "He helps maintain the city's drainage systems, Your Majesty." Prince Albert sighed dramatically. "Ah, drains. We've got plenty of those here, and they never seem to function properly." Dodger opened his mouth to respond, but the Queen, eager to move past the topic of sewers, cut in. "Well, young man, I do hope you find success in whatever path you choose. Now then," she gestured to a nearby attendant, "we believe such courage deserves recognition. Step forward, kneel on this cushion, and do remove your hat." A servant approached, holding a gleaming sword. The Queen took it with practiced ease. "Tell me, Mr. Dodger, what shall your full name be?" "I understand you'd rather leave Pipstick behind." Dodger blinked, speechless, until Serendipity chimed in. "If I may, your majesty, I've always thought Jack suits him rather well." Jack Dodger. It had a certain ring to it, almost posh, though he couldn't say why. The Queen arched a brow. "If I were you, I'd heed the lady's advice." She shot Prince Albert a knowing look, as all wise husbands do. Dodger managed a stammered, yes, please," before the sword lightly tapped his head. In an instant it was back in the attendant's hands, and Sir Jack Dodger rose to his feet. "You look taller now," Serendipity teased. "Indeed he does," the Queen agreed. Then with a sly smile she added, "By the way, Sir Jack, I hear you own a rather clever dog." Dodger's grin widened. "Oh yes, your majesty, Onan. He's a loyal friend, though we couldn't bring him along today." The Queen's expression shifted. "Onan, as in the Bible." Out of the corner of his eye, Dodger saw Solomon subtly retreating. Still he nodded. "Yes, miss." "And why that name?" Well, she had asked, so he told her. The young Queen exchanged a glance with Prince Albert, whose face was a masterpiece of shock, before bursting into laughter. "Well, now we are entertained." As if on cue, the tea vanished as quickly as it had appeared, signaling the end of the audience. Relieved, Dodger guided Serendipity toward the exit, only to be intercepted by a familiar white-haired gentleman. "Sir Jack," the man said smoothly, "allow me to offer my congratulations. Might I steal a moment of your time? Have you given any thought to my proposal?" Solomon muttered behind him. "He wants you to spy for him." The man tutted. "Oh, dear me, no, Mr. Cohen, a spy? What a dreadful notion." His smile was all teeth. "Let's just say, an observer of interesting things." Dodger felt the weight of the title, and the trap settling in the British government, I swear to you, has absolutely no connections to espionage. Good heavens, no. But let's just say we appreciate individuals who take a certain interest in things. Dodger pulled Serendipity aside, whispering, "What do you think I should do?" She smirked. "Oh, he absolutely wants you to be a spy. You can see it in his face when he denies it." "Honestly, Dodger, it suits you, though you'll probably need to pick up a few languages. French, German, maybe even Latin. Not that you'd struggle, you've got the knack for it." She paused, then added with a teasing glint, "I speak a few myself, you know." Dodger crossed his arms. "Well, I know a bit of Greek." Serendipity laughed. My, Dodger, your life is never dull, is it?" He grinned. "Sweetheart, I think it's only getting started." And that's how 2 months later, Jack Dodger found himself sprinting through Parisian streets, the gendarmerie panting far behind. His pockets bulged with stolen bonds, a tiara once worn by Marie Antoinette, perfect for Serendipity, really, and most importantly, blueprints for an experimental firearm. The city echoed with whistles, but Dodger, he was always 3 steps ahead. He had to admit he was impressed. French sewers were surprisingly efficient. Who knew? Ducking through tunnels and alleys, he vanished into the safe house he'd arranged, heart pounding with exhilaration. This was living. And if you're curious about Onan, well, let's just say the Bible isn't shy about colorful characters. Google it or ask a priest, preferably one with a sense of humor. As for the other establishments in question, well, let's leave that to the footnotes. Setting the scene, Dodger unfolds in early Victorian London, a time when the city swelled with the desperate and the destitute. Life for the poor was brutal, ignored by most, until voices like Charles Dickens and his lesser-known ally, Henry Mayhew, began to shine a light on their suffering. While Charles Dickens subtly revealed the harsh truths of society through his novels, Henry Mayhew took a more direct approach, flooding readers with raw facts, endless statistics, and first-hand accounts from the streets of London. Mayhew didn't just observe from a distance. He wandered the city's alleys, talking to flower girls, street peddlers, laborers, and even women in the oldest profession, peeling back the layers of a city that glittered with wealth but festered with poverty. His monumental work, London Labor and the London Poor, should be required reading. if only to remind us that today's struggles pale in comparison to the brutal realities of the past. Think Gangs of New York was grim. London was worse, a relentless grind for desperate newcomers chasing dreams that often turn to nightmares. Though abridged versions exist, the original text is surprisingly engaging, darkly fantastical in its own way, with every page steeped in the grime of real life. That's why I've dedicated this book to Mayhew. Dodger, my fictional protagonist, moves through a world populated by characters who, while invented, embody the types who lived, toiled, and perished in that era. Real figures like Disraeli, Dickens, and Sir Robert Peel, who revolutionized London's police force, anchor the story. Gone were the corrupt Bow Street runners. In their place stood the Peelers, ex-military men who brought a new kind of order. Then there's Angela Burdett Coutts, an heiress so wealthy she could have bought half of London and nearly married the Duke of Wellington. But she wasn't just sitting on her fortune. Sharp-witted and fearless, she poured her riches into ragged schools, small business grants, and churches that actually helped the poor. No handouts without effort. Miss Coutts demanded grit from those she aided. In this story, she's a force of nature, and though I couldn't interview her, I imagine a woman that formidable wouldn't flinch at much. Oh, and those sewers. Blame the Romans, patched up haphazardly over centuries. Just like everything else in this city of contradictions, the sewers of old London weren't built to handle human waste. That unpleasant task fell to cesspits and overflowing septic tanks, breeding grounds for cholera and other horrors when overcrowding turned them into disaster zones. Life was grim for toshers scavenging through the filth, just as it was for mudlarks combing the Thames banks or chimney sweeps coughing up soot. Dodger, our streetwise protagonist, somehow landed a rare stroke of luck, a landlord who actually understood basic sanitation, a miracle in an era when most wouldn't know hygiene if it bit them. Now, let's be honest, history isn't always pretty, and I might have polished a few details for storytelling's sake. But Joseph Basil Jett, no exaggeration needed. The man was a visionary, the engineering genius behind London's sewer revolution, transforming the city from a stinking nightmare into something vaguely breathable. His iron and brick labyrinth beneath the streets was nothing short of a Victorian marvel, still holding up today with only minor tweaks. Speaking of history, ever heard of Boney? No. Well, your search history is about to get a crash course in Napoleon Bonaparte. And let's not even start on British coinage, unless you enjoy explaining why a threepenny bit weighed down a child's pocket like a tiny lead brick. Bronze coins for the poor, silver for the middle class, and actual gold coins that didn't just look valuable, they were valuable. Unlike today's flimsy pocket change, those old coins had heft, a satisfying clink that modern plastic money just can't match. Slang, though, that's where things get fun. Back then, crib meant your home, not some baby's bed, and posh hadn't been invented yet. Nobby did the job instead. Victorian slang was a chaotic, ever-shifting beast, full of words that either make you sound clever or get you laughed out of the room. Dodger navigated that world with the ease of a born hustler, turning phrases as smoothly as he picked pockets. And really, isn't that the charm of history? The past wasn't just dates and dusty books. It was alive, messy, and full of characters who'd fit right into a modern YouTube comment section. This book could easily be packed with slang from the era, but let's be honest, it's not meant to be a slang dictionary. I've kept the phrases that stood out to me, though I'm bummed my personal favorite, "Tuppence more and up goes the donkey," didn't make the cut. Too modern, apparently. Even though Dodger is a quick read, I owe a huge debt to friends like Jacqueline Simpson, Bernard Pearson, Colin Smythe, and Pat Harkin, who kept me from stumbling over historical inaccuracies. And if I did mess up, that's all on me. Sure, I tweaked a few details, like Tenniel's punch debut or Peel's timeline, But hey, this isn't a history lesson. Dodger is a wild ride through a grimy, vibrant fantasy version of London, where the Morning Chronicle mysteriously settles on Fleet Street, because where else would it be? This isn't some dry historical novel. It's a love letter to an era of grit, survival, and sharp-witted hustlers. No safety nets, no handouts, just pure street smarts. And while I played fast and loose with some facts, the filth, desperation, and sheer resilience of the underclass, that's all real. Oh, and about the author, Sir Terry Pratchett. Yeah, he's kind of a big deal. The Discworld series alone has sold 70 million copies worldwide, spawned adaptations galore, and earned him a knighthood. Not bad for a guy who started with The Color of Magic in 1983. Also by Terry Pratchett, the Discworld series, because once you start, good luck stopping. The Discworld series by Terry Pratchett includes a rich collection of titles, blending fantasy, humor, and sharp social commentary. Among the standout novels are Carp Jugulum, The Fifth Elephant, and The Truth, each weaving intricate plots with unforgettable characters. Thief of Time and The Last Hero, brilliantly illustrated by Paul Kidby, further expand the universe, while The Amazing Morris and His Educated Rodents and The We Free Men offer younger readers a gateway into Pratchett's wit. Beyond the main series, Discworld enthusiasts can explore companion books like The Science of Discworld, co-authored with Ian Stewart and Jack Cohen, which blends fiction with scientific musings. For those craving more lore, the new Discworld Companion and Nanny Ogg's Cookbook provide delightful deep dives. Maps like the streets of Ankh-Morpork and Death's Domain bring the world to life visually, perfect for fans who love to immerse themselves in every corner of the disc. Pratchett's non-Discworld works, such as Good Omens, co-written with Neil Gaiman, and The Long Earth with Stephen Baxter, showcase his versatility. Young adult readers can enjoy The Carpet People or Dodger, a thrilling historical adventure. Fun fact: did you know Pratchett once joked that his books were fantasy with footnotes? That quirky touch is part of what makes his writing so engaging. For the full catalog, including ebooks and audiobooks, check out the official website. Just remember, these stories are copyrighted treasures, so enjoy them responsibly. Sharing or reproducing this content without permission violates the rights of the author and publisher, and legal action may be taken against those responsible. Published by Random House Children's Publishers, UK, located at 6163 Uxbridge Road, London W55 SA. For more details on their publications, visit their official websites. Additional contact information for affiliated companies under the Random House Group Limited can be found online. Registered under company number 954,009. A cataloging record for this book is available through the British Library. Note: the original links have been removed to comply with the request.